recibieron la presentación de joueurs debutants avec Puerto Rico.
Señoras y señores, vamos a conocer al equipo de Puerto Rico.
And now players presentation starting with Puerto Rico. Número 0.
Número 0.
Number 0.
Carlos Pijuán.
Número 2.
Con el número 2.
Number 2.
Daniel Colón.
Número 4.
Con el número 4.
Number 4.
Henry Vázquez.
Número 6.
Con el número 7.
Number 7.
Carlos Martínez.
Número 10.
Con el número 9.
Number 9.
Orlando Pérez.
Número 10.
Con el número 10.
Number 10.
José Calderón.
Número 11.
Con el número 11.
Number 11.
Héctor Pérez.
Número 10.
Con el número 13.
Number 13.
Héctor Maldonado.
Número 10.
Con el número 15.
Number 15.
Rafi Díaz.
Número 20.
Con el número 22.
Number 22.
Carlos Soto.
Número 23.
Con el número 23.
Number 23.
Carlos Ocasio.
Y número 69.
Y con el número 69.
Number 69.
Manuel Piña.
Y de Nápoles, Italia, d'Amérique.
Y ahora, el equipo de los Estados Unidos de América.
And now for United States of America, número 2.
Con el número 2.
Number 2, Jen Williams. Número 4.
Con el número 4.
Number 4, Josh Turek. Número 6.
Con el número 5.
Number 5, Mike Payne. Número 8.
Con el número 8.
Number 8, Brian Bell. Número 9.
Con el número 9.
Number 9, Matt Scott. Número 10.
Con el número 10.
Number 10, Jermel Penny. Número 11.
Con el número 11.
Number 11, Steve Serio. Número 10.
Con el número 13.
Number 13, John Gilbert. Número 10.
Con el número 15.
Number 15, Nate Hines. Número 6.
Con el número 16.
Number 16, Javon Jennifer. Número 5.
Con el número 20.
Number 20, Jerry Barapala. Y número 42.
Con el número 42.
And number 42, Aaron Hughes. Mesdames et messieurs, les équipes de Puerto Rico et des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Señoras y señores, los equipos de Puerto Rico y los Estados Unidos de América.
The teams from Puerto Rico and United States of America. L'entraîneur de Puerto Rico,
Los entrenadores de Puerto Rico.
the coach,
Héctor Pérez.
et son assistant,
Y assistant coach Félix Porras.
et pour les États-Unis d'Amérique,
Los entrenadores de los Estados Unidos de América.
coach for United States, Ron Likens, et son assistant, his assistant, John Sikora.
spectacular day on Lake Ontario under the shadow of the CN Tower. And a great day for wheelchair basketball at the old Maple Leaf Gardens, now the Ryerson Athletic Center, home of wheelchair basketball at the Parapan Games here in 2015. My name is Rob Snook alongside Marnie Abbott-Peter, three-time Paralympic gold medalist, getting set for Team USA against Team Puerto Rico. And the Puerto Rican fans are here, American fans are here, and we're here, Marnie. What's your assessment of this one?
We'll look to see some quick action, I think, coming out in the first quarter. It'll be interesting to see these two teams scouted each other yesterday, so we'll see what strategies the coaches have come up with in order to be successful today.
USA's first game was an impressive 70-42 win over Colombia, a lot bigger margin than we expected. Colombians a good squad. The Puerto Ricans' opening effort was a 114-40 loss against Brazil, and maybe a bit bigger score than we expected there as well. So they'll be looking to prove that they belong in this one. And a rivalry between these two teams. USA always seems to be around the medal podium. Silver at last year's World Championships, bronze at the last Paralympic Games in 2012, and the reigning Parapan Am Games gold medalists from 4 years ago in Guadalajara. More than that happening today. We've got Peru and USA on the women's side, and then we've got the host country, Canada, against Mexico, and a rematch of the bronze medal game, the semifinal game, make it 4 years ago at the in Guadalajara at the Parapan Ams. The U.S. team doesn't bring a ton of height, Marnie, but they bring some other real interesting and impressive intangibles to the table, don't they?
Certainly they have a lot of speed and agility. Their chair skills are very, very good. They're coming off a fantastic performance shooting yesterday. They shot well over 60% from the field, which is an incredibly good stat. So they'll be looking to repeat that today, I'm sure.
This may be a little overused term, but they seem to have a lot of basketball IQ.
They do, and many of these players have come through the U.S. college system and through the junior system, which is a really great long-term athlete development pathway that they have there in the USA. And so they've been most of these guys have been playing basketball since they were quite young and have come up through the junior ranks, through the NWBA, and are now playing at this high-performance level.
Trevon Jennifer, one of the Americans who played on the bronze medal team from London 3 years ago. Here you see the Group A standings. Brazil has already played twice, so they're in top spot. USA will hope to join them. Puerto Rico will look for its first win of the tournament. And the folks in charge of this one, Quintana, Bellion, and Gauthier, representing Argentina, Brazil, and Canada. Head coach of the U.S., Ron Likens. His assistants, John Sikora and Rob Taylor. And in fact, the head coach of Puerto Rico is Hector Perez. He's one of the players on the Puerto Rican team, number 9. His assistants are Felix Poros and Carlos Soto. Soto's also a player. So they are utilizing double duty there.
It'll be interesting. It's a very tough job being a player coach. I've tried it myself, Rob, and really difficult to see what's going on the floor, be able to call those timeouts and those subs, and see how it works out for Perez today.
Slight correction, it's 11 Hector Perez, not 9 Orlando Perez, who's the head coach. So Hector Perez will be doing double duty, and as Marnie mentioned, not easy to accomplish.
Coach Likens for the USA has been around the U.S. national team, both men and women's programs, for many years. He's got a lot of experience at the international level and also the domestic level in the U.S.
Starting 5 for Team USA will be Pei, Bell, Serio, Gilbert, and Gouge. And Peña, Calderon, Perez, as well as Martinez, and the other Perez. Looks like here for, I beg your pardon, that's Ocasio. Starting lineup for Puerto Rico. We're underway. USA with the ball. USA in white underneath, trying to get it through to Brian Bell. Back on the outside, Mikey Pay. Serio, who was dynamite yesterday in the American win over Colombia. Underneath for Bell, off the glass. First points to the U.S.
U.S. is pressuring here, full court. They're going to look to try and cause Puerto Rico some trouble getting that ball across and starting their attack in the offensive end.
And it's working already.
So just good defense there caused the Puerto Rican player to go out of bounds and cause the turnover.
Steve Serio had 18 points and 7 assists yesterday, leading the U.S. team. Underneath for Bell again, off the glass again, and it's 4-0 U.S.
So same play as that last bucket, Rob. The U.S. is running a little pick and roll on that offside there with Brian Bell and Steve Serio. Very tough to guard. They know they have to jump the shooter the way Steve shot yesterday, and when they do that, that leaves an opening there for Brian Bell to set a pick and then roll to the basket.
Again, great pressure by the U.S., and again, Bell has it. Nice save. And Serio gobbles up the ball. He'll slow things down for the U.S. And we've got a player down in the key. And Aaron Gouge gets help from one of the Puerto Rican players. Still 15 seconds on the shot clock for the U.S. Good communication there. Serio again for the U.S. Baseline. Back for Pay. No look pass for Gouge. Takes his time off the glass, and nothing but net after that.
This is what we saw from the U.S. offense yesterday. Great patience.
Fast break. Martinez with the first bucket for Puerto Rico.
Great transition for Puerto Rico, getting out early. They know that U.S. pressure is coming. The faster they can get out and get over the half court, the better off they're going to be in this game.
Steve Serio gives for Pay. Serio, the two-time Paralympian for the U.S. Kind of quarterbacks the offense. Gilbert heads towards the baseline and sends one up and sends one in.
Great screen there by Brian Bell, giving him that open look at the hoop. Here's that U.S. defense trying to shut down the Puerto Rican attack.
Carlos Martinez. Manuel Peña. Martinez again. Great defense by Bell. And the ball off an American, so back to Puerto Rico it goes. Carlos Ocasio. Peña. Ocasio, 7 on the shot clock. 3, 2 on the shot clock. Puts it up and in. And big smiles for Ocasio.
Tough shot there, right on the buzzer, and really good form and follow through. Allowed that basket to just drop through the hoop.
Serio, clean path to the hoop. Off the glass and in, makes it look so easy.
That transition is going to be difficult if players aren't right on top of things and transitioning from offense to defense.
Another steal for Serio. Gouge, one-touch pass for Bell. Beautiful.
Great communication by the U.S. team there on the defense and switching right over to offense once they stole that ball. I think Puerto Rico's going to look to call a timeout and try and regroup and try and figure out how to break that press.
They were trying to call a timeout, and the referee said no.
So in FIBA rules, the players can't actually call a timeout. It has to go through the score table, so the coach would have to call a timeout from the bench. Once there's a dead ball, then the team will be able to get a timeout. A little bit different from NC2A or NWB or NBA rules, where a player who has the ball could call a timeout.
miscommunication there, and now they're trying to get it sorted out. Diaz.
When we players hit them, we'll be able to recover on that. Okay? We'll be able to recover on that. All right, we're good. Hey, we didn't circle back on the one. All right, we gave that up. But boys, defense was good. Don't bail that guy out. He made a throw. We're okay. Offense needs to go. We're okay. So we got to do it. We're right here. All right? Hey, it's going to be our position.
Now, if you're the Puerto Rican side, what are you looking at here?
They're going to look to spread out a little bit, maybe try and cross and create some better picking angles and passing angles. And the U.S. team was just regrouping on that fast break they gave up. They're going to want to be able to rotate back and make sure someone has balance at all times.
Full shot clock now. Serio and the U.S. already leading 12-4. Mikey Pay puts it up and in.
Again, great patience from the U.S. offense. We saw a lot of that yesterday, and it's looking like the same thing today. It's an offensive call there for the Puerto Rican team. They're trying to pick, which is what they need to do in order to break the press, but they have to make sure they have good chair position while they're doing that.
Already a 10-point U.S. lead. John Gilbert. The foul line, doesn't shoot, sends it to Serio. Always looking for a passing option, goes to Pay. Bounce pass for Gilbert. And dynamite shooting continues from the U.S. And there they get a point from Gilbert. Great pressure again by the U.S. And now a steal for Serio.
So Puerto Rico has the right idea there on that press break. They're looking to get someone over center early and try and get the ball up. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out there, but that adjustment might help them going forward.
USA and Serio. Mikey Pay, and he is just money from out there. Make it look so easy, but Marnie, it's so hard to shoot from there in the chair, isn't it?
It is a little bit more difficult. That elbow shot is really a favorite spot for Mikey Pay. Puerto Rico doing a good job of breaking the press here.
Can't finish off, and back comes the U.S. on the fast break. Bell, and he was trying to take the return pass from Pay, couldn't, and it's Puerto Rico ball. Casio, Calderon. Still lots of time on the shot clock. Martinez.
See, the U.S. defense is going to give up that outside shot until Puerto Rico starts making a doubt. They will jump out onto that shooter and give the opportunity for the pick and roll.
Gouge fakes. Serio, lots of time. Pay. Gouge, they continue to move it around, and rebounded by Martinez. Martinez got a great look, sporting those glasses, and then the Puerto Ricans finish off with a great shot by Calderon.
Great quick release there by Calderon, knowing the defense was right on top of him. He caught and got that shot off quickly.
12-point lead USA. Gouge. Pay. Short. And a long pass. Ocasio does well to come up with it. Perez behind the back. Martinez. Diaz can't shoot.
Just 7 seconds on the shot clock. Puerto Rico's going to want to look to get to one of their shooters.
Calderon, awkward angle, and misses the rim. Timeout being called by the U.S. Americans leading 18-6. Just under 4 minutes to go here in the opening quarter.
Then once we get down to about 7, then we can start looking at outside.
Hey, we got a back pick. We're not making, we got a back pick.
Keep looking for us. Hey, we got to make sure we're not talking out here so that long pass now to catch us by the line. Stay in the game, boys. Stay in the game. 0-0 right now.
What'd you hear?
I think Coach Likens is advising his team to keep passing the ball on offense, maybe wait till the shot clock's around 7 or 8 and then look to take a shot. He's also discussing the fact that they need to rotate back on defense. He doesn't want to see them giving up those fast breaks.
No mire la bola, quédate conmigo ahí.
Pool A matchup between USA and Puerto Rico, second game of the tournament for both teams. Americans looking to go 2-0. Puerto Rico looking to get back to square record of 1-1.
We got a pretty good crowd here this afternoon too. We got some American fans and see a couple of flags from Puerto Rico in the crowd as well. It's great to see the fans supporting their teams.
About an hour, 20 minutes or so from the U.S. border around Buffalo. Very drivable distance, that's for sure. Gilbert for the U.S. Pay, Gilbert, foul line, underneath for Bell. One-hand catch, back to Pay. Serio, Bell underneath, and well executed again.
Really good patience by the U.S. offense there, and you can see that moving the ball around really makes it tough on the Puerto Rican defense to try and get a stop.
Ocasio. Dangerously close to that center line. Nice effort by Orlando Perez. Not quite there. Pay. And loses the handle.
He was looking to pass it back there, but his teammate wasn't quite ready for a pass. Mikey Pay actually was raised in Detroit, Michigan, actually not too far from here, and played some of his junior basketball there as well.
Calderon. Under all kinds of pressure from Serio. Jose Calderon had 17 points yesterday against Brazil. Puts it up. Still had 5 on the shot clock. Brian Bell for the U.S. A little head nod for Serio. Sends it across to him. Back inside and underneath for Bell.
Bell's doing a great job working without the ball and slashing to the key and getting to those open spots in the low block.
Calderon trying to use the whole court here. Heading down towards the left baseline, back up to the top. Martinez, 5 on the shot clock, puts it up. And rebounded by the U.S. Serio, quick little toss ahead for Gilbert. And foul call on Martinez.
Martinez didn't quite have chair position there. You could see his foot plate go into the wheels of the U.S. player, and it's definitely a foul.
Under 2 minutes to go, opening quarter. Pool A matchup, USA in white, Puerto Rico in red. John Gilbert about to inbound, the 28-year-old from Fairfax, Missouri. Underneath, Gouge. And rebounded by Martinez. Puerto Rico looking to kind of turn things around a little bit here.
Yeah, the U.S. has pulled off their full court pressure, so they're able to get it up to the front court, although they're picking them up right at the three-point line, and there's not too much going on their offense at the moment.
Long
traveling call there. Sometimes, Rob, turns count as pushes, and it's not always as obvious as if you're just wheeling forward, but turning back and forth, as the player did there, could constitute a traveling violation.
So if you have the ball in your hand or in your lap, you can only push twice. So if you turn twice, essentially that's 2 pushes.
Definitely, yeah.
And the U.S. just continues to hit from outside and inside.
John Gilbert's just having a phenomenal first quarter here. He's doing a great job of scoring those little screenshots from about 10 or 15 feet out, and it's really great when you can get contributions from all parts of your offense.
And Puerto Rico comes right back. Carlos Pijuan, his first bucket of the game. Serio, who plays professionally in Germany. Gilbert. Under pressure, trying to make a pass through for Mikey Pay, couldn't do it. Calderon. Into the key, Calderon. And couldn't get the roll, fights for the ball. And it's called on the jump, and the arrow pointing.
Puerto Rico will get possession here with 14 seconds on the shot clock and an opportunity to try and score.
Too much glare on the arrow, I couldn't see it. It's camouflaged.
Kind of blends in with all those volunteer shirts over there.
It does. 22-8 USA. Puerto Rico trying to mount a bit of a charge here in the final seconds of the opening quarter. Juan Diaz. And they get their own rebound, and Calderon puts it in.
Great job by Calderon, recognizing that the shot clock wasn't reset as that first shot didn't hit the rim.
And buzzer beater attempt by Serio is off the mark, but the U.S. still leads by a dozen after the opening quarter.
Really good first quarter by both teams here. I think Puerto Rico made some great adjustments in terms of their press break and being a bit more successful.
(22-10). USA leads Puerto Rico after one quarter. Brian Bell got things really started for the U.S. And then John Gilbert, a one-point player, but scoring more than 1 point in that quarter. Serio, great passing as well by the U.S. Brian Bell with a couple of underneaths and off the glass and in.
Again, the U.S. team has come out strong. They're shooting 69% from the field, which is an outstanding shooting percentage in wheelchair basketball, and it really bodes well for them as the tournament goes on.
That's your priority, right? Hey, offensively, I want to go inside. Do not fall in love with that outside shot. It'll be there inside. I want to see Josh get inside. I want to see Nate. You guys split the court so we're not on the same side. You saw what happened when you go pass, skip pass, ball reversal. They start moving. We start White ball. Let's go, boys. Ready? 1, 2, 3. USA.
Coach Lakins had to be happy with the opening quarter, I would think, in most part.
Definitely, yeah. He's talking a little bit more now about getting inside. He's got a whole new squad out here to start the second quarter. Wants to see the big guys slashing and trying to get in the paint and trying to score inside.
Gilbert will stay in for the U.S. Otherwise, we've got Jared Arambula, who had a great game yesterday against Colombia. Nate Hines is back in the lineup. Josh Turek and Trevon Jennifer. He's got the ball now, cutting into the key underneath, trying to go to Hines. Broken up by Puerto Rico. And Calderon, stolen by Arambula.
Great anticipation there on the defense to steal that pass.
And then the foul, and Arambula is going to go to the line. You really liked his game yesterday against Colombia, and he's starting out again like that.
I thought he had a great game yesterday, and he's one of the younger players on the squad, but he's really looking like an experienced and a talented player out there, making very smart decisions and really creating havoc on both offense and defense in terms of his ability to move his chair. He's very quick and agile.
He's a Hoosier from Valparaiso, Indiana, where they have basketball, I think, in their veins.
Probably, yeah.
USA lead 23-10 now. And again, the great pressure. Calderon fighting through it. Gets it ahead. And Solo underneath. Calderon, great action under the basket. Fights, and eventually Nate Hines, who's taller, comes up with the ball.
Oh, there's a lot of contact in there, but that was a great pick underneath there by John to allow Calderon to get in there for that shot.
Arambula rolling in off the glass. And another bucket for the U.S.
U.S. pressuring full court again here.
P1 looking for his second basket of the game. Hines fights off Martinez. Arambula. And tosses underneath, but it's a traveling call against the U.S.
One too many turns again there when you're carrying the ball. U.S. is still putting a little bit of pressure on up full court.
USA's Josh Turek will inbound. In fact, it'll be Puerto Rico inbounding, beg your pardon. Soto. Calderon. Trying to stay in bounds, but he can't do it.
Just got that one wheel out of bounds there, and that's going to cause a turnover.
Gilbert. 8 points already in the game for John Gilbert. Anytime you get that out of a 1-point classification player, you're doing well. Trevon Jennifer throws it up for Turek. He is fouled and will go to the line.
So just as in the stand-up game, Rob, you can't hit a person who's shooting on the elbow or the hand. You'll definitely be called on a shooting foul for that. You can see there's quite a bit of contact, both up where the shooting's taking place and also down with the chairs there.
Get ball, and that's all you can get.
That's right.
Flawless by Josh Turek, the Paralympian in London in 2012. Playing these days in France, his professional wheelchair basketball. And another swoosh on the left-handed free throw. And another turnover by Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico's doing a good job of getting their players out now. Now we just got to make sure they get the ball out there as well.
Jared Arambula, University of Alabama graduate. And again, he's calling the travel. So twice now he's spun around and they've called him on the travel.
Yeah, he's just taking one too many pushes there, unfortunately. There's a foul on Josh Turek. Once again, not quite having that chair position that's required and to have good defensive position, to have your big wheel in front of the other offensive player.
17-point lead, USA. Puerto Rico with time to work here on the shot clock. They can get someone in position. Martinez trying to use the screen. Calderon chipped away. Now not much time underneath. Martinez, and that one's in.
A bit of a broken play there that worked out well for Puerto Rico, and Martinez is able to finish the layup.
Nice play by Turek to get open and stay unhindered. Jerembula, oh! Off the top of the backboard and in.
Puerto Rican players are wondering if that was out of bounds, but that's legal for the ball to touch the top there.
Jerembula saying, what? I do that at the gym every day. And now a steal for Jared Arambula. And here comes an easy fast break attempt for Turek, and takes his time, lays it in.
Great outlet pass there, really good recognition in transition that the U.S. is able to get out and get a nice, easy open layup.
And the steal and by Jennifer, and then the foul on Puerto Rico's Soto. Trevon Jennifer drew that foul. U.S. doing a lot to just try to frustrate Jose Calderon. Jennifer. Turek.
Great job by the U.S. recognizing that mismatch in the low block. Turek a little bit taller than the defender, and they're able to get the ball in, and he gets a nice, easy post-up shot on the baseline. Puerto Rico still having a tough time with that pressure with the U.S. defense. We got a player down on the sideline, so coach is going to help pick him up, get him up off the floor. You can see the U.S. player has good chair position there. There's no foul.
Carlos Soto, player down for Puerto Rico. And quickly the U.S. back on offense. Arambula. Almost picked off, but Jennifer has it back. Trevon Jennifer. Gilbert. Arambula. He's got a bit of a screen off the glass. And here comes the fast break. Martinez for Puerto Rico. Off the glass and in. A chance for a three-point play.
Martinez leaked out early on that defensive play and was able to get a fast break, and luckily Puerto Rico got the rebound and got it up to him quick. He finished the layup and got fouled.
Carlos Martinez, 29-year-old. He's looked pretty impressive so far in this one.
He's really playing very intense and looking to get out early and try and stretch out that U.S. defense.
And the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar glasses don't hurt.
You like that, don't you?
Turek, well, that one won't count. The USA ball, leading 33-14. Just over 5.5 minutes to go in the first half. Substitution for Puerto Rico. Ocasio coming in. And Soto heading out. So interesting, you have a 1-point player going out and a 2-point player coming in. So Puerto Rico wasn't using its full points that they could use. Turek. And Turek uses that left hand and put it off the glass and in.
Yeah, Puerto Rico actually doesn't have any 4.5 players on their roster, so they do have a lot of different options for lineups, certainly.
Vasquez took the pass from Calderon and drops it in.
So you can see that height and classification mismatch. Real tough matchup for Gilbert to try and defend that. And Vasquez does a good job of finishing the layup there.
Arambula. Hines. Rebounded by Puerto Rico. Under 5 to go, second quarter. Ocasio. Kermit Vasquez. Calderon. Underneath for P1.
P1 doing a great job for Puerto Rico, picking and trying to create opportunities for his teammates, and allowed himself to roll into the basket there as well.
Hines uses his height advantage, and eventually it falls. Timeout call here, and Team USA out front 35-16 on Puerto Rico in the second quarter. Quite a debate going on here with the official and Ocasio of Puerto Rico. And now it's inbounded. Martinez. Guarded by Hines. And again, Puerto Rico out of bounds.
Just had his wheel on the out of bounds line. Good defense there by Nate Hines. Now they're calling a timeout. I think they were waiting for that in the last play, but we got a timeout by the USA here.
Spreading the offense around again. Turek and Gilbert each with 8 points. Arambula with 5. And then 5 more players each with at least a basket. The U.S. played yesterday a close game against Colombia after the opening quarter, and then they really opened it up and won by 28. Opening matchup was that big loss against Brazil. A lot bigger than many folks thought it might be.
Brazil's really, their men's team has really showed up this week. They really have a point to prove and been playing awesome in their first couple of games.
Now 2-0 in the tournament. Josh Turek, one of the 5 London Paralympians. Nate Hines was another one. U.S. only with 5 players on this team that played on the bronze medal team the London Paralympics. Jared Arambula, 25-year-old Plays for the Dallas Wheelchair Mavericks. Underneath for Hines. Hines off the glass and in again. 4 points for Nate Hines.
The U.S. is really finding some space in that low block, and their big guys have been able to get down there and post up against the shorter Puerto Rican defenders.
Turnover by Puerto Rico again. Turek feeds Arambula. 2.5 player. Really versatile player, but there he gets stripped of the ball by Calderon. And here comes the fast break layup attempt.
Great play by Calderon there. Good recognition. He take the ball off of Jared Arambula and break for the layup.
Arambula felt like he kind of laid off as well a bit there, like he didn't want to risk getting a foul.
I think he realized he was beat, and there's no point in trying to foul there. And also, in wheelchair basketball, we have what's called a clear path rule. So if he had tried to foul Calderon as he was going straight to the hoop with no one else between him and the basket, it could constitute a technical foul as well.
Gonna meet Vasquez. Called it on. Jennifer almost got to it. Just 2 seconds, puts it up. And rebounded by Trevon Jennifer. Arambula. Gilbert. Arambula. Turek. Now Hines rolls in. And Nate Hines just uses his size to put it in before tumbling to the hardwood.
Tough shot there, and Nate Hines tilts up in order to give himself position to try and put that ball in the hoop.
Another turnover by the U.S. Hines uses his height advantage to beat the Puerto Ricans down low. U.S. pressure is just stifling here. Vasquez underneath and rebounded by Arambula. Vasquez a little short. Arambula. Hines. Yep.
Again, in that low block, USA is able to pick and seal and to help their big players get in that post-up position down low and get those nice, easy buckets.
Final minute, first half, 29-point lead for the U.S. Martinez, Puerto Rico. And Calderon tried to take that pass, but Hines just with the height advantage.
So, yeah, Nate Hines gambling a bit there, playing in front.
And Jennifer with a beauty. Calderon. Martinez, and batted away. Nice job by the U.S. to keep it in. Dying seconds now, opening half.
We got a foul on Calderon there. He just got a bit of the arm trying to steal that ball.
Second foul for Calderon.
Looks like the U.S. will have a couple of foul shots now. They're in the bonus situation, so.
So you're allowed 4 fouls per quarter, right? Once you get beyond that.
Yeah, on the 5th you'd be shooting, so you get 2 free throws.
Even if they're not in the act of shooting when the foul is committed.
That's right.
Just like we saw here at the Pan Am Games in FIBA basketball.
Very similar rules. The only rules that are a little bit different in wheelchair is the traveling rule, which we talked about, the 2 pushes, and what's called a physical advantage rule, which means a player needs to keep their bottom on the seat of their chair and their feet on their footrest. And you can see a lot of these players use strapping, so it's extremely difficult to do that. You're not allowed to jump your chair, so some players are actually able to hop their chair, but all 4 wheels are not allowed to come off the ground when you have the ball in your possession.
And I've never seen anyone do that either.
You might have seen Pat Anderson do it a few times.
Opening half is done. Team USA is well in control, leading 51-18 over Puerto Rico. Opening half started with the U.S. Cereal feeding Bell, and happened a couple times. Brian Bell was dynamite taking passes, one-handed, and all about Brian Bell there in the early stages. Then he got some help from John Gilbert, and Gilbert would wind up with 8 points in the opening half. Great defense by the U.S. as well. Jose Calderon stymied. U.S. defense just continued throughout that opening half to pressure Puerto Rico. Arambula finally stripped of the ball, and Calderon managed to get 6 in the half. He got some help from Carlos Pijuan and Carlos Martinez, who had 6 points in the half. So some good shooting by Puerto Rico, but make no mistake, the opening half belonged to USA. They lead 51-18.
So if you do, it's time to bring on the slingshot here by Joe Rachel. Hoping to go to the loudest section here in the building to see exactly who won one of these basketballs. You like this section here? 1, 2, 3. Let's go, let's go. How about over here? You know.
Ryerson Athletic Center, the home of wheelchair basketball throughout the Parapan Am Games. Preliminary Group A action today. USA and Puerto Rico. The U.S. team, the reigning Parapan Am champions from 4 years ago in Guadalajara. In fact, the two-time reigning Parapan Am champions. They also won in Rio de Janeiro in 2007. They were silver medalists in 2003 and had also won gold when the Parapan Am Games were held in Mexico City in 1999. This is kind of new territory for Puerto Rico. They have never not made the World Championships or London Paralympics in recent years, the Paralympics in recent years, and did not qualify for Parapan Ams in 2011. So good for them to be here. They've got some solid players, it looks like, to build around. Marnie?
Definitely, it looks like their program is developing and improving, and they have a couple of younger players that are probably we'll be looking to see more of in the future.
Second half is underway. Puerto Rico in red, USA in white. P1 passes for Maldonado, haven't seen him much. Ocasio off the glass, and the first bucket of the second half belongs to Puerto Rico.
We see Matt Scott now in the game for the first time for the USA, along with Jermel Penny and Jake Williams, Mikey Pay and Steve Serio.
And Mikey Pay is money from out there. Carlos Pijuan taking the role of point guard here. Martinez, 10 on the shot clock. Pijuan underneath, Calderon spins.
There's some great balance and agility there by Calderon to maintain his upright position, flying through the key, trying to catch that ball.
Serio and Williams, Jake Williams is in the lineup now for the U.S. Scott, nice steal there by Martinez, sends Puerto Rico ahead. Here's Calderon, and Calderon can't get it to drop, but rebounded by Puerto Rico and can't capitalize. Pijuan had to roll away. Serio takes the pass from Williams and does it himself, but can't finish. Scott. U.S. firing blanks here on this drive.
I think Steve Serio might have got tapped on the elbow there a little bit on that shot and really altered the outcome of it. Referee didn't happen to see that, though.
Ocasio slashing in underneath and can't get the bounce.
U.S. trying to pick up the pace again here. They want to look to have that quick transition, get up the floor and look for that open player.
Williams. The U.S. has shown us so many different lineups that have been effective for them.
They're really quite deep in their bench, which is a real great thing for a coach to have, to be able to look down the bench and be able to put in, you know, any one of those 10 players that might be, or sorry, 7 players that might be sitting there at any time.
And a turnover. USA will take advantage of it.
U.S. pressuring full court again, looking to control the pace and the tempo of this game.
Penny. And miscommunication there. And Calderon has it for Puerto Rico. Calderon is fouled and he'll go to the line. Better start, that's for sure, for Puerto Rico here.
They look like they come out with some energy for sure. They're looking to pick and cross a little bit more. Try and get a few more of those easier baskets in the paint. Calderon doing a good job to get to the line here for 2.
Hey, space on our one out.
Calderon trying to cut into the U.S. lead. And that one did everything but drop in. Referee doesn't like the way they're lined up here.
Sometimes the chairs with the bigger camber have a hard time fitting into those blocks when you line up for the foul shots.
Serio marches the U.S. right back down, and an easy layup.
Just a speed and a little cross at center court, and Steve Serio is wide open for an uncontested layup.
Carlos Soto, the 24-year-old for Puerto Rico, spins away from Penny. Martinez. Soto slashes in, and the foul called here on the offense.
On Soto, he didn't have quite control of his chair going into the key there. The U.S. defenders were stopped and maintained great chair position, and therefore it's an offensive foul.
Mikey Pay, very accomplished player for the U.S. Takes the pass from Serio and does that.
That shot from the elbow for Mikey Pay, he must do that 200 times a day. He's very successful from that area of the court. Both him and Steve Serio love that shot from the elbow, and they seem to be getting those looks today.
Ocasio underneath, Calderon trying to get position and puts it in.
Calderon is playing big today. He's playing well above his 3.5 classification. He's been able to fight inside and really be tough in there.
Serio, USA, across for Williams. Puts it up and in.
Little screen there by Jamel Penny allows Williams to get a nice open look from the 45.
Just over 5 to go, third quarter. Soto underneath Calderon, but he's battled off this time. Back come the U.S. Serio. Pay. Penny. Williams. 5 on the shot clock. And foul call here against Puerto Rico.
Great hustle by Calderon, fighting for that loose ball, really not trying to give anything up, but unfortunately didn't have control of his chair on that one.
Non-shooting foul. Jermel Penny, 38-year-old from the Dallas Wheelchair Mavericks. Williams underneath for Pay. And the circus shot by Pay.
A little pump fake and then the underhand scoop, really successful underneath the basket there. Josh Turk is in the game for the U.S. now. That'll be an offensive foul on Puerto Rico. Trying to go through a lane where there's no space. Fortunately, Casio ended up on the floor and looks like he may have hurt himself.
Favoring his wrist a little bit, getting some medical treatment. Carlos Ocasio, 34-year-old for the Puerto Rican team, is going to head off. Into the game comes Hector Perez. Just over 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. Puerto Rico has certainly come out with a lot more energy here in the quarter. Still, it's tough to score against this stifling American defense.
Americans very disciplined, have very good chair position, causing the turnovers. Now we get a timeout here, a little break.
USA lead is 40 here in the third quarter, 63-23 over Puerto Rico. Let's listen now in, if we can, to the timeout with U.S. head coach Ron Likens.
Javierito, tú estás en el medio. Si te la pasas para atrás, ve el picking roll ese. Te vas a salir.
Anything jump out there for you, Marnie?
U.S. is still maintaining that great field goal percentage, shooting over 70% from the field. It's very difficult for teams to defend that. I mean, you have no opportunity for rebounding or anything. It's very impressive.
Back come the U.S. Turek. And a steal by Sato and Puerto Rico. Martinez. We'll start the Puerto Ricans the other way. Guarded by Williams and batted out by Williams, but it'll still be Puerto Rico ball.
One of the things you'll notice with the U.S. defense is the players are quite disciplined in terms of reaching for the ball. They make sure they stop the chair first. And once that chair is stopped, then they'll try and make a play on the ball. Very effective.
Calderon. Around and around she goes, and finally it drops in. Wow. You could plan that all day long, Marnie.
That's right. Calderon with 11 points now, doing a great job trying to keep his team in the game.
And then Mikey Pay comes right back the other way and does that.
Mikey Pay shoots a very high percentage from that range and really anywhere around that arc.
Calderon again. Couldn't get it to bounce this time. In for the rebound, Martinez. And tries under all kinds of pressure, but he's fouled.
Got to give credit to this team. This Puerto Rican team has really shown some energy. They're battling hard. They're not giving up or getting frustrated by the score. They're just continuing to try and execute their game plan and see if they can close the gap a little bit.
Under 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. Puerto Rico's hit 26 now. The margin in this quarter, only 6 points for the U.S., so much better quarter for Puerto Rico. Penny. Pay. And good recovery, but over and back. The call against the U.S.
Just a little miscommunication there. I think the U.S. is really trying to pass the ball, move it around the arc out there, use a bit more of the shot clock. Just missed out on that pass there.
Soto, Puerto Rico, still with time on the clock. Gonna cut into the paint. Great defense continues for the U.S. Martinez, 5 on the shot clock from the baseline, hits it.
Martinez, recognizing the shot clock was down, got out behind that screen and allowed him to get some space there to get a good shot off.
Jermel Penny underneath for Mikey Pay, and just under too much stress and traffic. Martinez, baseball pass to Calderon. Using the one hand. 6-5 on the shot clock, underneath. And Soto can't drop it in, and here comes Turek. Rolls it in, makes it look easy.
The U.S. in that quick transition game, they get out early, create that space, and get that rebound and get the ball up the floor quickly for those easy layups.
Calderon fighting his way in, and that's 13 points for Jose Calderon.
So you'll see the U.S. back picking here, Rob. They've got one of the Puerto Rican players pinned in the backcourt. You'll see Mikey Pay trying to keep him out of the play. We call this back picking, and it'll create an opportunity offensively with one of the defenders out.
So then Mikey Pay's job is to quickly get up the court and beat that player so that he can create a 5-on-4.
That's right, and then the defense may rotate over. They want to get the ball to that open player to wherever they don't have a defender.
Turek hits. So many weapons on the U.S. side.
Yeah, the shooting has just been outstanding for this U.S. team. Really impressive.
Calderon from the foul line off the mark.
I think he rushed that a little bit more. He had a little bit more time there. He might have wanted to take it before get that shot off.
Turek spins and off the hands of Calderon.
The U.S. did have a numbers advantage on that attack, but chose to pull it out. They want to use the shot clock, maybe not run up the score too much here.
All the teams make the quarterfinals on the men's side, but you don't want to let off the gas really at any point in the tournament, but you don't want to embarrass the other team.
No, and definitely, I mean, you want to play hard and show them the respect that they deserve for being here and playing at this level in this tournament. And these teams know what to expect, and they appreciate the fact that they're playing hard and with intensity for sure.
Final seconds, third quarter, USA in control. Jermel Penny will inbound underneath for Turek, who took advantage of the fact the Puerto Rican didn't know it was coming.
Turek had position inside there on the baseline. It was a great pass from the sidelines for that score.
And so after 3 quarters of play, the U.S. continues to roll, leading 71-30 over Puerto Rico. Team USA looking to improve to 2-0 in the tournament, leading Puerto Rico 71-30 with the fourth quarter on its way. The U.S. team has spread the scoring around again in this one. 10 different players have scored points. Josh Turek has 16, Mikey Pape and Nate Hines each have a dozen.
U.S. still shooting a blistering 71% from the field. That's just an outstanding stat. Puerto Rico is actually not doing too badly, shooting 42% and actually got a few more shots off there in the third quarter, so I'm sure they'll be happy with that performance.
USA's next opponent will be Brazil tomorrow. Puerto Rico's next opponent will be Colombia tomorrow. Jermel Penny inbounds for Jared Arambula. Different looking lineup again for the U.S. They continue to show all kinds of different looks. Fourth quarter underway. Puerto Rico in red, USA in white. Ocasio under pressure from Matt Scott. Soto, Carlos Soto, and a steal by Scott. Back come the U.S. Arambula. And just like clockwork, Turek comes in and he's got 18 points.
Great court vision by the U.S. team, just spreading the court and attacking and allowing that open seam, and the player Josh Turek just ripped into that lane for a wide open layup.
Carlos Soto, Carlos Ocasio, Kermit Vasquez, back to Ocasio, and no chance for Daniel Colon. Shot clock runs out.
Puerto Rico's got a few more of their bench players in here now, getting some minutes.
Matt Scott, who plays professionally in Turkey at Galatasaray. Turek. Jared Arambula. Turek again. Shot clock at 5. And Williams puts it in for the U.S.
Textbook pick and roll right there when the defense jumps out on Turek. It allows some space for Williams to cut to the basket and get a nice little layup.
Soto under pressure from Arambula. Ocasio, 4 on the shot clock, puts it up. And it's wide from this angle, had us fooled a little bit.
It looked like it was going to be okay. The U.S. has eased up their intensity a little bit. They're not back picking, they're just looking to play their half-court offense here. Being very patient, moving the ball around, looking for those pick and rolls or those mismatches.
Foul call here against Puerto Rico.
I think they just blew the whistle because there was a man down in the key there.
No, you're right.
It looked like a foul from here, but the referee didn't see it the same way as Jared Arambula, or as us, I guess.
Yes. Just over 2 minutes gone by, fourth quarter. U.S. has been in control pretty much throughout. Carlos Ocasio, Kermit Vasquez. Ocasio just inside the three-point line, and that's short.
You can see the fitness of the U.S. team is really coming into play here in the fourth quarter.
Penny, bingo. Well, Matt Scott, who made that pass, is the only U.S. player who hasn't scored at least a bucket. He's got the ball again.
Got quite a few steals, though, so I'm sure his plus-minus is okay.
He's doing all right. He's very unselfish. Turek misses. Williams doesn't.
Again, the U.S. in transition there, just getting up the court quickly, crossing. crossing out the players behind them and allowing themselves to have an advantage and creating those open lanes.
Puerto Rico doing it right now without Calderon in the lineup.
And Martinez is also on the bench right now, which will make it tougher on these guys.
Trying to force a pass inside, doesn't work. Shot clock runs out on Puerto Rico. I think Manuel Pena, number 69 on Puerto Rico, has his own cheering section.
Yeah. He's a fan favorite for sure.
Jermel Penny sizes up the situation. One hand pass for Williams. Back to Penny. Heads towards the baseline underneath. And the foul call against Pena.
Pena thought he had a clean block there. Josh Turk will go to the line for 2.
And I think the Pena fan club is also had the same thought. He said
Agreed.
he didn't touch it. He didn't touch him. Turek. Make it 19 for Josh Turek, the 36-year-old London Paralympian for the U.S. They're just so deep. And it's 20 points for Turek. Ocasio. Still Ocasio underneath for Pena. And Pena gets it to fall. Diaz of Puerto Rico with some issues here. Ralphie Diaz, 48-year-old veteran. That reminds me, I mean, you could come back then, Marnie.
Don't think so. Yeah. I think my playing days are over. I'll just sit on the sidelines with you and enjoy the view from here, Rob.
Jared Arambula. Hard pass underneath Williams. Quickly gives to Penny. Back up top for Scott. 6 on the shot clock. Back to Penny. 2 on the shot clock. He comes up short. And probably the first time in the game the U.S. ran out of time. And a turnover. U.S. will get it back.
It was a bit of a tough play there. Really difficult to outlet straight up the middle of the court. Hard to catch and see where the ball is. Much better if we outlet wide and come out to the sides of the court and then attack from there.
Turek. He's got it. 22.
USA still maintaining that great shooting percentage from the field.
Pena underneath, getting some help. U.S. rebounding and the foul call against Puerto Rico.
69 Pena will pick up his second foul. Great aggressive play under the basket there.
Under 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. USA firmly in control here against Puerto Rico.
We got a timeout here for the teams.
Team USA has dug deep into its bench again. Everyone on the roster has played. All but one have scored. And even that player, Matt Scott, has certainly contributed in lots of other ways. A couple of rebounds, a couple of steals, and a couple of assists for Scott.
As well on the defensive end, which it doesn't always show up on the stat sheet.
Josh Turek has really caught fire here and has now piled in 22 points for Team USA. They're finding him inside. He's using his height advantage, and then he can drift back with the fadeaway and hit from there as well. Josh Turek, strong play here for the US.
Yeah, Turek's definitely a player who's capable of putting up big numbers. This is a real favorable matchup against him. Puerto Rico, he's having a lower point player guard him much of the time, so he has a bit of an advantage in terms of his balance and his speed, and he's been able to take advantage of that.
Looks like Calderon is getting set to come back into the game for the possibly here for Puerto Rico. He's also doing some help coaching. Seconds to go in the fourth quarter. USA leading 83-32 against Puerto Rico. Second game of the tournament for both teams. It looks like the US is going to go out to a 2-0 record, and on top of Pool A, tied with Brazil. Brazil with wins already over Puerto Rico and Colombia. Williams right back to Jared Arambula. And Calderon back in the game for Puerto Rico. It looked like his team was doing the flying V to help set up the offense.
Yeah. They're definitely trying to pick a little bit more.
Great defense by Matt Scott again. And he turns the corner on Calderon. Scott unselfishly gives to Arambula. Still 10 on the shot clock. Ball off Puerto Rico, and the US retains control. Really impressed with Matt Scott. Has the chance very unselfishly to go for the basket. Says no. And then gets right back there on defense.
He's, yeah, really sees the court well, able to make those passes, and super quick and agile, so really moves well and sees where the opportunities are and tries to take advantage of those.
Bronze medal winners for the 5 players who are on the bronze medal team for the US in London. Jermel Penny underneath for Arambula, and rolls it in off the glass.
Great give and go there. Nice finish by Jared Arambula. US is coming back now to the three-point line to play their defense. This is a tough matchup for Jake Williams here.
Doing a nice job against Calderon. And Puerto Rico hits Soto. Carlos Soto. Arambula holds. Under 3 minutes to go now in the fourth quarter. US spreading the ball around. Matt Scott underneath. Turek, fade away. Nope. Arambula, yep.
Great offensive rebound and put back there by Jared Arambula, playing tough on that offside.
Jose Calderon goes for the long three-point attempt. Back comes the US, and Matt Scott's first basket of the game. And now all of the American players have scored at least one bucket.
You really see the speed of the US just pull away from the entire Puerto Rican team on that break.
Underneath for Calderon. A little too much on that one. Nice move by Scott to get free. Arambula. Count it.
US with a 4-on-1 there. Getting out quickly in transition, pushing up the floor and creating those opportunities for themselves.
Soto. Give away by Puerto Rico. Here comes a 2-3-0 for the US. Turek. 2 more for Turek. It's 24.
Josh Turek with an outstanding game today. 10 for 13 from the field, 4 for 4 from the line. Very great performance.
Calderon looking for something positive here down the stretch for Puerto Rico. Shows Arambula the ball, pulls it back, hits, or tries to hit from the close to the baseline. And quickly back comes Scott and USA. No look pass, Arambula, beautiful.
It's got to be frustrating on a team when players in the fourth quarter are pushing just as hard as they were in the first few minutes of the game. You can really see where that fitness, strength, and conditioning comes into play. And as the tournament goes on, it's definitely going to be a factor in the recovery and preparation for the next games.
Calderon. There he goes. Scott. Final half minute now for the US. Still a dozen seconds on the shot clock. Jake Williams bounces out. US's final round robin opponent will be Brazil, and it'll be tomorrow, and it'll be a much tougher test. Americans 2-0 to start the tournament. Puerto Rico will start 0-2. And we'll play Colombia, very first game at 8 a.m. local time tomorrow morning. And the fierce battles continue out there, despite the fact there's only 4.9 seconds left. Ralphie Diaz, Soto blocked by Matt Scott. Diaz, Calderon, short.
Calderon played an outstanding game for Puerto Rico, just fighting till that last second. Unfortunately, not coming out on the winning end today.
It is Team USA 95, Puerto Rico 36. A dominating, impressive performance by the team in white. Matt Scott finishing it off for the US in a 95-36 win.
Begin, man. Begin.
Josh Turek finishes with 24 points for the US. Spread around the offense so much. There he is. Jared Arambula had a 13-point game. Dozen for Nate Hines.
The U.S. just dominated the Shooting from the field, obviously shooting very well at 68%. Puerto Rico, I mean, 17 for 45. They probably didn't get as many opportunities as they would have liked, and obviously the turnovers were a huge factor in this game for them, which really cut down on their opportunities.
Hard to beat any team when they shoot 68% from the field.
Definitely outstanding, and they carried forward from yesterday.
U.S. score 39 points off of turnovers, a big factor in this one as well. And so the final matchup in Group A is going to be very interesting. USA and Brazil, both undefeated, will play tomorrow night. Colombia and Puerto Rico at 0-2 will play tomorrow morning. Great effort by Calderon and Puerto Rico, but no match in this one for Team USA, using their depth, their bench, to power their way to a big win in their second game in the tournament.
The first event tonight will be the women's 400-meter freestyle S8. And here are the athletes for the first event, the women's 400-meter freestyle S8. And I use the term S8, and that means what, Byron?
The categories are used to describe different types, levels of functional mobility. And the S8 category is the swimmers who have lost either both hands or one arm, and athletes with severe restrictions in the joints of the lower limbs. Interesting for this one, that's the S8 category. Because there is no S7 category at the Pan Ams, those athletes with S7, which is a little bit higher degree of impairment, are allowed to, in essence, swim up in the tougher category for them, anyway, the S8 category.
We have 4 Canadians getting set to compete in the women's 400 free S8. We'll have Canadians in 1, 2, 4, and 5 lanes. 2 Americans in lanes 3 and 7. It's 8 lengths of the pool, very much a strategic, tactical race. You can't afford to go out too quickly. You've got to have something left in the tank to bring it home.
And one you can see is on the left.
Here's the start list for the women's 400-meter freestyle S8. Tess Guthief, Sarah Melon, Sabrina Duchesne, and Morgan Bird representing Canada in this one.
There's Tess, the 16-year-old from Caledon, Ontario, made the national team last year. Had 4 fourth-place finishes at the recent Worlds. Sarah Melon from Canada, from Quebec City, 2012 Paralympian. Goes to attend school at the University of Laval in Quebec City. Also does paracycling. Is how she asked me to pronounce her name. Ahaya Lettenberger from the United States, only 14 years of age. Had a real good swim this morning and qualifying 3rd for the final. She's only 14 years of age. She won the gold already in the 100-meter backstroke here at these games. Sabrina Duchesne, another Canadian, 14 years of age, also out of Quebec City, youngest member of the Canadian swim team here in Toronto. Morgan Bird, the 4th Canadian, will be in lane number 5. 21 years of age, was on the Paralympic team in 2012. Silver in the 50-meter freestyle at the 2013 World Championships. She is from Calgary. Lane number 6, Cecilia Geronimo from Brazil, 16 years of age. She won medals at the South American Games last summer, was 6th yesterday in the 100-meter backstroke here at the Parapan in Toronto. Mallory Wegman, United States, bronze in the 100-meter backstroke yesterday, was the SB Swimmer of the Year, Para Swimmer of the Year, and also Swimming World Swimmer of the Year, 2009-2010. Graduate of the University of Minnesota. Jess Hernandez, 20 years of age from Mexico, will have lane number 8. A full field in this one. All 8 lanes will be taken.
This is the women's 400 meters freestyle S8 final.
4 Canadians, 2 Americans, a Mexican and a Brazilian. That's the field for the women's 400-meter freestyle S8. Lane 3, Ahalia Lettenberger of the United States, Sabrina Duchesne of Canada in 4, Morgan Bird of Canada in 5. Those are the favorite lanes. There's Lettenberger. Gold in the 100 back here at the Paris in Toronto. A clean start in the women's 400-meter freestyle S8, 8 lengths up the pool.
And you mentioned clean starts, Steve. Unlike track and field, there are no false starts allowed in the sport of swimming, so it's very important that it's a clean start, because if it wasn't, you would be disqualified immediately.
And leading the way early, Morgan Bird of Canada in lane 5. And Mallory Wegman of the United States in lane 7. Taking it out very quickly for a 400 free.
Well, she certainly is, and this will be interesting to see how she can withstand sort of 8 lengths of it. She's been known more for her sprints recently. That's how she won her gold medal at the Paralympic Games. She is one of the most decorated swimmers in the United States in the Paralympics, but she hasn't gone to the 400 freestyle recently, and she had a little bit of trouble on the last 7th and 8th length this morning in the preliminary, so this will be interesting. This may be a coaching strategy. Get out in front and intimidate the rest of everybody with your press clippings.
Sabrina Duchesne of Canada swimming in lane 4 had a 5:25.54 in the prelims. Morgan Bird was 5:26.95, and Lettenberger in lane 3 was 5:33.13. But it's Wegman of the United States first off the wall, heading back up the pool. 100 meters gone, 300 to go, followed by Bird and Duchesne in this women's 400 free S8 race.
Well, and there's Wegman right there out in front. She can look over there. She can look over on her right. She can see the Canadian swimming. That's Bird, the Canadian, had a nice, evenly paced race this morning. Held back the horses a bit. She was about 10 seconds off her best time. Now she's poised to start picking up and getting better towards the end. The question will be, Steve, did Wegman, the American, up in lane number 7, go a little bit rich on the way out? We'll know a little bit better after about 5 or 6 lengths.
That is always the gamble in a 400-meter race. Gamble that maybe you can take it out quickly and open up a lead and the others can't catch you, but then you've got to keep it going, and that's the gamble that Wegman has decided to take, and she is leading right now, but coming up ever so slowly is Morgan Bird of Canada in 4 and Sabrina Duchesne in 5.
And really, if you had to take a look at this, Steve, the last length that Bird has put in has been so much faster than Wegman's. You'd have to say that Bird is in a position to take over the lead and go for the gold medal for sure in this. But there's 4 more laps to go.
They're at the halfway point of the women's 400-meter freestyle S8 competition. And Morgan Bird has just taken the lead on the early leader, Mallory Wegman of the United States.
And Wegman, as we mentioned, was highly decorated. Swimming World Magazine, the Bible of Canadian and world swimming, I should say, was voted her the Para Swimmer of the Year in 2009 and 2010. One of the top athletes around, made a big move, but Morgan Bird has now been able to come back to it. But interestingly, Steve, because on the length we just watched, Morgan Bird picked up a body length and a half, but Wegman now is not backing down. She's found another gear, and she's able to stay right with Bird at this point in the race. Back in 3rd spot is the Canadian Duchesne.
Only 44 100ths of a second separating Bird from Wegman at this point as they come back up the pool.
And these swimmers would have trained, they trained for any race from 50 all the way up to 400 meters. Many of the para swimmers swim 5, 6, 7, or even 8 races. And so she would have been training for this one along with the sprint. So you need speed, but you need to do that extra training and endurance. And that looks like what Morgan Bird has got right now. She trains in Calgary.
She's going to touch the wall, turn over, and have less than 100 meters to go. Ahalia Lettenberger of the United States has made a move in lane 3, but it's Morgan Bird first off the wall, heading back up the pool, followed by Wegman, and then Sabrina Duchesne of Canada in 4.
So it'll be interesting to see if the second American can try to close on Duchesne, but the battle for the gold, in theory, looks like it's over, Steve, at this point. When you've made this kind of a move on an early leader that went out really fast and fell off, really tough to catch Morgan Bird now. Morgan Bird looks in control of this race. Her best time is 5:18. You can see down there in the bottom, she's got a length and a half to go, a length and a third. The question really now is that up at the top, Wegman is starting to pay a real big price. She found that extra gear in the middle of the race when it looked like she was dying. Now she is starting to really hurt. And the second Canadian, Duchesne, is starting to close on her.
Less than 50 meters to go now in this women's 400-meter freestyle S8, and it's Morgan Bird of Canada leading the way. Wegman really dropping back now, perhaps paying a price for that pace that she tried early in the race. Morgan Bird of Canada in 5, all alone, leading by about 4.5, 5 body lengths. Just 10 meters separating Morgan Bird from the gold medal. Sabrina Duchesne trying to close on Wegman. Here comes Bird. Morgan Bird, gold for Canada. Coming in now is Wegman of the United States. She takes the silver, and the bronze goes to Sabrina Duchesne, the Canadian. Solid swim from Morgan Bird with a time of 5:19:33. That's a games record for the Canadian. Still swimmers coming in. 6 of touch, 2 more to come. Jessica Hernandez of Mexico and Cecilia Geronimo of Brazil. Hernandez at the top of your picture in lane 8, just a couple of meters to go. And her race is over in this women's 400-meter freestyle. And still to touch, Cecilia Geronimo of Brazil. But the winner, a very impressive swim, Morgan Bird of Canada with a time of 5:19:33, a games record time. The silver to Wegman of the United States and the bronze to Sabrina Duchesne of Canada.
This is a brilliantly executed tactical race. This is Morgan Bird now at the middle of the race. She was tied with that swimmer you see back in second spot. So in the last 4 laps, she was able to distance herself, become the only woman in the picture at the end. Great finish. And then you got Wegman at the top, the American. Minneapolis coming in second. And then Duchesne coming with a big loping breath on that last stroke for the 3rd place spot, the Quebec City swimmer, 14-year-old, youngest member of the team. Sabrina Duchesne comes in 3rd for the bronze medal. But Morgan Bird, great race, perfect tactics, new games record.
So the gold goes to Morgan Bird of Canada in the women's 400-meter freestyle S7 and 8 race. Mallory Wegman of the United States gets the silver, and Sabrina Duchesne of Canada picks up the bronze.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la competencia final, 100 metros, pecho masculino. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes from...
The swimmers are coming on deck for the men's 100-meter breaststroke, S9. And there's the start list. 3 Canadians in this, in lanes 3, 4, and 5, Elliott, LaRue, and Buckley. Canadian coaches thinking sweep, perhaps, in this event.
Lane number 1, Sergio Liberati from Venezuela. His seat time in the morning was 1:27. Then you got Lucas Mazzella from Brazil. Lane number 2. 7 people in this 8-lane field. Lane number 3, Isaac Buckley from Canada, 21 years of age. Originally out of Oshawa, training in Montreal. Final in 2 events at the 2012 Paralympics. There he is. Started swimming at age 13. James LaRue, 17 years of age, from Canada. Specializes in the breaststroke. one of his first year early on in the national team. We've got Alec Elliott, 19 years of age. 2013 was his breakout year, was on the national team in 2014. He was in the Can-Ams. He said, I won 3 gold medals. I beat legend Benoit Huo on the national team. Matthews da Silva from Brazil, 21 years of age, won the silver medal in this event 4 years ago at the Parapans in Guadalajara, Mexico. And the final swimmer in lane number 7, Gonzalo Dutra from Argentina. As we said, there are 7 swimmers in the field. Lane 8 will be vacant.
The men's 100-meter breaststroke, S9. Canadians in 3, 4, and 5. Buckley, LaRue, and Elliott, flanked by 2 Brazilians, Da Silva in 6 and Mozella in 2. Two lengths of the boom. The final of the men's 100-meter breaststroke, S9.
And the S9 category is the one that have athletes with joint restrictions in one leg, double below the knee amputations, or an amputation of one leg.
And LaRue got off to a very good start in lane 4.
And he's got the best time by far of all the swimmers in this field. He is favored to win. He is a newcomer on the national team, so certainly he's putting himself in a good position to challenge. Way up at the top in lane number 7. Dutra's going out very, very fast, putting him in position as well.
They'll touch the wall. Turnover, less than 50 meters to go. LaRue in front, Dutra second, and Buckley of Canada sitting in 3rd place.
And the advantage in breaststroke is that you can pick up the pace, pick up the cadence. If you timed it right going down, pick up your cadence a bit and drive to the wall. LaRue with a very nice technique at this point. Driving forward, excellent control of the race.
And right now the Canadians are sitting 1, 2, 3. It is James LaRue with just over 10 meters to go. Buckley sitting in 2nd spot. Elliott's in 3rd. A possible Canadian sweep of the men's 100 breast. Here comes LaRue driving to the wall. It's gold for LaRue. Buckley is silver and Elliott is bronze. A 1, 2, 3 Canadian finish in the men's 100 breaststroke S9.
Well, that was what the coaches wanted. That was what the swimmers wanted. That's what the fans cheered for, and that's exactly what happened. The sweep of the medals, very, very special. We saw that on the opening night. Mexico swept the women's race in the 400 freestyle. Now we've got the Canadians sweeping the men's S9 100-meter breaststroke. 3 Canadians, 3 medals. Watch LaRue in the middle. Very well. Now watch underwater. The big pull out, surge forward, and LaRue comes out right at the top. Half a body length, a third of a body length in front. Now look at that, way out in front. He's got a full body length on the field. Real good speed for Alec Elliott. Again, he's a breaststroke specialist. Doesn't swim a lot of other events like a lot of the other athletes. But if he can win, why not specialize? Now he's starting to shorten up just a little bit at the finish. And here comes in lane 3, Isaac Buckley closing. But he runs out of space. Gold, silver, and bronze to Elliott. So we got LaRue, Buckley, and Elliott. Gold, silver, bronze. Well executed race.
A sweep for the Canadians in the men's 100 breaststroke, led by James LaRue, followed by his teammate Isaac Buckley and Alec Elliott.
We were talking a phrase yesterday, and I said I think tonight the start of this evening deserves that very special phrase.
Wowzers.
Holy moly.
Holy indeed.
Holy moly indeed.
The world and America's record in the women's 100-meter breaststroke is held by a Canadian, Jessica Sloan. She did that at the Paralympics in 2000.
She was a dominant force back in 2000, and that's why that record has not been able to be broken anywhere around the world at any of the Paralympic Games. She was an outstanding athlete.
And the women are coming on deck for the women's 100-meter breaststroke S9 category. 3 Canadians in this one. Sarah Gerard will be in 3. Orly Rivard. We're going to get a first look at a swimmer that Canada thinks will be a superstar in para swimming. There's the start list for the women's 100-meter breaststroke. Rivard is in 4, Girard in 3, and Samantha Ryan is in lane 6.
There's the Macarena Quiro from Chile, 26 years of age. She's been to 2 Parapan Ams. Sarah Girard of Canada, 17 years of age. She was born in China, lives in Montreal. Her mom is a judge, and Sarah said she is a big influence on her life. This is her first senior national team. There's Orly Rivard. 5 medals at the World Championships back in 2013. Her coming out party. Silver at the Paralympic Games in the 400-meter freestyle in 2012. The Para Swimmer of the Year by Swim Canada last year. Danny Jimenez from Argentina, 22 years of age, won this race in 2011 and 2007. Has to be the odds-on favorite to win this race, the 100-meter breaststroke. The third Canadian in the field, Samantha Ryan, only 16 years of age, first time on the senior national team was last year. She won some Can-Am medals in April in this very pool. And in lane number 7, next to Samantha will be Kiana Flores from Honduras. One lane over. And Kiana's decided she's not going to swim, it looks like. Late scratch. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 swimmers competing for the medals in the women's 100 breast S9.
Two lengths of the pool. The women's 100-meter breaststroke S9. Caro of Chile is in 2. Sarah Girard of Canada in 3. Orly Rivard of Canada in 4. Daniela Jimenez of Argentina is in 5. And Samantha Ryan of Canada is in 6.
The seat times are all within about a second and a half of one another, so this should be a very close race. Jimenez has a little bit more speed. She's in lane number 5. Lane 4 and 5 are the ones that are surrounded by those yellow buoys. Lane 3 at the bottom is Girard.
And Jimenez is leading the field to the wall. She'll touch, turn over, and have less than 50 meters to go. And this is the final of the women's 100-meter breaststroke. And at the wall, it is Jimenez, followed by Rivard and Girard.
But it is 2 lengths of the pool. We saw in the previous race, the men's race, that there was a rocket on the outside that went out very quick and wasn't in the medals at the end. So the question is, did Jimenez go out too fast? Or is that pedigree of having been the defending champion going to get her to the wall quicker? Rivard's going to have to pick up the cadence if she's going to catch this woman.
Jimenez was 6th at the World Championships a couple of weeks ago in Glasgow with a time of 1:22.45. But right now, she's got a slight lead on Orly Rivard of Canada. Just over 10 meters to go. They're driving to the wall. Jimenez of Argentina still in front of the Canadian Rivard. It is Jimenez of Argentina with the gold. Rivard with the silver. And touching for 3rd place in the bronze medal, Sarah Girard of Canada. So Canada taking 2 of the 3 medals, but they couldn't get to Jimenez of Argentina, who wins the race and sets a games record with a time of 1:21.36.
That was pure speed. Jimenez went out quick. Probably intimidated the field a little bit, everybody knowing that she's the defending champion, 2-time defending champion, and nobody could catch her. Off the blocks, Jimenez was off very quickly. Very good start for Jimenez. She's the top of those 2 yellow lanes you can see. But it was really the next 15 meters that Jimenez really pulled into the lead. Now she's got about a half a body length at the turn. As much as Rivard was able to close that gap just slightly at the end, she would have needed about another 25 meters because Jimenez was able to keep right there. Now Rivard is really picking up about a half a foot on each stroke, but she just runs out of space. So Jimenez keeps that early speed, translates that into a gold medal, Rivard 2nd, and Girard comes in for 2 medals for Canada. That's the bronze medal.
Terrific swim from the 22-year-old from Argentina, Daniela Jimenez, taking gold in the women's 100-meter breaststroke with a clocking of 1:21.36, and that's a games record. The silver goes to Rivard of Canada, the bronze to Girard of Canada. Mexico is the America's record holder in the men's 100-meter breaststroke S5, and he is in the field tonight. He will have lane 5 in this final as they swim for the medals here in para swimming at the Toronto Para Games. Athletes coming on deck, men's 100-meter breaststroke S5. And there are 5 swimmers who will compete for the 3 medals. Here's the start list for the men's 100-meter breaststroke. Scott Patterson, the Canadian veteran, will have lane 2, 2 Brazilians in 3 and 4, and 2 Mexicans in 5 and 6.
A lot of experience here. Scott Patterson, the 53-year-old, competed at the 1988 Paralympics in track and field, the 2002 and 2006 Winter Paralympics in Salt Lake City in Torino. He's a double amputee from an accident in 1982. Adriano Gomes will have lane number 3. He's 42 years of age. He's been in 4 Paralympic Games, has several relay medals to his credit. In lane number 4, Roberto Alcalde, only 23 years of age. He's the newcomer on the scene. Hasn't been to very many international competitions at all, but he is the favorite to win this race, despite the fact that next to him, the Mexican Rangel has the America's record, but that was 9 years ago. He's now 35 years of age. Started swimming when he was 21. He won a gold at the Paralympics back in 2008. And Humberto Romero from Mexico, 21 years of age, rounds out the field. He has lane number 6. It's a 5-person field in the men's 100 breaststroke S5 category.
Two lengths of the pool, the final of the men's 100-meter breaststroke S5. Scott Patterson of Canada in 2. Gomes of Brazil in 3. Alcalde of Brazil in 4. Rangel, the record holder, in 5. And Romero, who elected to start from the water, in lane 6, swimming for Mexico.
And it's all arms, very powerful arms for these athletes swimming this method of breaststroke. And it's really a question of when you see a lot of swimmers from breaststroke, they breathe every stroke, but that would be counterproductive for these athletes. So you'll notice they keep their heads down and take 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 strokes in a row, breaststroke, before they come up for that breath.
Alcalde took the early lead, but Rangel, the record holder, is closing now as they come to the wall. Touch, turnover, less than 50 to go. It is Alcalde, Rangel, and Gomes.
The question now becomes, this is very demanding. One of the extra things that these athletes will be working on is real good forearm strength, because this is very, very difficult to do. There's no resting period. Constant turnover, turnover, turnover. And breaststroke, of course, is a very small pull. It all happens almost in front of your face, in front of your shoulders. There's no real big flow through like freestyle. So you just got to keep it up. And Will, the veteran, who's got Olympic gold behind him, will he be able to catch the youngster on the scene from Brazil in lane number 4?
And it is the youngster in front, but Rangel of Mexico is closing. Can Alcalde hang on? There's a great battle for the bronze medal, but we'll concentrate on the gold medal fight right now. And it's Alcalde of Brazil who is going to out-touch the veteran Rangel. There's your gold and silver. Now they're coming to the wall in the battle for bronze, and it's going to go to Humberto Romero of Mexico. He gets the bronze. But what a terrific battle between the veteran, the 35-year-old Rangel, and the 23-year-old Alcalde of Brazil for the gold and silver.
Well, it is interesting because I have some very youngsters, some 14-year-olds, but in this field, the 23-year-old is the newcomer and the new man on the block, because he's really got very little experience. He's new to para swimming, but he's got himself a gold medal. He gets in there. There's shot of Romero. He was the one that got up in that great race for the bronze medal. But it is Alcalde from Brazil that was able to use speed to get out. He had a lead at the turn. You can see that right there. He's got almost a body length on the field. can't make up a body length on the second length. As much as Rangel is a veteran and he knew what to do, he just couldn't do it. He closed a little bit, but not enough. The early speed by Alcal brought him the gold medal. Now here's that battle for bronze. Up at the top, you got Romero, just going to beat Gomes to the wall. The Brazilian settling for fourth. Romero gets the bronze medal.
The 23-year-old outduels the 35-year-old in the battle for gold and silver in the men's 100-meter breaststroke. Alcal takes gold, the silver to Rangel, and the bronze to Romero.
Hashtag TO2015. If you want to tweet and you want us to read it out, just send it in. We'll try and do our very best. There you go. If you do send us a tweet, you might even get yours on our big screen as well. Send it in, use the hashtag TO2015, get the hashtag swimming in there as well. So ladies and gentlemen, we've had a few of our races. Have a big round of applause for all the athletes that have competed so far, and a big, big medal haul for a certain country called Canada. I've got Madison alongside me. Madison, I think one of the words we can use tonight so far is inspiring.
Definitely. I mean, last night Mexico had an excellent night, just completely sweeping all of the events, but I definitely see a turn of events.
Yeah, a little bit mixed so far. Mexico finished day one with 14 medals, of which half of those, that's 7, for those of you that struggle with maths like me, I had to get Madison to write that down. Half of those 14 medals were golden ones at that. They just picked themselves up a silver and a bronze. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going into our medal ceremonies in just a second.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación. Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the women's 400 meters freestyle S8 final.
This is the victory ceremony for the women's 400-meter freestyle S8. Silver medalist, Mallory Wegman, United States.
Las medallas serán entregadas por
presenting the medals and the miniature mascot, Apache, will be Ms. Willa Black, Vice President of Cisco Canada, and Mr. Craig Spence, Director of Media and Communications of the International Paralympic Committee. She's only 14 years of age, and she picks up a bronze medal in the women's 400-meter freestyle. This is Sabrina Duchesne.
Trains out of Quebec City with Coach Joanne Jardin. As you said, Steve, 14, the youngest member of Canada's swim team. He said, I'd like to be a veterinarian when I stop swimming and move into the workforce.
And I've got a feeling that won't be for a long time yet.
Oh, she's going to be pretty good in the sport of swimming right now, that's for sure.
There's Patchy, the miniature mascot. Each swimmer receives. Mallory Wegman of the United States, the Olympic champion in the 50-meter freestyle, gets a silver in the women's 400 free.
A graduate from the University of Minnesota. Her occupation states that she is a writer. Said before, she was the Swimming World Magazine Paris Swimmer of the Year in 2009 to 2010. 26 years of age.
A couple of weeks ago, Morgan Bird was 7th at the World Championships in this distance, the women's 400-meter freestyle. Tonight, she is solid gold at the Parapan Ams in Toronto.
Morgan trains out of Calgary. She's 21 years of age. She has cerebral palsy, and that medal here is gold. She was silver at the World Championships back in 2013, so she's starting to get used to get to the podium, and that's a good feeling to have. Obviously, getting to the top of the podium is something very, very special.
Gold and bronze to the Canadians in the women's 400 free. Morgan Bird, the top of the podium. Bronze to Sabrina Duchesne. And Mallory Wegman of the United States picks up the silver.
That was absolutely brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, how noisy were you guys? And the thing, if I'm right, you're going to get to do that all over again in just a second. Keep those tweets coming in. Denise says, Daphne, Richard, Denise, Sarah, Amy and Faye are all hoarse from cheering on their athletes. Go, 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 it says. Shirley says, Parapan Am Games, swimming, medal rounds, go Canada. Keep your tweets coming in. Absolutely superb. Megan was here as well, supporting her sister a little bit earlier on. Fantastic stuff. Keep the tweets coming. If you want to send us a tweet, how do you do it, Madison?
Hashtag TU2015 and make sure you include the hashtag swing so that we can find you. Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación. Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the men's 100 meters breaststroke SB9 final.
This is a proud moment for Canadian para swimming. They've swept an event. The men's 100-meter breaststroke S9. Buckley, LaRue, and Elliott. LaRue leading the way with the gold. Silver to Buckley. And the bronze to Elliott.
Bronze medal winner, representing Canada, Alexander Elliott.
There's Alec Elliott from Kitchener, Ontario.
He had his breakout in 2013 with some gold medals at the Can-Ams and has parlayed that to a bronze medal here at the Parapans in Toronto.
Miss Willow Black, the Vice President of Cisco Canada, handing out the medal, and Mr. Greg Spence, Director of Media and Communications of the International Paralympic Committee, gives him his miniature mascot.
Silver medal winner, representing Canada, Isaac Buckley.
Silver to Isaac Buckley.
21-year-old, a veteran of the Parapans 4 years ago in Guadalajara, Mexico, and the Paralympics, where he swam 6 events, made the finals in a pair of events. Originally out of Oshawa, Isaac started swimming at the age of 13.
Médaille d'or, champion Parapan American.
Medalla de oro y campeón para Panamericano. Gold medal winner and Parapan American champion, representing Canada, James LaRue.
The Parapan Am champion in the men's 100-meter breaststroke S9, James LaRue.
And he started on the senior national team last year, 2014, was immediately on the podium at the Can-Am Games in 2014 and 2015, and he continues that stride to the top with a gold medal in the 100-meter breaststroke, SB9. I should say it's SB9, freestyle, backstroke, and butterfly are categorized by the letter S, but breaststroke has a special designation because some swimmers can reclassify. So it's SB9.
A rare sight indeed at any sporting event where flags are raised in honor of the athletes. 3 maple leafs for Alec Elliott, James LaRue, and Isaac Buckley. Gold, silver, and bronze in the men's 100-meter breaststroke S9 here at the Parapan Ams in Toronto.
Bienvenidos a la gran final. 100 metros, espaldas, masculino.
The America's record in the men's 100-meter backstroke S13 is held by Nicholas Turbide of Quebec City, and he is in the field tonight at the Parapan Ams in Toronto. He will occupy lane 4. The Canadians perhaps again thinking of a potential sweep of the medals because Turbide is in 4. And on one side is Brack, and on the other side is his teammate, Devin Gautel.
7 swimmers in the field. Yorberth Jimenez from Venezuela will have lane number 1. He's 20 years of age. Lane number 2, Jonas Simon from Argentina, 26 years of age. He is actually an S12. This is an S13 race, but those with lower category numbers are allowed to compete. Lane number 3, there's Tyler Marac of Canada, 17 years of age. Wants to be an engineer when he finishes university. Just missed a medal yesterday in the 200-meter individual medley. Trains outside Vancouver. There's the favorite, Nicholas Turbide from Canada, only 18 years of age, from Quebec City. First medal was last summer at the Can-Ams, and he just does not look beatable. He was a gold medalist yesterday in the 200 IM. And the game's record, a veteran, 24-year-old Devin Gautel, originally out of Antigonish, now in Montreal, graduated from Concordia University, 2-time Paralympian. Diego Cuesta from Colombia, also an S12, competing here in this S13 race. He's 29 years of age. He was 5th yesterday in the 200-meter individual medley. And then a real youngster in lane number 7, only 15 years of age, from Argentina, Franco Medina. This is his first senior tour.
Seven swimmers as we get set for the men's 100-meter backstroke, S13. There's Nicholas Turbide of Canada. He'll have lane 4, flanked by his Canadian teammates Devin Patel and Tyler Brack. Patel in 5, Brack in 3. 2 lengths at the pool.
Waiting for the official's whistle to tell them to go into the water. The official is looking back at the timing booth to make sure everything is hooked up properly. There seems to be a little extra long delay for some reason. They're looking into the booth again, the referee, trying to figure out what the delay is. The swimmers here are trying to figure it out as well. Now the official's going to walk out and check out the rules.
And while we've got this delay, we can perhaps talk about this special starting device that is new for the backstrokers. Just been allowed by FINA.
The referee is actually looking at it right now. It's a pair of straps that are anchored to the block. You see the gentleman is trying, you can move it a little bit up or down, depends what the athlete wants. And then you see those straps go down, and there's a small wedge that is right at the surface level. It has to be below the surface level, or you have to be able to put your part of your foot in the water, so it can't be too high, or obviously you'll be totally out. There it is, right there. Good shot. All right. Now it's a little too low. So you want to have it right at the surface level. You just can't be way above the water, because some part of your foot must touch the water on the start. But that little wedge allows you to then get clean purchase, as opposed to the touch pads with all the people pushing on them sometimes can be a little slippery and you might slip. So now this wedge allows you to get real good purchase, and you'll be able to push off and have a clean start. We're certainly having a little difficulty with this one at this particular moment. I'm not sure what the headache is. I guess they're going to replace it and bring in a spare, because there is nobody in lane 8 in this race, so he's going to switch it with the one over in lane 8.
And I would think this would be a little disruptive if you're ready to go, you're ready to race, and all of a sudden you've got to wait now. There's a technical malfunction at the junction.
It certainly is, and you know, the more you compete in the industry, the more you're going to run into these types of things. So for the veterans, it's not going to be an issue at all. The young 15-year-old over in lane number 7, he might have a little bit of worry, like, I'm ready to go and I'm scared and I'm a little intimidated anyway against these veterans. So that's about where you want it. I would say arguably a little bit higher than that. These are brand new. It's only this year that they've been approved by the World Governing Body of Swimming. They were experimented with 20 years ago and then went out of vogue. They never got approved officially, but now they're approved.
The swimmers entering the water for the men's 100-meter backstroke, S13. Brack of Canada is in 3. Nicholas Turbide is in 4. Is 5. 2 lengths of the pool. The men's 100 back.
Great start by Turbide. He really used that new wedge to its utmost and cleared the water on the start. And boy, he's already used that to gain a body length on the rest of the field. This guy has really become a power swimmer in these last 12 months.
Turbide was 5th at the World Championships a couple of weeks ago in Glasgow, Scotland, and set America's record time of 1:02.31. And the way he's going right now, his record could be in jeopardy. It is Turbide touching, turning over, less than 50 to go in the men's 100 back.
And he's on record pace. 30.5 will give him a very close run at that record. He might be just over it, but he'll still have a great world-class time at this particular point. In second spot, you've got the other Canadian, Devin Patel, and battling for third right now up in lane number 6. On the left is Cuesta against the other Canadian, Mirac.
But it is Nicholas Turbide of Canada all alone. Less than 10 meters to go. Turbide will get his second gold of the Parapan American Games in Toronto. Gold in the men's 100 back. Patel coming up to pick up his silver medal. Great battle for the bronze. Can Mirac get by Cuesta? And it is Mirac. 1, 2, 3 for the Canadians in the men's 100 backstroke. A second sweep for the Canadians. The first game on the 100 breast, and now another sweep in the 100 back. And a games record, and America's record again for Nicholas Turbide with that gold medal swim and a time of 1:01.64.
silver medals. That doesn't happen very often. To see it twice in one evening is pretty historic, actually, for any country, and certainly in your home pool would be very special. Look at that start by Turbide. Unbelievable stretch off the blocks. Great extension. Cleared the water, so less resistance. Those swimmers that can't clear the water have more resistance. He cleared the water. Body length lead right off the bat. Look at the technique. Perfect technique. Good shoulder roll. Head steady position. Powerful leg kick right to the wall. Beating his best time by almost a full second. Breaking that America's record. There's Gattel for second. Now watch this battle for third. And actually behind is Marak, but he picks it up the last 3 strokes. And he's able to actually just out-touch the swimmer from Colombia, Cuesta, to get that bronze medal and allow that sweep. There's Turbide on the left, Gattel the silver medalist on the right. And a sweep for Canada in the men's 100-meter back, S13.
Break out the brooms. Another sweep for Canada here at the Parapan Am swimming. This in the men's 100 backstroke. Turbide, Gattel, and Marak. 1, 2, 3. Chelsea Gattel of Canada has the America's record in this event. That was set a long time ago, back in 2008, long time as swimmers go.
Chelsea, of course, being the older sister to Devon, who just won a silver medal in the men's 100-meter backstroke. Chelsea had 12 Paralympic medals to her credit and is now working with the Pan Am organization.
Here's the start list for the final of the women's 100-meter backstroke. S11 through 13.
Lane number 1, Gomez Vasco from Colombia, 26 years of age. She is an S11. Next to her in S12, McLean Hermes from the United States, only 14 years of age. Started to compete in 2010. She's from the Atlanta area. Annabelle Moro from Argentina is an S12, 3-time Paralympian. This also is her 4th Parapan Am Games. She has 8 medals to her credit. Raquel Viel from Brazil, S12, 32 years of age, competed at the Paralympics, won a silver in this event 4 years ago. Ana Paletero from Argentina, an S12, 18 years of age, was at the 2013 Youth Pan Ams. This is one of her first ever senior competitions. Natalie Alcazar from Mexico, an S13, will have lane number 6. There are 8 women in this field. Next to her in lane number 7 is Florence de la Vega, Argentina, 19 years of age, and S12 was in the finals 4 years ago at the Parapans in Mexico. Lane number 8, Aaron Benitez from Argentina, is an S11, 19 years of age. She said she also specializes in para-track and field.
This is a race for the visually impaired, S11 through 13. It's the women's 100-meter backstroke, 2 lengths of the pool. At the far end of the pool, you will see a group of people with long poles, and that's how the swimmers are told that they are approaching the wall. Look for those poles as they go to the turn. 2 lengths of the pool, the women's 100-meter backstroke. Again, they start from the water. Viel of Brazil is the favorite one in 4.
Off the wall, clean start. We should mention that based on time, seeding your best times, the fastest swimmers in lane 4, the second fastest lane 5, and they just alternate in a V, and that's kind of what it looks like right now. According to the script, the fastest swimmer in lane number 4 is right now the fastest swimmer in the pool, Rico Viel from Brazil.
She didn't get the great start from the bulkhead, but she has really picked it up, and she is leading the field to the wall. Now watch the tapper come out and just nudge her on the forehead. That way she knows exactly how far she has to go before she hits the wall. Touches turnover, less than 50 to go now, and Fields in front with the women's 100-meter backstroke.
And you got a pair of Argentinians in second and third. That would get 2 medals for Argentina. Looks pretty clear at this point, but that may be the way it ends up. But these swimmers aren't just swimming to win the medal and then back off if they're pretty consistently out in front of someone else. They're going for best times to try to see where they are and establish those world rankings. Some of them were at the recent World Championships, but Beal is certainly trying to get herself the best time as well as the gold medal.
Less than 10 meters to go for Raquel Veal of Brazil, who is going to take the gold medal. Veal coming to the wall and touches for gold. The silver will go to Ana Pelotero of Argentina, and her teammate Annabel Moro from Argentina picks up the bronze. Coming in for 4th place, Alcazar of Mexico, and 5th place, Hermes of the United States. But the gold goes to Raquel Veal of Brazil in the women's 100-meter backstroke. And just touching now, Gomez Vasco to end this race, but up at the top of your screen in lane 8 is Benitez, another Argentinian swimmer. She's going to complete her swim in the women's 100 back. And there's the tap indicating that she is at the wall. Raquel Veal of Brazil takes the gold in the women's 100-meter backstroke.
Off the wall quickly, nothing really in between. Lane number 3 was a little bit slow, more off the blocks. Veal was able to save the push-off and come underwater fairly strong. Now you can watch good, again, steady head position. The head is not supposed to move from side to side to side. She's pretty good with her head position, starting to bend the legs a little too much at the end because I think they're tired. And then up in lane number 5, Pelotero is going to out-touch her teammate Moro for the silver and the bronze medal.
2015 #swimming. That's all Twitter is talking about right now. Is how
Raquel Veal, the 32-year-old from Brazil, takes the gold in the women's 100-meter backstroke for the swimmers S11 through to 13. The Argentinians pick up the silver and the bronze, and that's a games record time for Veal of Brazil.
Kick yourself in. I wonder if those people who didn't get one are kicking themselves.
Probably.
We'll kick them too. We'll tell them to come in here. Be gutted if you miss this atmosphere. What a super atmosphere it's been.
Stephanie Dixon has the America's record in the women's 400-meter freestyle S9. And we saw Stephanie at the opening ceremonies in Toronto for the Parapan Ams. Swimmers coming on deck for this women's 400-meter freestyle S9, 8 lengths of pool. 1 Canadian in this race. Katerina Roxon, and she will have lane 5. Johannes of the United States is the defending champion, and she will be in lane 7. Natalie Sims will have the favorite lane, lane 4.
There's Imelda Gonzalez from Mexico. She'll have lane number 1 in this 8-person field. Next to her is Shanital, but she says call me Shani. Ince from Trinidad and Tobago was at the Paralympics in 2012. Won 2 bronze medals 4 years ago at the Parapans, but in the 100s, she's stepping it up to the 400-meter freestyle. To be a little bit longer distance for her to try to compete in. Genesis Leal from Venezuela will have lane number 3, 22 years of age, is a med school student, was a disabled athlete of the year in Venezuela in 2009. Next to her in lane number 4, Natalie Sims from the United States, 18 years of age, out of the Minneapolis area. Started swimming at the local YMCA when she was 13 years old. This is one of her first ever international competitions. She was here in April at the Pan American Championships, so she knows this pool. Canadian Katrina Roxon from Newfoundland, coached by her dad, Leonard, the St. John's two-time Paralympian. 8 years ago at the 2007 Paris, she won 4 medals, 22 years of age. Camille Rodriguez, the 23-year-old Brazilian, will have lane number 6. She won a silver in this race 4 years ago at the Parapan. And here's your defending champion, one of 5 gold medals she won 4 years ago at the Parapan in Guadalajara, Mexico. Anna Johans, 21 years of age, from the Chicago area. Actually born in Kyrgyzstan. Nelin Gonzalez from Chile will have lane number 8. This 8-person field.
There's Natalie Sims. She'll have lane 4 for the United States in this final. The women's 400-meter freestyle S9. Bronze in the 100 freestyle at the Can-Ams in this pool this past spring, so she's familiar with the pool and its surroundings. Eight lengths of the pool. It's the final of the women's 400-meter freestyle S9. Gonzalez of Chile is in 8th. Johans of the United States in 7th. Rodriguez of Brazil in 6th. Roxanne of Canada from St. John of Newfoundland is in 5. Sims of the U.S. in 4. Leal of Venezuela in 3. Ince of Trinidad and Tobago in 2. And Gonzalez of Mexico in 1.
Well, it's very interesting because Johans, the defending champion, way up there in lane number 7, had a very slow entry time. She may have just not been in a lot of competitions to post a good time because she's in first already. And usually you don't get a lot of winners from outside in lane number 7. It's usually the fastest seed times that are assigned lanes 4 and 5. So this will be very, very interesting to see if she's going out too fast, timing her race, or if she really is back to old form, in which case she should be favored to win.
That is the trick in the 400 distance, not to take it out too quickly, to have something left, because it is a punishing and a grueling 8 lengths of the pool, and they are just about to complete the first 100 of this 400-meter distance. And as they come to touch, it's Rodriguez, Johans, and Sims sitting 1, 2, 3. Katrina Roxanne of Canada is in lane 5, and she's sitting in 4th.
And as they were entering the wall, we were saying that in lane number 4, Sims is used to this pool. And that can be an advantage for you. You know the turns, you're just familiar with it, and when you come here, you're not getting overly excited. You've got everything on the deck that you're used to doing, and this is a very fast pool. Somebody's always asked me, coaches always ask me, even spectators ask me, what makes a fast pool? And a fast pool is a pool that has less turbulence around you when you swim. So in other words, you have a wide lane, which is 2.5 meters. All these lanes at the same international competitions are about the same. But the key of this pool is it's 3 meters deep. That's a very deep pool. A lot of international pools are only 2 meters deep. And this pool specifically is designed to be 3 meters, so it'll be a little extra fast.
Camille Rodriguez of Brazil, the leader right now. She's swimming in lane 6. On her right is the defending champion in the event. That's Anna Johans of the United States. Natalie Sims is in 4, and she is being challenged by Katarina Roxanne of Canada in lane 5.
Well, this is an interesting development on this race because even Rodriguez is not favored to be able to challenge for the gold medal based on her best times. Is 15 seconds slower than the other athletes. But don't tell her that, all right? This is a great swim, and this is where, with your coaches, you've got to work on it. You say, look, we're ready for a breakthrough here. Have confidence. Don't be intimidated by the fact that these other women may have beaten you in the past. Like, go for it, go for the gold medal. And she's made a brilliant move on the second 100, and it's all by herself now. I don't think they're going to be able to catch her. Up at the top, Johans, the defending champion, is starting to labor a bit, and the Canadian in lane number 5 has really had a nice, steady build to her training, to her racing in the 400-meter freestyle here, and now she's on the 5th length and starting to pick it up.
Rodriguez of Brazil leading the field, back down the pool. Johans, the defending champion from the United States, is in 2nd spot, and the Canadian Roxanne of Canada is sitting in 3rd right now, but there's lots of swimming remaining in this tough women's 400-meter freestyle, the S9.
Roxanne is really picking it up. She's got a strong kick going. She's got a good turnover going. I would say that Johans, the 21-year-old from the Chicago area, is starting to fade a bit because Roxanne's getting stronger and stronger. The student at Memorial University in St. John's, Newfoundland, for Canada.
Off the wall, back at the pool, Rodriguez of Brazil leading the way, the 23-year-old. Now the Canadian has moved into second spot, and Johans back to third place.
And that's a bit of experience as well. I mean, Johans has got experience winning the 5 gold medals 4 years ago, but Roxanne's been to 2 Olympics, 2 Paralympic Games, so she also has been competing against the best in the world, knows when to time her move, and she timed that move brilliantly on the 5th length going down, and then the 6th length was great, and now she's pulled ahead, but Johans isn't giving up. She's staying in the race, Steve.
Rodriguez leading the way to the wall. She'll touch, turnover, and have less than 50 meters to go now. The women's 400-meter freestyle. Canada's Roxanne touches. She's in the silver medal spot right now. And then Johans, the early leader, the defending champion in the event, is in third place. But it doesn't look as if anybody is going to catch Camille Rodriguez of Brazil.
I like the way Rodriguez is picking up her cadence. She may not be as strong in the water and maybe hurting a bit from her move. Now she's starting to get a little extra leg kick there because here comes Roxanne.
Roxanne is really turning it on, but has she left it too late to challenge Rodriguez of Brazil for the gold? They're coming to the wall, just a couple of meters to go. Rodriguez of Brazil gets the gold. Roxanne of Canada picks up the silver. Johans, the defending champion, gets the bronze. And coming in to touch for 4th place is Natalie Sims of the United States. And 5th place will be lane 1, Imelda Gonzalez of Mexico. And coming in to finish her race is Lille of Venezuela. And just touching now is Ince of Trinidad and Tobago. But this race belonged to the 23-year-old from Brazil, Camille Rodriguez. We still have one swimmer to finish, and that's Gonzalez of Chile at the top of your picture, the 16-year-old, just a couple of meters to go. She touches, the race is official, it's over. Camille Rodriguez of Brazil gets the gold.
The S9 category is the one with joint restrictions in one leg, double below the knee amputations, or an amputation of one leg. And the winner in this one is Gonzalez, with Rodriguez, I should say, with a tremendous swim. Didn't panic early on, and used this nice, even flowing freestyle. Did a straight arm freestyle. A lot of coaches don't like straight arm freestyle in the distance event, but it certainly did not hurt Rodriguez. She timed her move at the middle, the second of the 4 quadrants of this race. Moved into the lead. Nobody could catch her, despite a fast push by Roxanne at the end. Didn't matter. Gold medal was going to that lady right there.
You got the feeling of watching this, had them in another 5 or 10 meters, maybe, just maybe, Catalina Roxanne would have been able to get to Rodriguez, but perhaps she made her push a little bit too late in this very tactical, very strategic race. Camille Rodriguez of Brazil wins the women's 400-meter freestyle S9. The silver goes to Roxanne of Canada, and Johans of the United States, the defending champion, has to settle for the bronze.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the women's 100 meters breaststroke SB9 final.
This is the victory ceremony for the women's 100-meter breaststroke S9. That's Daniela Jimenez of Argentina in the middle of your picture, the gold medalist. Flanked by a couple of Canadians, Arlie Brevard and Sarah Girard. Presenting the medals and the miniature mascot, Patchy, will be Mr. Octavio Londoño, former president of the America's Paralympic Committee, and Professor Mohan Menon, member of the Audit and Finance Committee of the International Paralympic
Committee, Professor Mohan Menon.
Médaille de bronze.
Medalla de bronce.
Bronze medal winner, representing Canada, Sarah Girard.
There's 17-year-old Sarah Girard, the bronze medalist in the women's 100-meter breaststroke.
First senior national team. What a way to have a baptism in your first one. Get to the medal podium. Bronze medal for the youngster. Lives in Montreal now.
7th at the World Championships a couple of weeks ago in Glasgow, Scotland. Now gets to the podium here at the Parapan American Games in Toronto.
It's a good first year on the national team, that's for sure, for Sarah Girard.
Médaille d'argent.
Medalla de plata.
Silver medal winner, representing Canada.
She had 2 gold and 2 silver at the recent World Championship. She didn't swim the 100-meter breaststroke. You gotta wonder what if. But that is Aurélie Rivard of Montreal, the 19-year-old, getting the silver.
And many of the people in Canadian swimming are saying she's one of several teenagers that are leading the new wave. There's some wonderful veteran presence. There's wonderful veteran presence on the national team like Benoit Huot, that have 19 Paralympic medals to their credit, but they're retiring now. You need some new swimmers to step up, and this is one of them. Aurélie Rivard, silver medal here, many medals at the World Championships, silver at the Paralympics. She's going to be a mainstay for a while on the national team.
Medalla de oro y campeona para Panamericana.
Gold medal winner and Parapan American champion, representing Argentina,
Clearly, she's enjoying the moment, and well, she should. This is Daniela Gimenez of Argentina, a 22-year-old who was 6th at the World Championships, but here in Toronto at the Parapan Ams, she is solid gold.
And something you don't see very much in international competition in quadrennial games like the Pan Am Games. She is winning her 3rd consecutive gold medal. 2007, 2011, and now 2015. That's an incredibly long streak.
L'hymne national.
Now the national anthem of Argentina for Daniela Gimenez.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Argentina.
Daniela Gimenez of Argentina, the gold medalist in the women's 100-meter breaststroke S9, silver to Aurélie Rivard of Canada, and the bronze to another Canadian, Sarah Girard.
This is what we're gonna do. I want to challenge the decibel meter, and I want to see if we can get louder than 85 on the decibel meter. So on the count of 3, all right, we're gonna make as much noise as we can for these 2 incredible teams. 1, 2, 3. Make some noise. All right, that's incredible, that's amazing. Okay, but I think we can get a little louder than that. This is for Argentina and Chile. We want to get to 85, so let's do it again. 1, 2, 3. Let's go, let's go. Thank you very much, you did an incredible job. Let's get ready for the action on the court coming up next.
Mesdames et messieurs, le match entre l'Argentine et le Chili commencera dans quelques minutes. Damas y caballeros, el partido entre Argentina y Chile comenzará en unos momentos.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are mere minutes away from great wheelchair rugby action featuring Argentina and Chile.
Greetings from the Canadian city of Mississauga, just west of Toronto, and a very warm welcome to our continuing coverage of the 2015 Parapan American Games from the Mississauga Sports Centre. Coming up, Argentina against Chile on day 2 of competition, and later the United States of America, one of the favourites for the gold medal, up against the fast improving Brazilians. Nigel Reid alongside David Legg, as two South American teams come together in this second match on day 2.
Argentina and Chile both coming off substantial losses on day 1, both looking to rebound from those defeats.
As Argentina outplayed by the Americans 70-25, and the Chileans mustered only 12 points in a heavy loss to the Colombians. Momentarily, the announcement of the
Ladies
team
and gentlemen,
rosters.
representing Argentina, led by their captain, number 5, Juan Foa. Number 1, Juan Herrera. Number 3, Ignacio Arancet. Number 4, Nicolas Stepanengo. Number 6, Daniel Villegas. Number 7, Matias Cardozo. Number 8, Lucas Camusi. Number 9, Fernando Pantin Colombo. Number 12, Mariano Gastaldi. Number 13, Brian Nascimento. Number 22, Leonardo Aves. And number 24, Fernando Cayumil. Head coach for Argentina, Federico Manini.
Representando Chile y representando a Chile.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Chile, number 1, Jose Venegas. Number 2, Victor Saiz. Number 3, Pedro Silva. Number 4, Carlos Novoa. Number 5, Alejandro Duran. Number 6, their captain, Juan Rodriguez. Number 7, Alexis Barraza. Number 8, Christian Madariaga. Number 10, Christopher Flores. Number 11, Jose Ruiz. Number 12, Andres Pizzello. Number 13, Andres Opazo. Chile's head coach, Pablo Benavides.
Y David Maxson, los árbitros de este partido son.
The referees for tonight's match, from the United States, Joshua Kearns, and from Sweden, Ulrika Olsson.
L'Allemand de départ pour l'Argentine. La formation initiale de Argentina.
Now the starting lineups for Argentina. Number 1, Juan Herrera. Number 7, Matias Cardozo. Number 9, Fernando Pantin Colombo. And number 24, Fernando Canyumil.
El Allemand de départ pour le Chili. La formation initiale de Chile.
And your starting lineup for Chile. Number 3, Pedro Silva. Number 4, Carlos Novoa.
So Chile,
up
until last night, had not played any
Christian
games outside
Madariaga.
of South America. So they are still very much in a nascent stage of their development. Showed great spunk last night, but clearly were outclassed against Colombia.
Watch out there for Christian Madariaga. Scored 3 goals in that defeat last night. Wears number 8 for the Chileans. And is in this starting quartet. He's from Sweden and from the United States. So 4 periods, 4 quarters of 8 minutes each. Only 4 players allowed on the court per team at any one time. And the simple objective is to score more goals than your opponent, and it is not unusual, as we have said. But if you're watching for the first time, to see 100+ goals scored in a pool game. These two South American rivals, Argentina in the blue and white stripes, and Chile in those red vests. Playing with their regulation, what amounts to volleyball, David?
That's exactly what it is. Wheelchair rugby really is a hybrid combination of so many different sports. Played on a basketball court with a volleyball. Scoring a touchdown, so to speak, a la football, allowing the contact that you find in rugby. Having a key as they do in basketball.
Cardozo in for the opening goal, and they come thick and fast. See, 25, 30 points per quarter is nothing unusual.
In day one of the competition, Chile had a difficult time getting the ball past the half court in the 12 seconds that are required, and we're seeing that happen again. You need to get the ball past the center court line within the first 12 seconds of the shot clock.
And the shot clock itself runs for 40 seconds, so rather like a basketball game, you've got a limited amount of time to get it out of defense, get it over halfway, and score a goal. It's got to be done within 40 seconds, and we saw earlier in the day the shot clock, you know, beat the attempted goal. So it does happen from time to time.
Quick equipment timeout called by the referee to allow a player to get rid of some of his bling.
Inbound, and here comes Cardozo again. We'll run that one in. And an early advantage for the Argentinians.
Chile was knocked out of the game early on day one of the competition. If that's to not happen tonight, they can't be making mistakes like the one they just made right there.
Well, they were blown away by Colombia 66-12 on opening day. Is the bigger concern that they conceded 66 goals or that they only scored 12?
Well, I guess it's a combination of those two things. Yeah, they certainly have to score more goals than that tonight, and they have to limit Argentina to certainly less than that.
But realistically, inside this first quarter, Argentina would be the warm favorites to win this comfortably.
Agreed. Of the 6 teams in the tournament, Canada and the United States are certainly the class of the field. And then Brazil, Argentina, and Colombia are second grouping, and Chile was the final team to qualify, and I think are at a significant disadvantage compared to those other 3 in my estimation.
Another quick start by Cardozo in for another quick goal. The Argentine captain.
Cardozo, I was just about to say, is very close to that center line. Got pushed backwards and got called going over and back of the center line. A similar type of call that you would see in basketball.
So Argentine put in from Pantin Colombo. And straight away, Cardozo in again. He may have scored all 4 goals. Indeed he has.
So Argentina pressing, knowing that Chile had difficulty bringing the ball up the court last night. And they'll try and go for that 12-second count again. Once again, they were unable to get the ball across in the 12-second time.
In the 12 seconds, that's the important thing from their own goal line. They need to get it into enemy territory within 12 seconds of the 40 seconds. They have to score that goal and get across the end line. But, well, we're playing very much in Chilean territory, and that'll suit the Argentines at this stage. Here is Canumil. Going to go around the outside, using a bit of speed, and breezes in. And it's a quick 5-goal lead for Argentina, and this, even at this early stage, looks pretty ominous, doesn't it, for Chile?
Yeah, it does not. This does not bode well, excuse me, for Chile.
I knew you were trying to say. Make the hard yards, Madriaga.
So for those all, and Chile called a timeout, knowing full well that that 12-second clock was getting close.
It'll expire once again.
For those of you that are watching for the first time, the majority of these players have spinal cord injuries, typically quadriplegia, so having sustained an injury above the second thoracic for you anatomy fans at home. That was what the game was originally intended for.
Now do it in plain English for people like me.
About the nipple line, to be precise, from an anatomical perspective.
That makes much more sense to me, David. Timeout is over. And the Chileans make their way, I wouldn't say wearily back on court, but certainly they're up against it against the Argentines here.
But since the game's invention, in the 70s, again for primarily people who had quadriplegia. The game is now expanded, and you'll see athletes out there with amputations, cerebral palsy, spina bifida, muscular dystrophy. But the ruling is they must be impacted in all 4 limbs. Oh, that was a fabulous
Juan Herrera
move,
showing exactly what can be done.
Watch this subtle feint. Oop.
Right there.
Away he goes.
Watch out for this young man. Juan Herrera is 25 years of age. Scored 5 goals in that opening loss to the United States, and that was very prettily done. Argentines extend their lead to 6. And Chile, as you will have noticed, are having trouble just getting out of their own half of the field at the moment. Here's another challenge for them.
Just a quick equipment timeout on the other side of the court.
See?
Nothing that a good roll of duct tape can't fix.
They must get through miles and miles of that stuff. Cristian Madriaga is the number 8 for Chile. Sport class 3.5, so that is the top end, isn't it?
Yeah, as far as classification goes. So on the court at any one time, you're not allowed to have more than 8 points. And you're correct in that he was graded as a 3.5, and that would mean he would have the most ability from a functional perspective with his physiology. So from a spinal cord injury perspective, the higher the level of lesion, the lower the score. And what a lot of people mistakenly think is that a high-ranking player from a classification perspective is always the team's best player. But the reality is a 3.5 is only as good as their teammate who's a 0.5 or a 1.5 supporting them or leading them on the court.
Cardozo in for his 5th goal. 7 in total for Argentina, and finally Chile are over halfway.
Great pass.
Again, they just couldn't pull it in. Madriaga. And that was almost the opening goal for Chile.
And similar to American and Canadian football, you must maintain possession of the ball as you cross the end line, which he clearly did not do that.
Frustration for Madriaga as he tried to pull it in. The bounce of the ball just took it away from him. Here's Herrera again. Already seen one very fancy move. Here's some more from the Argentine numero 1, Juan Herrera. And it's 8-0 in a heartbeat to Argentina.
That's the second great move by Herrera we've seen so far tonight. He's a fun player to watch.
Argentine inbound on that far side. Across to take it is Fernando Pantin Colombo. Trying to force it over the end line is Canyumil.
Canyumil plays with a lot of passion. He was an interesting player to watch last night. Lots of fire in his emotions.
Carlos Novoa.
Chile calls another timeout, recognizing that the 12 seconds were coming quick.
But the timeouts, time out themselves. You don't have unlimited timeouts, do you?
Exactly. They're going to run out soon enough.
So another momentary pause for Chile. Trailing 9-0 to Argentina, with 5:36 remaining in the first quarter.
So the Chileans just have to put that 9 score out of their mind and just focus and concentrate on getting their first goal, breaking the ice, building on whatever wins they can get.
Well, that would certainly help the confidence and the belief and all those things that you need, that mentality, to just build themselves a little platform into the game.
Yes.
But Chile find themselves in familiar territory, deep inside their own end. In was Novoa. Away goes Novoa. This time he's got clear water ahead of him this time. And Novoa forced to turn away. Good defense by Cardozo.
That was a nice back pick coming back to support.
And the ball forward, but it's loose again. It's picked up by Herrera. They're using that burst of speed, the punch ball forward. It's going to find Cardozo.
Great effort, great hustle coming back on defense.
Cardozo inside, and now a clear run in for another Argentine goal. They're coming thick and fast for the Argentines.
Nice pass. You saw that bat pass on day one. Amazing accuracy.
6 goals for Cardozo. And they're not even at the midway point of this first quarter yet. 10-0 for Argentina.
One more time. 12 seconds. That bat pass, I was mentioning this earlier to a colleague. It reminds me of an Australian rules football pass with the hand bat.
Leaning back effectively was Cardozo again.
You'll notice that the chairs have lower backs than they would in a regular day chair, in part for exactly that reason. Allows the player that much more room to extend back.
Once the ball comes to him behind, he can just lean back and pull it in.
Nice leading
a decent
pass.
ball forward here
Here
for
we go.
Madriaga.
Fabulous.
And finally, Chile.
Well done, Chile, well done.
On the board. And reduce it to 10. 11-1 for Argentina. So persistent pays off for the Chileans. Scored only 12 in their opening game against Colombia.
Chile gets an opportunity now to set up a press on an inbounds play.
Another timeout for the Chileans. Just remind me how many they're allowed per quarter.
So there are 4 30-second timeouts allowed by the players. The bench also gets 2 opportunities to call timeouts.
So another momentary pause there. Just going through your picture is Jose Venegas.
You'll notice too that the way the players are sitting in these chairs is much lower than they would be sitting in a regular day chair.
There we see an interesting example of the bumpers or the guards on. It's almost like a shopping basket on the front of the chair now. And we've discussed it before, but let's just have a recap on the different type of chairs, because there are some with those guards and some without, David.
So often players who are lower point players, we'll come back to that in a minute.
As Christopher Flores ends up head down, half out of his wheelchair.
So we have a second. They don't call this murder ball, or they didn't call it murder ball originally.
Well, just caught there by Herrera and then tipped over. You can tell it's a smile, and that's nice to see a handshake as well between the two. Just a touch of the arms, and Flores is back on, well, I was going to say 2 wheels, but there are the smaller wheels, probably 6 wheels altogether on those.
There's 2 tip wheels on the back, correct. These players know each other well. Chile and Argentina, the 2 countries in the southernmost part of South America, have played each other a number of times the last few years.
Out of bounds, it will be an Argentine ball.
So the chairs we were speaking to,
yes,
the longer chairs typically are known as defensive chairs, allow them to create more distance and more space in the defensive zone. The smaller chairs are more offensive style chairs.
Size into the penalty box there for Chile.
The reason being is he was knocked, but he still went out of bounds and didn't hold his position.
So for the next 60 seconds max, or until the next goal is scored, Chile, as if the task wasn't difficult enough, are now a player short.
So Canomil, recognizing that the player was not prepared to hold his position, did the smart play and simply knocked him out of bounds.
Herrera at the backstick. The simplest task of just running it behind for a 12th Argentine goal. Herrera now has 3. Pass for Flores. A bit of a jam. Tried to find Andres Opazo, the 13.
Jump ball call, that means that the ball was being held equally by players from both teams. So that is then based on a possession arrow following the original tip-off in the game. Possession arrow pointing Chile's way.
So Chile put in, or picked up effectively by Alexis Barraza. And finds his way blocked by Pantin Colombo. Herrera couldn't collect it.
Tipped out of bounds by Argentina. Still Chile's ball. Substitutions being made. Player coming in for Argentina is Juan Foa, who is the president of the International Wheelchair Rugby Federation. So a real administrative leader.
Not to mention the captain of the Argentine team. Or co-captain, I suppose you should say. Foa wears number 5 for Argentina. So away comes Barraza.
Here comes Foa with a big hit. That's good pressure.
Picked up by Canumil, turning away from trouble.
Canumil showing good agility for a big man.
There's the dribble. Canumil all the way down the left side. He does so. Runs in another goal for the Argentines. 13-1 with 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter.
Canumil, as we talked about earlier, a big, strong player, but showing remarkable agility. Argentina has no players over the 2.5 classification, so they tend to play a much more balanced approach as it relates to their lineups.
Chile in a familiar position inside their own key area.
My apologies, they do have one player ranked as a 3.5.
Timeout called on by Chile. Number 7, Alexis Barraza. That was their third
Timeout for the Chileans, who are under the thumb, under the caution, under severe pressure. Argentina 14-1 as we approach the final couple of minutes of this first quarter. These teams looking to respond, as David was saying, from heavy losses on day one. Argentina losing 70-25 to the world's number 3 team, the Americans. And Chile somewhat blown away 66-12 by Colombia.
Now the score indicative of how the teams are ranked. Again, Chile, a relative newcomer to the sport, certainly not as well developed.
Well, it doesn't really matter what the sport is, David. I mean, a team that's, you know, as you put it, nascent, you know, getting, improving gradually in the game, just needs to play games, play against better opponents.
Yes, agreed.
Learn from the mistakes and improve. There is really no shortcut, is there?
No.
Trying to find that second goal, the Chileans.
No, the goal was called off. It was the one Chilean player was in the key for more than 10 seconds.
I believe that was Bucello.
That was a tough call.
But rules are rules, Dave.
The referee should have had compassion.
Invertible. Herrera will run in his 4th goal. And it's 15-1 in favor of the Argentines. 2:10 left in the first period. Remember, they have 12 seconds to get it over halfway. They will do so on this occasion. And then a big, big hit.
And he went over and back just based on that pop. What a shot.
Herrera was effective.
Watch this. Hit him so hard that he knocked him out of bounds right there. Right there.
Just on the center line. Falls backwards, Barraza.
And then he scores a goal.
And then Herrera in again.
Does it all.
His personal tally is up to 5.
Argentina not pressing now, recognizing that they're up by 15 goals already.
Out of your shot, well, 3 of the 4 of them are in their own key area. Herrera just protecting outside. Here comes the big hit from Herrera. 2 from Herrera. As they try and find it, and the ball just bounces away. Flores couldn't collect it as the pass came across from his right. Another opportunity goes a-begging for the Chileans.
Argentina will set up. Get their defense ready.
Saiz. Big puff of the cheeks. That's a teammate. The shape of Barraza. Barraza trying to find a way through. The hit on the far side comes in from 1-4.
So in that particular instance, and these are basic mistakes that Chile is making. The player did not bounce the ball or pass it within the 10-second time limit. The better teams, the Canadas, the United States, Brazils, even Argentina and Colombia, they don't make those sort of mistakes.
And Canyumil in for yet another Argentine goal. Canyumil has 4 himself. Scored 8 in that loss to the Americans. Indeed, he was the Argentines' top scorer against the USA. Turnover inside the key.
Herrera's just having a fun time out there at the top of the key.
Herrera again, had to make up some yards to catch up with the ball, but once he reined it in, there were no defensive players to stop him crossing the end line for another Argentine goal.
Easily just pulls it in.
Just a little glance over his shoulder to make sure he was in the clear.
Last minute of play, first quarter.
Herrera providing the screen for the 3 behind him. Herrera, loose ball.
It's going to be a jump ball call.
Play on at the
no,
moment.
they were able to pull it out.
Did pull it out with Flores. Pazzo trying to back his way in. Change of direction from Pazzo, the dribble. Being bumped by Cardozo.
3 seconds left, and Fola makes the interception. Great play.
All the way forward to Canyumil, who can just take all the time he needs. Indeed will so as the first period draws to a close.
And Fola will try and score with 1 or 2 seconds left so that they can then get possession after the Chileans get it after the goal is scored.
Maybe just a little ahead of where they wanted to score there. They've left 4 seconds on the clock in this first period, but we've seen repeatedly the trouble that the Chileans have of getting out of their own half. So 2 seconds remaining. And the clock will almost certainly run down to the end of the first quarter. And the buzzer signals the end of the first quarter, which has been dominated almost entirely by the blue and white vests of Argentina. And at the end of the first period, Argentina in a dominant position, to put it mildly, leading Chile by 19-1. Well, Juan Ferreira, I mean, look at this. In the first period, I mean, Argentina scored almost at will, but Herrera certainly caught the eye, didn't he, David?
Certainly. And again, he brings a total package He can pass the ball well. He can score. He can hit.
That was probably the easiest thing he did all night so far. But he said, I mean, a wonderful illustration there of all the attributes that a player like Guerrero brings personally and to the team cause.
That diversity and versatility certainly make him a valuable player for Argentina. Argentina has a good chance of playing for the bronze medal in this tournament. And this bodes well for them, this very strong and dominating first half.
Second period on the way, Argentina 19-1. Live from the Mississauga Sports Centre, it is wheelchair rugby at the 2015 Parapan Am Games. In the blue and white vests, Argentina. In the second period, second quarter underway against the red vests of Chile. That scoreline, a vivid illustration of just how dominant the Argentines have been. They add to their tally and move into the 20s. With another goal from their captain, Matias Cardoso.
It's the first time that wheelchair rugby has been played in the Parapan American Games, these being the 5th Parapan American Games. And wheelchair rugby is also a relatively new sport on the Paralympic stage, having been introduced as a demonstration sport at the 96 Games in Atlanta.
Madriaga looking for a way through, but the ball loose with 20 seconds on the shot clock as the Argentines make some substitutions. In comes Daniel Viegas, Mariana Gastaldi, 31-year-old.
And it's interesting to note too, with the wheelchair rugby being played for the first time at the Parapan American Games here in Toronto, that Toronto was the first place to host an international tournament at all in 1989, with Canada, the United States, and Great Britain playing in that tournament. So a new sport that has grown dramatically.
Pedro Silva on that far side. Remember, they've got 12 seconds to get it out of their own half, and it doesn't look like, well...
Jump ball called as both players had their hands on the ball at the same time. Possession arrow hits the ball to Chile. Chileans have to decide who's going to throw the ball on.
Maybe nobody wants to take the responsibility. I'm sure that's not the case, but it looks like Andres Pizarro will. Behind the referee, Seo in for Novoa. And they get it over halfway. Pushed back again by the blue and white vests.
So in that particular case, he got called for a 10-second violation for not having dribbled or passed the ball. That's the second time now that call has been made against Chile.
As you say, those are the fundamentals of the game.
Yes. And yeah, that's something that Chile's just going to have to do better and learn, not to make those simple errors.
Madriaga leaning in on Cardoso, but couldn't stop him from scoring another goal. Cardoso, by the way, is up to 9 in his personal tally now, as Argentina extend their leads to 21-1 early in the second quarter. Cardoso again. Lucas Camusi over for his first score. We often see this, David, from the put in from the goal line after a goal is scored. The opponents will square up either side to side or back to, and just give us a sense of what the object of the exercise is here.
So what they're trying to do is to create an advantage for themselves by their positioning, to either hold a player to pick them or just to try and create a better space. It's rare that you're able to pass a ball over another player, particularly from an inbounds on the goal line. So you need a clear line, a clear space. And again, and depending on the level of disability, there's often players who have limited range in how far they can throw the ball. Other players know that and are able to position themselves accordingly, recognizing perhaps the maximum distance that players can pass the ball.
So it's not just about knowing your own team, it's about knowing your opponent's capabilities or in some cases lack of abilities.
Oh, there's no question about it. Certainly the best teams spend as much time watching film as any able-bodied professional sports team do, and they are looking for any and every advantage they can get.
Cardoso was quickly round the back. Break perhaps for the Chileans here. No. Cardoso again is quickly in. Beating Camusi. He was trying to play in Viegas. Pass just a little long. Behind for the Chileans. Inbound once again. Uccello. Passes and moves.
Nice back check there to free his player, letting him get to the center court line and to make the inbounds pass.
Diaga.
He's protecting the ball well. Oh, lovely pass. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to rein it in.
Quite corral it.
Good quick hands on defense.
Diaga getting through a ton of work. Trying to stop Cardoso. She does initially well.
Good fight for the ball. Referees trying to gain possession so they can see what's happening. Jump ball call.
Jump ball, Cicero to Argentina.
So over to this near side for the inbound. Camusi. Viegas. Camusi's made some room on the far side. Yes, and as usual, comes all the way through to the captain, Cardoso, who is now in double figures for his personal tally.
Chile chooses on that last play to bring out two players to attack in a defensive stance. That left the goal line wide open. Timeout
Reaching
call.
in. Camusi.
Timeout called by Chile.
Once again, recognizing that time was ticking to get it crossed the center line.
It's been an ongoing problem throughout the game for the Chileans, which is, I suppose, in a way, testament to how hard the Argentines are working to keep them penned in.
Correct.
You know, their own half of the field.
Argentina is having an effective press out there. The Chileans do not have that one player who can accelerate and just outrun the Argentinian players.
Well, as with many sports, speed kills, doesn't it? I mean, it's such an effective tool, and if you haven't got that player with that acceleration burst, you know, you're lacking something in most sports, and this is no different.
Yeah, exactly. So they're getting easily penned in, easily hemmed in, and they're just not able to get the ball effectively past the half-court line.
Oh. Unfortunate there for Viegas. The call all to himself, no pressure, but ball just ran away from him. But Argentina leading as they do 23-1. I suppose the odd goal here and there isn't going to make a huge amount of difference in the grand scheme of things.
No, and I really don't think the players care too much about how many goals they score. Well, perhaps they do, but they would certainly never admit it. This is a team sport. All they care about is money.
Some running repairs for Barraza. Clamp that wheel on again very soon. And you've spoken about this before, Dave, but it bears repeating the importance of the man with the nuts and bolts who can change the running gear pretty quickly.
No question about it. These chairs take an absolute beating. And they're only given 60 seconds to make the equipment change. Otherwise, they have to bring in a new player. And so they have to be efficient, quick, effective. I liken it to like a pit crew in a Formula One.
That's exactly what it is.
Race.
It really is. You've got to get it on, get it off, tighten them up, and there you are. That's how quickly it can be done. So pause for Madriaga and perhaps for his pit crew as well.
And teams can only travel with just so many spare wheels, so they have to be. The equipment managers are not done once the game is done. They spend all night making sure that the chairs are back in tip-top form the following day.
We'll see the loop pass for Cardozo. Another goal for the Argentines. Let's see if they can get out of their own half this time. It's a different technique, and maybe they will. And they're over halfway with Novoa, and then the big hit comes in from Cardozo, and it's going to be a score for Madriaga. And Novoa ends up on his side, but he won't care about that.
What a courageous play by Novoa. He knew he was going to take the hit. He knew he was going to take the pop. It's like a quarterback standing in the pocket, but still making the pass. Great courage.
He will put him up the right way. Arm done. So that was all about the want and the desire to get the pass away to Madriaga, who managed to run in a second, a rare sight, a bit of a collector's item for Chile, who have now 2 goals.
But it's little glimpses such as that that give me hope and pause for thinking that Chile has an opportunity. Once again,
given away
a little spark
by Camusi to his opposite, number 8, Madriaga. Can he drain it? He can't, because Cardozo, the Argentine captain, is running
Camusi
away.
is rushing back, not giving up on the play. Great effort, but it was out of bounds. Oh no, the Argentinian player went out of bounds first.
Well, as you say, that's terrific hustle from Madriaga to get from one end of the court to the other. Having had the fumble at the other end, but he still managed to get back. And just via Cardozo, of course. Have another look here.
Nice to see him rewarded for that hustle too. So the Argentinian player went out of bounds slightly before the Chilean player.
Just to remind our viewers there, the pylons at each end are considered out of bounds. You've got to get both wheels, at least 2 wheels. I'll come back to that point in a moment. As Chile threaten the 3rd goal. This is Novoa again.
And the
Novoa,
Chilean.
can he get right in the back?
Oh, no, he hits the pylon out of bounds.
There you go.
And Chile showing a little bit of emotion here, a bit of spark there.
Well, they've certainly perked up in the last couple of moments, couple of minutes. There's no question about that.
The Chilean fans in the crowd are starting to make their presence felt.
Just remind us again of the importance or the significance of the pylons in relation to the chair, the wheels, and what is legal and what isn't.
Well, the pylons are de facto out of bounds. So if you touch a pylon, you have gone out of bounds. Now, if you've scored a goal and then hit the pylon, the goal counts.
And just bearing, just to follow that point, the whole of the chair doesn't need to be over the end line. Just 2 wheels.
2 of the 4 wheels.
2 of the 4 wheels is sufficient. Then,
So
then you can do whatever you want with the pylon.
Exactly. The 2 tip wheels in the back of the wheelchair don't count as some of those 4 wheels. "12-second violation once again."
It's a familiar tale for the Chileans.
Already with 16 turnovers.
So Camusi on that far side, inbound for Viegas.
Just cutting that edge very close.
Dribble from Viegas, turns again. Looking for some speed. Good protection from Cardoso.
Oh, fake to the pass, powered it in. Nice goal.
Couple of goals for Viegas. Again, he's starting to emerge as quite a leading force on the Chileans.
Oh, great pass.
Beautifully done. Madriaga is in again.
Well done.
And Chile have a third. Well, that once again was
Great
all
leading
about
pass. Knew the hit was coming in. 3 players from Argentina circling around him. Had the wherewithal to take the hit and make the pass.
Viegas over halfway.
Great hustle again. Coming back. These Chileans are not giving up. I like to see that.
Good back his way in here.
Referee signals goal. 2 of the wheels must come through consecutively, so one did not come in and then go out.
Great creativity there, I think, from Cardoso, because he realized that the quickest way to goal was to back his way in. And he managed to do it with a little bit of speed and find the right angle at the same time.
As I heard someone describe it earlier, a moonwalk goal. You can just hear the crunching of the wheels up here. Sounds like a train wreck.
It really does. Madriaga, who's also, along with Novoa, one of the leading forces for Chile. As they try and get a foothold in this game against the stronger Argentines.
Chilean player was out of bounds on the baseline, I believe. Turnover, ball back to Argentina.
You'll see some fresh players as well. Comes Herrera and Canyumil in as well. Remember, 4 players on court at any one time per team from a roster of 12. There's a familiar sight. Herrera.
Unexpected pass.
Canyumil. Quick work by the Argentines. Just over a minute and a half left in this second quarter.
Another unfortunate turnover.
Argentina gain possession right on the goal line. So more pressure for the Chileans. Look at the turnover stat there. I mean, that's
that's so indicative of the score. And it usually is, as in most sports.
Yep. If you can't hold on to the ball, you're going to get punished. And that is the cold reality, as you say. Substitution for the Chileans. Here comes Juan Rodriguez. Andres Opaso also in as well. A chance for 1 or 2 of those red vests to get a little bit of a breather. And I would imagine for some of them not before time, but not for Carlos Novoa. Just to find Opazo. But they've got to get it over halfway. They've got to do it quickly. Stopped.
Tipped out of bounds, back to Argentina.
Once again, it's all in vain for Chile, despite the best efforts of Carlos Novoa.
Inbounding for Argentina, number 1.
You can just see that Chile's making mistakes that are relatively simple things to correct, and it's just going to take time and practice. And once they figure those things out, they'll have a much stronger team, much more competitive team.
Practice makes perfect, David. Well done there.
So I've been told.
Can you mill? And it's going to be Herrera. As Argentina approach the 30-goal mark in the final minute of the second quarter. 8 goals now for Herrera. Cardozo leads the way with 12. The Argentine captain. Is there a little bit of consolation for the Chileans before we hear the buzz of a half-time?
That was a great pass,
Almost
just
there.
wasn't able to rein it in.
So Argentina will probably just run down the clock with this final play of the first half. Inside the last 30 seconds, they have 40 on the shot clock. Well, making it as difficult as they can for themselves, and
that showed great hustle by Chile, being able to stop them, forcing a timeout.
so 20 seconds remaining in this half.
Argentina, once they get the ball past half court, will, as we've spoken about earlier, will likely try and score with less than 5 seconds on the clock in order to then retain possession for the subsequent half.
I think Colombo with a big hit and the put in finds Canyumel. Canyumel over halfway. Now the pass. And then Abes. Time running out. 3-2. Can they get the goal before the...
Oh,
no, they ran out of time.
expires. Time expired.
Just took too long, and credit to the Chilean defense for delaying them. But the goal is not allowed on this occasion. Just half a second too long for those wheels right across the goal line. And we are at the midway point of this game. And Argentina with 10 points in the second period to add to the 19 in the first, leading their South American rivals Chile 29-3. So halftime stats, Argentina obviously in a position of some authority, David. And you look down the list of stats there and you see all those Chilean turnovers.
You do not want to be leading in that category.
No.
You do not want to be leading in offensive fouls like they are as well, nor in penalties. Chile's got to turn those things around.
It has largely been one-way traffic, and the traffic has been going left to right from our point of view. There has been the odd glimmer of hope for the men in red vests, but Argentina have been much the better team in this first half. There's no question about that, and they know that the game is pretty much done. It's now really second half a matter of managing the minutes and maybe giving one or two players a little bit of a rest and respite. Not that I think Herrera wants any. He's been a standout performer for the for the Argentines, hasn't he?
Agreed. No, agreed. I think the second half, what Chile needs to do is continue to build on those few opportunities that we saw, where we saw some positive action. And Argentina needs to start thinking about positioning themselves for a run to the semifinals.
So halftime then, Argentina in control, 19 points in the first period, 10 in the second, but just 3 goals for the Chileans. Matias Cardoso, the Argentine captain, leading the way individually with 12 goals. Argentina leading Chile 29-3 at the half. We're at the Mississauga Sports Centre. It is day 2 of wheelchair rugby in the 2015 Parapan Games. We are midpoints of the game between Argentina in the blue and white striped vests and Chile in the red vests. And it has been a dominant performance.
Oh, let's see Chile get off to a strong start here. Good for them.
Right, Argentina, but Chile very quickly into their stride with Alexis Barraza.
Chile goal, scorer number 7, Alexis Barraza.
Getting Chile's 4th goal of the night.
Good pressure by Chile.
Well, whatever they said at half-time certainly had the desired effect.
Oh.
Turn.
That aggressiveness went against him. Couldn't slow himself down from going over the baseline.
Herrera had spun to his right. It's nothing to do with him and his teammate. As you say, his momentum took him beyond the baseline. And the Chileans with Rodriguez in the penalty box. A man short. So 4-on-3 in favor of the Argentines right at the start of this 3rd quarter. bounds Rodriguez. Herrera takes Argentina into the 30s. Herrera himself one short of double figures in this game.
Argentina only scoring 25 goals in last night's game against the United States. So certainly good offensive output from them. Oh,
almost for Rodriguez. He couldn't quite catch it cleanly and take himself beyond the red line into the paint. And Canyumel in his own key area, using some good speed. Canyumel.
Nice play by Canyumel.
It's very well done.
Great over the shoulder pass.
Well, I'm not sure that's a little bit of showboating from Herrera, but
well, I think it's more
took his time.
He's allowing his teammates to get themselves set up.
I'm sure it wasn't.
All right, perhaps.
Not that Juan Herrera's listening to me. He's into double figures, and Argentina lead by a margin of 27 points. Well, if anybody embodies the Chilean spirit, is Carlos Novoa, wearing 4. Oh. Now, can they back in for the goal?
No goal.
The answer is no. Couldn't find a way past the 2-man Argentine defense.
Okay, so it was a penalty on Argentina for defending out of bounds, but the goal was not called automatically.
As you can see there, into the penalty box. So momentarily, Argentina are short-handed. This may well present an opportunity for Chile to reduce the arrears. Cello.
No goal. Chilean player must have crossed the baseline before he reined in the catch.
So Bicello stays in the penalty box for the time being. Argentina still a player short. Forward by Herrera.
Line violation on the Argentinian player. In that particular instance, referee decided that advantage was gained by the Argentinian player having gone out of bounds and touching the ball. Chilean players already setting up in the key. They have to be careful, though, of being called for 10 seconds and making sure that somebody comes back to receive the ball.
Rodriguez, good turn by Barraza. Rodriguez is there in support. Barraza, can he find a way through? He can.
Great effort.
Great determination by Barraza. And better teamwork, I think, from Chile there.
Just able to power his way over the goal line.
Suddenly, Chile finding themselves working in the Argentine half of the field, which didn't see much of in the first half.
So in that instance there, penalty called against Argentina because number 1, who was out of the key, was pushed into the key, and you're not allowed to have 4 defensive players in the key at the same time.
So Juan Herrera pays the price, and we'll have a temporary timeout. There he is, Herrera.
That was a clever play by Chile, recognizing that he had his back turned and was easily pushed into the key for the
Ball
infraction.
was meant for Opaso, but it was too long for him. Breaks for Abes.
Oh,
big
great
hits
hit
from Barraza.
Great pressure by Chile. Timeout called by Argentina, recognizing time count violation was coming.
Argentina calls their second timeout. They have 2 remaining.
Reminding you that when the restart is from your own goal line, you only have those 12 seconds to maneuver the ball over halfway.
In this particular instance, I think it's only 2 at this point now.
So Herrera stays in the penalty box. Argentina
I'm
still
incorrect.
operating a player short. It's still 3 on 4. Hit comes in from Rodriguez, Chilean captain. He might score one against the head here, as they say in rugby.
Short-handed.
Short-handed indeed. And Abbas. All these quirky rugby expressions. One against the head, yes, that's it. Short-handed. We all speak the same language and yet, David, isn't that right?
What?
We all know what we're talking about, really. Another goal for Argentina, let's put it that way. They lead 32-5.
Let's stick with what we know.
Tell you what, you stick with what you know. Novoa did well to pick it up, needs an exit strategy here.
Oh, good physical
Loose
play.
ball.
12 seconds. Same old story for Chile.
Got to get it over halfway into enemy territory. Didn't manage it. So it'll be an Argentine inbound. And Yumil looking for the return pass to Pantin Colombo.
Oh, just out of reach.
Timeout call. Called by the Argentines. Well, the Chileans have scored by period 1, 2, and 2 so far, but we are only, what, midway through, not quite midway through the third quarter, so they've managed to find a little more offense since halftime.
They've shown some promise at the start of the second half. Hopefully something for them to build on for the remainder of this tournament. For them, they have some very tough games coming up against both Canada and the United States. And also they still need to play Brazil.
Canada 2 in the world, US 3, and that, well, to call it a long-standing rivalry would be probably the understatement of the decade.
That will be a game to watch.
They play, I believe, their final round-robin game against each other, which may well be a dress rehearsal for the gold and silver medal game.
Perhaps that rivalry going back to the film Murderball, filmed primarily in the lead up to the Paralympic Games that were in Athens in 2004. That movie chronicling the games and the, I don't want to say hatred, but
well, I watched it myself, and it wasn't far short. I mean, to call it a rivalry would be, you know, a very soft description, let's put it that way. To say there is no love lost between them.
Now, keep in mind, I don't think there's a single player on the United States that was on that Murderball team, but nonetheless, the rivalry continues.
Back to the present, Chile and Argentina with an evolving rivalry all their own. Juan Herrera does well to collect it, surrounded by Barraza amongst other, but Herrera uses that speed.
Clever play.
Great skill by the Argentine #1. He now has 11 goals. Herrera just behind his captain. Tricky player, quick player, great ball handling skills from Herrera.
Unfortunate outlet pass.
And Herrera this time, well, now was that a, as he took out Barraza, who, as you can see, is on his side.
Just an inadvertent hit, I would say there. Oh, he went over the ball, and that's what caused, in part, the tip.
So that is not what would be called that wouldn't be a penalty.
No. Bounces right back up. I am amazed sometimes at how these players can do that.
It is not a game for the faint-hearted, I think, David.
No.
Here's a man.
Oh, fabulous
impression. Yeah, another good goal by Carlos Novoa, who has been one of the leading lights for the Chileans.
Watch this push right through the crack.
I'm coming through. There's no stopping the man with the ponytail.
Chile foul, number 7, Alexis Barraza. Foul for the use of the hands.
Into the penalty box comes Barraza. So Chile short-handed. Herrera. Unselfishly passes the ball off.
Smart little spin on that pass.
Canyumil.
Landed expertly in his lap.
And the goal means that Chile are back to their full complement with the return of Barraza. Comes Novoa. Screen, in goes Herrera with the hit. Pass, Novoa just to the edge of the key. Can they find a way through? Right on the edge. Barraza.
10 seconds in the key called on the Chileans. Unfortunate.
They were that close.
10 seconds for key violation on Chile.
Once you're in the key, you've got to make it count.
That's right.
Argentine ball. Deep in their own territory.
You can understand the need for that rule, otherwise players would just camp out in there. Never leave.
Big hit on Herrera. Coming in from Barraza.
Oh.
As inevitably Herrera finds a way past the last defender. And then unselfishly plays in Abes. Well.
Very nice. He's got a couple of gears.
Oh, he's got a couple of gears and then some, I think. Terrific skill, once again, displayed by the Argentine number 1, Juan Herrera. Now Chile on the doorstep. And they've got the goal this time from Rodriguez. So a rare moment of celebration. But in this game, celebration doesn't last long. Because here come the Argentines again. With their best. And the second goal for the Argentine 22 in the space of 60 seconds. And he did a lot more work for that goal than he did for the last one. He was in the right place at the right time, let's put it that way. Now doing some defending, Abes. The ball is played out to Bisello. Facing that blue and white wall. Back in.
Lovely goal.
Barraza. Once again, Barraza, number 7, just had enough momentum to back his way over the goal line.
Without those wheels touching prior to him hauling in the ball.
Meanwhile, inevitably, Herrera at the other end. Herrera now has 12 goals. Joint leading scorer with Cardozo. We haven't seen on the court for a little while. Not sure we've seen him in the second half, actually. Stand to be corrected.
And here he will be coming in shortly.
Look at the margin of the lead that Argentina holds. So Abes, his second penalty. So Argentina short-handed again. And some activity on the substitutes bench, if you like, on that far side. There's a whole gaggle of substitutes waiting to come in. them Gastaldi and Stupinengo. So from fresh faces and fresh ideas, perhaps for Argentina, perhaps fresh problems for Chile, who are making some changes themselves. 5 is Alejandro Duran.
Substitution for Argentina.
Barraza over for the score.
First goal by Chile, number 7, Alexis Barraza.
Chile has, or Argentina, excuse me, has a number of players that have not yet even played on the floor. This gives them some opportunities for international game experience.
Staldi, gather it in. Stupinengo, boxed in by 2 Chilean opponents, Barraza and Flores. Argentina ball. 1 minute and a half left in this third quarter. And as previously advertised, Captain Matias Cardoso is back with us. Cardoso gets the throw from Stupinengo. The give and go, something they practiced. Force backwards, and the hit comes in from Rodriguez.
Oh, like vultures swiping at that ball.
Stupinengo, as the shot clock runs down to 7 to 6. Whatever they're going to do, they need to do it in a hurry. Well, the shot clock is going to beat them. We're down to the last second, and we're out of time.
Oh, a timeout was called with 1 second remaining. Shot clock will go back up.
Shot clock will be set to 15.
That is their 4th and final timeout. Last minute of play in the third quarter.
As the announcer just noted, the final timeout called by Argentina.
With exactly 60 seconds left in this third quarter, it'll be Argentina inbound. Always looking for the captain, Cardoso.
Lost control of the ball, but retained possession.
David correctly identified, still Argentine ball here. Cardoso maneuvering, collects the ball just outside the key. Just a little dink pass inside, and over goes Gastaldi. 38-9 in favor of Argentina. Loose ball picked up brilliantly by Cardoso. Terrific maneuverability by Cardoso. That's what we came to admire, certainly at the early stages of the game. That's why he's El Capitan.
Official was just providing a warning to the Argentinians as far as not allowing contact before the whistle is blown. Next time that happens, it'll be a penalty.
Picked off by Stupinengo. And the big hit comes in from Flores. Cardoso maneuvers his way out of trouble. It's one way, it goes the other.
Again, trying to take time off the clock before they score.
Just 7 seconds left in the quarter. And Argentina move effortlessly into the 40s. The clock runs down. Final second. And end of the third quarter. Cardozo taking his personal tally to 14 goals at the end of the third quarter. Again, very much Argentina in the ascendancy. They lead their South American rivals, Chile, at the three-quarter mark by 40 goals to 9. Well, Chile looked a little livelier in this third quarter, didn't they, David?
Yeah, they showed a bit of spark, a bit of creativity. But Argentina was just as quick to respond, maintain their healthy, substantial lead.
Herrera again amongst the goals. He now has 12. And for every sliver of hope for Chile, back come the Argentinians and score a couple more, even when they're short-handed, which they were on a couple of occasions in that third period. And it almost seems that that's, you know, a more even battle. But the other thing I think we saw in that third period was that Argentina introducing some of the less experienced players.
Yes. This fourth quarter, I think Chile really needs to set some tangible goals for themselves.
So what's a tangible goal, David, for them in this fourth period?
Last night they were able to score, I think, a total of 12 goals. Don't know if that's a realistic effort for tonight. But I think what they have to do is break the game into small chunks and say, these 2 minutes, we're going to win. This 5-minute segment, we're going to win.
Well, they will start the fourth quarter with 9. So they're 3 short of their total from that opening loss to Colombia. So maybe that is, as you say, it would be a little moral victory if they can get past that number in the next 8 minutes. Firstly, there is some defending to do. Cardozo maneuvers his way to the right. He's back inside. And then hands it off for the goal for Stupenengo.
Chile's Navarro, who kind of spearheaded that comeback at the start of the half, was off injured, it appeared. Was icing his shoulders for a lot of the second part of the third quarter. But he's back on the bench, so perhaps we'll see him come back in and provide a bit more of that spark to Chile that we saw earlier today.
Two of them got in each other's way there, unfortunately. That was Flores coming together with a teammate. It might have been Rodriguez. And that stopped their own movement forward because there was a moment there where they could have had a breakout.
The chairs got hooked up on one another there.
Well, there's never very much room to maneuver at the best of times in this game unless you've got somebody with genuine pace.
And that's really what separates the average player from the special one.
Flores for Chile. They will.
Another turnover.
Receiving Cardozo. Exchanging passes. In to make the hit. Barraza. Did well.
12 seconds. Argentina not able to get the ball past halfway. Those are the sort of things that Chile needs to really build upon. Recognize as building blocks.
Just those little moments of encouragement for Chile. Turning as Rodriguez.
In that particular instance, the Chilean player went down the sideline too far before entering the court. line violation called by the official.
So Argentina pick up possession. Good strength. Cardozo. Forward for Gastaldi.
Good hustle by Chile coming back and defending. Chile has not lost their enthusiasm.
There's 3 of them there.
Oh,
He still
what a
managed
pass.
to get it away for Cardozo.
What a pass.
Over the shoulder pass. Cardozo was there.
And he's
then the
rewarded
return.
for it.
And they will score. Terrific move from the Argentinians, from Gastaldi, who scored it in the end. But there seemed no way out of that corner, didn't there?
No, I don't know how he saw the players when he made that pass.
Barraza with a bit of speed.
Better grab it for 12.
Flores.
Very good, very good.
Flores takes the hit.
Nice
from
pass by
Cardozo.
Flores. Oh.
He picks up the loose ball. Delivers. Turnover.
That's great.
Barraza now for Chile. It's all getting very stretched, and Barraza will run it in.
And a little bit of emphasis on that goal. Perhaps showing some of the frustration, but also perhaps showing a bit of the spark that is possible with this team.
Chile into double figures. 2 short of last night's total.
So as I said earlier, 10 was too little when I set that goal for them.
Over goes Nicolas Stupiniengo. In the key area.
Showing how the hitting behind the axle of the wheel can be such a dangerous move.
Got caught by Juan Rodriguez, the Chilean captain.
Inadvertent contact, however, so no penalty called. I'm just looking at the player's shoulder. Not sure what that magical elixir was. Seems to have worked.
Chile pick it up. Their own key. Out of play.
So neither of the referees saw the call. So they're calling jump ball, possession arrow. Goes to Chile.
Help ball. Possession arrow to Chile.
Barraza, Rodriguez. He maneuvered down the right-hand side, came back inside. Pass it at some stage, pass it or dribble.
Nice outlet pass.
Find Barraza.
He's able to corral it safely. Jump ball called. Both players had possession of the ball at the same time. Foa coming back in for Argentina. As I mentioned earlier, president of the International Wheelchair Rugby Federation.
There he is in the center of your picture there. "37 years young, Juan Foa.
Bench time out called by Chile.
Amazes me that he finds time to play with all the administration that must go with the job as well.
Certainly it's people like him that have really helped develop the sport in the entire Americas region, but certainly and predominantly from his perspective anyways in the South America region.
Well, every region, every country needs its own Pied Piper to fight the good fight, I suppose.
Teams have recently also been created in Peru, Paraguay, Mexico. There's a great future for wheelchair rugby in South America.
Well, that's an interesting point you make. I mean, you think about the origins of the sport itself back in Winnipeg in '77 with Canada. I mean, how long have these South American teams been playing the game? have they had any sort of program for the sport? I mean, which gives us a clearer indication of the distance between the quality of the North Americans and the South Americans.
Well, certainly they're far newer than Canada's the United States program. I think also, too, the quality of rehabilitation. Again, the majority of these players have sustained spinal cord injuries in their late teens, early 20s. And it's the quality of the rehabilitation program and then the ability to afford and participate in recreational sport that then leads to the elite sport excellence. That's coming in the Americas region, but certainly not perhaps to the same level as in Canada and the United States.
Here's Cardoso with yet another goal for the Argentines. You talked about rehabilitation, you talked about the expense of that, but then you talk about entering a sport like this recreationally, but then if you want to play at the elite level, which is what we're watching now, I mean, these wheelchairs don't come cheap, do they?
No, and that certainly is one of the significant barriers of parasport in general, is the cost of equipment, but specific to wheelchair rugby, yes, it's a significant factor. You know, we're talking thousands of dollars for recreational.
So how does an individual get around that? I mean, is that completely dependent on you know, benefactors or sponsorships in the particular countries to get these guys to a level where they can compete internationally?
Yeah, well, it's a combination of those things. Certainly the National Paralympic committees have a role to play in trying to source funding to enable the purchasing of equipment. The difficulty is they're not mass produced, and as you can see, they are so specific to the individual player and can't be mass produced. And so the cost associated with them are significant.
The unit cost is obviously very high.
And as you can also tell, they don't last very long.
Madriaga in. Scores for Chile. Yeah. Do you have any idea? I mean, as we have another look at the goal here from Madriaga, despite the efforts of Cardoso to keep him out. I mean, is there an average lifespan of one of these sports wheelchairs in this particular sport, as you say? I mean, is it months, years, weeks?
Yeah. Probably depends on the quality of the chair, but also the style of play and just how good of a welder you are. But no, you know, a good chair, a couple of years perhaps.
Really? Novoa has been impressive in this cause for Chile, embodying the spirit. As soon as we say something complimentary about him, he turns it over. The nature of the beast. And Argentina cruise in at the other end to extend the lead, and they approach the 50-goal mark. But Chile, with that goal a few moments ago, have at least matched their total last night against Colombia.
So I think Chile has to take solace in that, but now also set a higher bar, and hopefully let's look for the 14 goals from them for tonight, perhaps, as a goal.
Turning is Cardoso. Cardoso cleverly away from Madriaga.
Lovely play.
And then the unselfish pass.
Yes.
To Arancet.
Watch this upper pass, able to corral it in quickly.
Less than 3.5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. No look pass again for Arancet. This time he finds Novoa blocking his path. Forced away the dribble. But he needs a little bit of help because there's a lot of traffic in his way. Good burst of speed from Arancet. Well done.
Great power. He is for a relative new player, showing great power and foresight to get in there.
power is generated principally from the power in the arms, I would imagine, to get yourself not just going, but going at pace quickly to build up that speed.
Certainly, and the bigger muscle groups in the body are from the upper back and the shoulders as opposed to the triceps and the arms. So
really?
You'll see players leaning over to get more power so they can then transfer that into their arms, pushing on the wheels. And that's where the different disabilities and the level of disability plays a role in the ability to transfer that power into the arms and push on the wheels.
You mentioned also the point, just following that particular theme there, that we have amputees playing here, but some of them, and we were watching Herrera, for example, has terrific speed. And yet he's an amputee. I mean, it kind of beggars belief that he can generate that speed, and yet he's missing the limbs.
Agreed. That's one of the things that fascinates me about parasport in general, and certainly wheelchair sports specifically, is the creativity and the adaptability to their own circumstance, and then translating that into athletic excellence.
Ignacio Arancet again. Argentina just one short of the 50-goal mark. 5 goals for Arancet now. Looking hungry. Looking like he wants some more.
Nice to see him back on the floor after that injury we saw earlier in the game with the ice pack on his shoulders. Hang on. Oh, just not able to hold on to the ball.
Look at the frustration.
Showing his frustration.
Look at the frustration. That's how much it means, and that's great to see.
Yeah, they're clearly not going to win the game, but still, they definitely want to perform. And they've obviously got goals set for themselves as a team.
No defense here. And Arancet again. Cruises between the pylons. And Argentina pile up 50 goals.
Argentina's looking very strong tonight.
Twice as many as they did last night against the Americans. 2:21 left in the game. Tracking back quickly was Cardoso. Comes away with the ball. Great spin away from Madriaga. Cushion pass for Arancet. He's going to go in the corner, is he? Yes, he is. Suddenly Ignacio Arancet can't stop scoring every time the ball is in the offensive line. He seems to be the one on the end of it.
He's had a fabulous fourth quarter.
Ready to make some substitutions, Chile and also the Argentines. 3 for the men in red.
Coming into the game for Chile, number 3, Pedro Silva. Number 6, Juan Rodriguez. And number 7,
Silva, Rodriguez, and Flores on the floor. Colombo entering or re-entering the game for Argentina.
Return pass was made too close to the sideline. He had nowhere to go.
So Argentina take over. Panting Colombo back on court. Duly rested, I'm sure. In the corner goes Nascimento.
Argentina goal, scrum number 13, Brian Nascimento.
Just over a minute remaining. Chile still tantalizingly close to breaking the number of goals they scored last night. It would be, you feel, something of a moral victory.
Agreed.
If they could get to 13.
They're going to get called for 10. Oh, and they did get the goal.
In round the back, almost unspotted, was Juan Rodriguez. A nice psychological moment. They all just
snuck it in.
Yeah. Everybody thought everybody had some of them covered, but there was just enough room at the far pylon for Rodriguez. Meanwhile, at the other end, the goal for Cardoso, the Argentine captain, who takes his personal tally now to 16.
Cardoso's had a strong game.
Big hit coming in from Flores. And then trying to find a way through Rodriguez. And they do find a way through.
This flurry of goals in the final 2 minutes for Chile.
Well, the initial foray through, and then Opazo managed to just get those wheels across the goal line. The other end.
Oh, he did not have possession.
Carry it in. Mistake by Nascimento. He was all alone, but he needed to gain control of the ball before those wheels crossed the end line. Last seconds of the contest. Can they score one more? Can they get it up to 15? They're going to try. The clock is going to beat them. It's over. Big win for Argentina. Their first win of these 2015 Parapan Games. 13 more goals in the fourth period. Chile were game, but they were generally outclassed throughout from start to finish. And they are now 0 for 2 as Argentina win this all-South American rivalry over Chile by 53 goals to 14.
Of action on Super Sunday. Mixed 4x50-meter freestyle relay, 20 points. Just 4 teams taking part in that, so only one's going to miss out. Fasten your seatbelts.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the men's 100 meters breaststroke SB5.
The athletes are coming on deck for the victory ceremony in the men's 100-meter breaststroke S5. 2 Mexican swimmers, Brazilian, will take home the hardware of this event. And presenting the medals, Mr. Octavio Londoño, former president of the American Paralympic Committee. Professor Mohan Miller, member of the Audit and Finance Committee of the International
Representing Mexico, Humberto
bronze to Humberto Romero of Mexico.
One of his first major international competitions. Romero had an extremely tight charge to the wall to get that bronze medal, just out touching his rival Gomes from Brazil for the bronze medal in this race. He will be going home. He's 21 years of age. He'll be going home with some hardware.
Medalla de plata.
Silver winner representing Mexico,
Pedro Rangel of Mexico, the 35-year-old who set the America's record in this event way back in 2006 in Durban, South Africa, settles for the silver.
This is his third Parapans. He's got a gold medal from the Paralympics back in 2008. He is one of the best breaststrokers of all time in the SB5 class. And the reason it's called SB and not always just S5 is that B stands for breaststroke. And because dead breaststroke is such a difficult stroke for the para swimmers to attain, they actually have a lot of S6 swimmers that can move and reclassify and swim in the SB5 category.
Parapan Am champion and the gold medalist in the men's 100-meter breaststroke S5, Roberto Alcalde, Brazil.
And this is a big breakthrough swim. Brazil has some very, very experienced and I would say older swimmers on their Parapan team, possibly because of Rio de Janeiro next summer and they're hanging on for that extra year or two. They don't have a lot of newcomers and youngsters. There's no medals listed on the resume for Roberto Alcalde from Brazil, 23 years of age, but now he's got a gold medal on his resume, and that's pretty good timing as he leads into the Rio Paralympics next summer.
And now the national anthem for Roberto Alcalde of Brazil. It's a special moment that many athletes dream about during those grueling training hours. The anthem played in your honor. It was just played for Roberto Alcalde of Brazil, the winner in the men's 100-meter breaststroke. The silver goes to Rangel of Mexico, and Romero gets the bronze.
Sarah says the energy in here is insane. Hashtag TO2015, hashtag swimming, and she's even gone for hashtag Go Canada as well. You're absolutely right, the atmosphere in here has been buzzing. We would say it's been buzzing. There you go. Manchester thing, you have been around that area. But Chelsea Gottel says such a close third seat in the simple. Why aren't you here watching the swimming? Three-time Paralympic swimming, get yourself here. Watching the swimming, Chelsea. Can't believe it, she's nipped out to watch a bit of the sitting volleyball. It is only next door, in fairness, so she's excused a little bit, yeah. There's our Brazilian team. There's my friend, the coach. He's over there. How you doing? That's the man that tells me how to say all the Brazilian names, and then the next day he tells me off because I said them wrong. But it's all right, we're fine. Oh, Lily. Oh, la la. Oh, Lily. There we go, you see? Some people would have thought that was me. Definitely wasn't. That was Victor Asman. So that's the happy Brazilian team. There's lots of teams that are happy. Certainly the host team will be over the moon, I am sure, with their performances tonight. Keep those tweets coming to us. It's been superb to be able to read them and take a look at them. So many people have been inspired here tonight. Maybe it's your first time attending a para-swimming event. Well, maybe you'll be back for more. This is what it's all about. Young and old, different classifications, doesn't matter who. They are very, very inspiring. Keep the cheering coming.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici les athlètes pour l'épreuve de 50 mètres libre.
Armando Andrade of Mexico holds the America's record in this event, 27.75. That was set in the prelims and tied by a Canadian, Zach McAllister. And those two will battle in the final of the men's 53 S8. And they start from the far end of the pool. It is one length 3 Canadians in this. Zach Zona will have 6. Zach McAllister will have 4. Chris Sargent will be in 3. And Andrade, the defending champion, will be in 4. It's the final of the men's 50-meter freestyle S8.
It looks a little bit different. They do start on the right side of the screen on this one. They start at the other end where most of the other swimmers do their turns, but this is only one length of the pool. For Angel Bouquet of Mexico, 23 years of age. 4 years ago, he won a relay medal at the Paralympics in his home country of Mexico. Emery Muniz unfortunately lost his silver medal in the backstroke yesterday because he was disqualified. So this will be his chance to try to get back on the podium if he possibly can. Lane number 3, 22 years of age, Chris Sargent. Bronze 4 years ago in the 50-meter freestyle. He'll try to get back to the podium here. He's from Kingston, trains with legendary coach Vicky Cole. Zach McAllister tied that games record in his preliminary swim, 21 years of age, from the University of Lethbridge. And there's the man that tied him. Armando Andrade, Luis Armando Andrade from Mexico, 20 years of age, defending champion in this race. He won 3 gold medals 4 years ago. Only 16 years of age, Zach Zona from Canada, from Waterford, Ontario. We have the lone American here, Tom Miazga. 8 years ago, he won a silver in this event. Didn't win a medal 4 years ago. He's already got a silver medal in the 100-meter backstroke at these games yesterday. Nikki Bezalov from Argentina, only 14 years of age. He's out of Buenos Aires. Yesterday he swam the 100-meter backstroke. He's finished in 6th spot here at the Parapan in Toronto.
8 swimmers, 1 length of the pool. It's the final of the men's 50-meter freestyle S8. 3 Canadians, Sargent in 3, McAllister in 4, Zona in 6. The defending champion, Luis Andrade of Mexico, is in 5. The start is critical.
Excellent start in lane number 4 for McAllister, the Canadian, and also Andrade had a better start coming off the start. So both of them, the 2 leaders, are the 2 that are right out in front, right off the start.
They co-hold the record at 27.75, and it is Andrade and McAllister battling it out for gold in the men's 50 free. Less than 10 meters to go. It looks like McAllister's going to get the gold. McAllister pours it on. McAllister at the wall. He takes the gold. Andrade the silver, and Sargent picks up the bronze. But Zach McAllister, who tied the America's record in the prelims, takes home the gold when it counts in the final in the men's 50 free S8.
Well, the shootout at the OK Corral, he said his favorite movies, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, was Clint Eastwood, so he showed some character getting up there, winning when it counts, not panicking, right to the end, off the start, watching the middle of the pool. The 2 fastest are out very quickly. Andrade is a bit taller. He was able to come out slightly ahead. You can see right there, he's a bit ahead, maybe a third of a meter ahead of McAllister, but by the middle of the pool, McAllister was right with him, and then right at the end, McAllister is turning over, and reaches out there with his right arm. He's able to get in there just ahead of Andrade. Watch this now as they get to the wall. Andrade will come around real quick at the end, right there, but he can't quite catch up to McAllister. Down at the bottom, Sargent comes in for a bronze medal. Excellent job from start to finish. For McAllister, a new games record, a little bit of an improvement over what they did in the preliminaries. So to be able to do that twice in one day, certainly a good effort. His coach, Peter Shorey in Lethbridge, will be pleased with that effort, I'm sure.
He did 27.75 in the morning. 27.69 is a new America's record for Zach McAllister, winning gold in the men's 53. The defending champion has to settle for silver this time around. Chris Sargent picks up the bronze.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici les athlètes pour l'épreuve de 50 mètres libre à suite pour les fans.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la gran
The athletes are coming on deck for the women's 50-meter freestyle, the S8 category. 3 Canadians in this one, Triple B in 6, Morgan Bird in 4, and Sabrina Duchesne will have lane 2. Mallory Wegman of the United States will be in 5. She's the Olympic champion in the 50 free. Cecilia Geronimo of Brazil will be in lane 3.
Venezuela. In lane 1, representing Venezuela,
Jocelyn Brito from Venezuela. She was 8th in the 100-meter backstroke yesterday at these Parapan Games. And lane number 2, Sabrina Duchesne. In the 400 freestyle from Quebec City. She's with the powerful Rouge Or team out of the University of Laval. Youngest member of the team, of the Canadian team, was 7th in the 100-meter backstroke earlier. Cecilia Geronimo from Brazil. At the South American Games, she won the 100-meter freestyle in 2014. She also was in the 100-meter backstroke. So the lane 1, 2, and 3 were 6th, 7th, and 8th in the 100-meter backstroke yesterday. So they're very familiar and have raced one another several times. Morgan Bird, medalist earlier tonight in the 400-meter freestyle. She's out of Calgary. This is the 50-meter freestyle. She won a silver medal at the 2013 Worlds. This woman is one of the top paraswimmers in the world, Swimmer of the Year in Swimming World Magazine, Paraswimmer of the World, I should say, 2009-2010. She was originally out of Minnesota. Isa Tripp from Canada, second youngest on the team, trains out of Kingston, Ontario, learned to swim at age 7. She has cerebral palsy. And in lane number 7, there are 7 women in this race. Karina Lopez from Mexico. She was 5th in the 100-meter backstroke yesterday.
This is the women's 50 meters freestyle S8 final.
We expect a battle between Mallory Wegman of the United States in lane 5, the Olympic champion, and Morgan Bird, the 21-year-old from Calgary, who has lane 4, women's 53 S8, 1 length of the pool. Start is critical.
Let's see who got the best one. Looks right at this point, lane number 3 got an excellent start. Cecilia Geronimo, but right now in the middle, you got Morgan Bird already right back and even with her, as is lane number 5, Mallory Wegman.
Geronimo, Bird, and Wegman at the halfway mark of the women's 53 S8. Just over 10 meters to go. This is going to be a great finish. Is it Morgan Bird who has a slight lead, challenged by Geronimo? They come to the wall, and it is Bird for gold. Wegman the silver, and Geronimo picks up the bronze in the women's 53 S8.
That was all in the touch. The start, Geronimo had a great touch. There's Wegman there. She'll have to settle for 3rd. But it was a great start by Geronimo. Bird was able to catch up to her, and then it was all the touch. Second gold medal tonight. A pretty busy and productive night for Morgan Bird out of Calgary. Nice position. Nice job. All right, watch here. Geronimo, lane number 3. 3 from the bottom. She will come out ahead. You can see her right now. Bird now surfaces and just about catches up to her by about 10 meters into the race. But at the end, it'll be just the timing of the wall. Look at the 3 of them to the wall. But Bird is a little behind, but she's going to get her left hand in there quickly. Geronimo takes an extra stroke with her right at the bottom. Watch Geronimo. She's ahead at this point. Look at her head, look at her shoulders. Morgan Bird's going to come around now with her left arm, and Geronimo is going to go left, and now another short little stroke. Instead of leaning on her left, she takes another arm pull with her right. That cost Geronimo the gold medal. That got Bird to the wall first and got her the gold medal.
And how close was it? Morgan Bird, 32 seconds flat. Wegman gets the silver, 32.04, and Geronimo gets the bronze at 32.05. A gold medal swim for Canada's Morgan Bird in the women's 50 free. Wegman gets the silver, and Geronimo of Brazil picks up the bronze.
So the poor touch was actually cost her not the silver. She ended up with a bronze medal for a poor touch. Geronimo could have won it with a good touch.
as we say, we've got one more race to come. That is a 4x50 mixed freestyle relay, 20 points. That promises to be something special as well. Keep your tweets coming. All of the medals that Canada have had tonight, I feel like you've had your cake, we've put some icing on top, we've lit a candle, and then we brought you another one, just in case. So before we get started with our relay race, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for all of our individual athletes that have competed in individual events tonight. They have made your night complete, they really have. One more race to come.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici les athlètes pour l'épreuve 4x50 mètres relais mixte.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos al Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la gran final 4x50 estilo libre masculino.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we're getting set for our first relay at the Parapan Am in Toronto in swimming, a mixed 4x50 freestyle relay, 20 points. We should explain what the 20 points means.
20 points is that you add up the categories of the 4 athletes, and they must total no more than 20. So you can have, as the Americans have done, you can have an S2, and a 6 and a 6 and a 6, and that equals 20. Canada has gone with a 6, a 5, a 5, and a 4. So that's what you have to be able to do. You must add up to 20 points from your classifications of your 4 athletes.
4 teams in this mixed 4x50 freestyle relay. Canada will have lane 6, US 5, Brazil 4, and Colombia 3.
Colombia has 4 athletes. Starting there, we'll start in lane number 3. It's one length of the pool for all 4 of the athletes.
Colombia is going with Fuentes, Crispin, Lara Rodriguez, and Olm Ramos.
And Brazil is going with an incredible veteran team, power team. They do hold the record, so they're going to be very tough to beat. They'll lead off as De Silva. United States, there's Canada's lead off, Adam Purdy, the veteran, 34 years of age. He actually came out of retirement. He hasn't been swimming for 7 years, came out of retirement last year. He said, I want my 2 children to see me swim on Canadian soil, so I want to come back and swim at the Parapans. And they've decided to have him lead the Canadian team, the veteran, out of London, Ontario.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the mixed 4x50 freestyle relay.
The swimmers can actually start from the pool if they choose to, and the Americans will lead with Curtis Lovejoy, a 58-year-old veteran. He's just getting into the water now, moving over his lane, which is lane number 5.
Lovejoy will lead off for the Americans. Sophie Herzog will swim second. Zach Shattuck will swim third. And Riley Boyd will anchor for the Americans.
So this is interesting strategy here because the Americans will be way behind. Curtis Lovejoy, nothing against Curtis Lovejoy, the leadoff, the 58-year-old, but he's an S2, so he's not nearly as fast as those with less impairment mobility that have higher numbers.
The Americans will then follow with 3 S6s, so obviously we're seeing a little strategy here on the part of the Americans. Canada, as we pointed out, going with an S6 and S4 and 2 S5s to reach that total of 20. The race is called Mixed 4x50 freestyle relay, 20 points.
Waiting for their teammates to get ready to go, and here we go. The referee likes what everything looks like. We're ready to go. Turns it over to the start.
This is the first relay of the Parapan Am swimming competition, the mixed 4x50 freestyle relay, 20 points. And in the water for the Canadians, Adam Purdy. Curtis Lovejoy is in for the United States. Geraldo da Silva for Brazil. And for Colombia, Moises Fuentes.
Well, the Brazilian, Geraldo da Silva, has 12 Olympic medals to his credit. He is definitely the veteran. He's 36 years of age. Purdy up there, as I should mention, this is a freestyle relay. You can do other strokes, and Purdy is a better backstroker, so he's doing backstroke for Canada. In the water for Canada right now is Dan Murphy, 26 years of age, out of Halifax. He was 5th in the 100 freestyle, so he's right there with the Brazilians, which is a bit of a surprise. Joanne da Silva, gold medal in the 100-meter freestyle here in the Parapans, and a world champion in the 50-meter freestyle. So expect her to try to get Brazil back into the lead, and that's what's happening.
And coming gangbusters in lane 3 is Nelson Crispin of Colombia to get the Colombians back into this race as they take the lead. Jonathan Dielman will come in, make that Valerie Drapeau for the Canadians. For the United States.
The United States is still way down at the other end because Curtis Lovejoy isn't quite as fast as the other athletes, so the Americans are playing major league catch-up. I don't think they can catch up this much, though. They're way, way behind with Sophie Herzog in the water, still going the other way. You can see the Americans going the other way, and all three teams are now heading from left to right. Way out in front now are the Brazilians, as expected. They're the world record holders, so the idea was that how long can you stay close enough to the Brazilians?
That is Stephanie de Oliveira in the water for the Brazilians. She will touch, and that will bring on the great Daniel Diaz for Brazil to swim the anchor.
And the swimmers still have to be careful on the relay takeovers. Obviously, the swimmer in the water must touch the touchpad. It is connected electronically to the starting block, and they'll know if you left too early. But Diaz, the most decorated para swimmer in Brazil of all time, 11 golds at the Parapans 4 years ago.
And the Brazilians are going to wrap up a gold here. They have a commanding lead. The Canadians just touching now, sending Tammy Cunnington off. The Canadians are in silver medal position, but the Brazilians touch, and gold is theirs in the mixed 4x50-meter freestyle relay. Now the Canadians are going to try and get to the silver medal position with Tammy Cunnington.
Well, and we mentioned that the Americans were a full pull length behind, but look at how much they've come back because they've got the S6s now in the water, and they're going to go right by Canada. Canada has an S4 in the water, which has a little bit slower best time. The Colombians are back, and I don't think that they'll be able to catch the Canadians, so it's probably going to be the Americans for the silver.
This is Riley Boyd coming to the wall for the Americans to take the silver medal. The Brazilians have the gold, and the U.S. take the silver. Canada, with Tammy Cunnington in the water, will pick up the bronze. The Colombians coming on strong, but they will not get to the wall to knock Canada out of the bronze medal position. So it is Brazil gold, the United States silver, and Canada bronze in the mixed 4x50-meter freestyle relay, 20 points.
Brazilians were never in doubt of winning this gold medal. It was really just a question of how far this coming from the anchor woman for the Canadian team. She was able to get to the wall in time and hold off the Colombians, Canada, to win the bronze medal. But Brazil was going to win this race. It was just a question of could they challenge their world record or not challenge it.
Brazil will take the gold, the United States silver, and Canada the bronze in the mixed 4x50-meter freestyle relay, 20 points.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, well done to all of our teams. Big round of applause for our four relay teams. Well done to them for finishing the night in just as good a fashion as we've had here so far throughout the evening. We've got our medal ceremonies to come once again. If you could stick around and show your appreciation and support for the athletes who have poured everything into tonight. Keep tweeting as well. Perhaps you can send us your highlight of the evening. Tell us where you've come from. All the athletes, big smiles on their faces. We are indeed heading towards medal ceremonies
just a few moments. Madison, you sit next to me all night. That's the loudest I've been so far. Yesterday was good. Tonight just blew that out of the water.
Tonight was very, very, very exciting, and I could definitely tell from you, but mostly from all of you folks in the crowd. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise de médailles.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the men's 100 meters backstroke S13 final.
A moment the Canadian para swimming fans have been waiting for. They sweep the medals in the 100-meter backstroke, S12 and 13. And this is the victory ceremony.
Les médailles seront présentées par.
Las medallas serán entregadas por.
The medals will be presented by Vice President of the International Blind Sports Federation, Mr. Joe Walsh.
J.D. Blaine, the chairperson of the IPC Swimming Sport Technical Committee.
Accompanied by chairperson of IPC Swimming Sport Technical Committee.
Assist in the medal ceremony.
Médaille de bronze.
Nicholas Turbide, Tyler Moran, Stephen Guttel. 1, 2, 3 for the Canadians. There's Tyler Moran, 17-year-old, about to get his medal.
This is also special for the simple reason that he just missed winning a medal yesterday in the 200-meter individual medley. So the fact that he can now get to the podium gives him a lot of experience, something on his resume for sure. Last year was one of his first ever competitions at the Parapans in California. He's a youngster, 17 years of age, part of that new wave of Canadian swimming.
Médaille d'argent.
Medalla de plata.
Silver medal winner, representing Canada, Devin Gottel.
Devin Gottel picks up the silver medal for the Canadians in the 100-meter back. As 12-13.
Graduated from Concordia University in Montreal, now training in London with coach Andrew Craven. Second silver medal, picked up a silver yesterday in the 200-meter individual medley. He's now got another medal on his chest at home that features 6 other medals from the 2007 Parapan Air. So a two-time Paralympian, Devin Gottel.
Medalla de oro y campeón para Panamericano.
Gold medal winner and Parapan American champion, representing Canada, Nicholas Turbide.
And for the second time here at the Parapan Ams in Toronto, Nicholas Turbide steps up to get a gold medal. This one in 100 back. And there was really no doubt about this win.
Beautiful effort. He's a powerful, powerful young swimmer, only 18 years of age, out of Quebec City. Marc-Andre Pelletier has had several swimmers at the elite level, both able-bodied and para swimmers, and this is certainly now one of the best para swimmers in the world. Nicholas Turbide of Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Canada.
arms raised to the roof here at the CIBC Pan Am Aquatic Center and Fieldhouse. And they all bear the maple leaf in honor of Nicholas Turgay, Devin Gottal, and Tyler Moran for their 1-2-3 finish in the men's 100-meter backstroke S12 315.
Number 6, Jeff Butler. Number 7, Jason Regier. Number 8, Ernie Chun. Number 9, Eric Newby. Number 10, Josh Wheeler. Number 11, Seth McBride. Number 12, Chad Cohn. Number 14, Joe Delagrave. Number 21, Clayton Brackett. Head coach for the United States is James Gumbers.
Representando le Brésil y representando a Brasil.
And now representing Brazil, number 1, Gilson Jr. Number 2, Lucas Juquera. Number 3, Anderson Kais. Number 4, Jose Hao Guster. Number 5, Alexandra Taniguchi. Number 6, Jose Ishidu. Number 7, Bruno Damasceno. Number 8, Rafael Hoffman. Number 9, Navi Abreu. Number 10, Luis Fernando Cavalli. Number 11, Moises Batista. Number 12, Alexandra Giuriatu. Head coach for Brazil, Luis Gustavo Pena.
Les arbitres pour ce match sont los árbitros de este partido son.
The referees for this evening's match from Great Britain, Brian Ward, and from Australia, Gabe Caligiuri.
L'Allemagne débarque pour les États-Unis. La formation initiale des Estados Unidos.
The starting lineups for this evening's match for the United States. Number 5, Chuck Aoki. Number 7, Jason Regier. Number 10, Josh Wheeler. And number 11, Seth McBride.
L'Allemagne débarque pour le Brésil. La formation initiale des Brasil.
And starting for Brazil, number 1, Gilson Jr. Number 5, Alexandra Taniguchi. Number 8, Rafael Hoffman. And number 12, Alexandra Giuriatu.
Day 2 of wheelchair rugby at the 2015 Parapan American Games. Third game of the night at the Mississauga Sports Center. Getting the world number 3, the United States of America, against one of the top South American teams, perhaps, David Legg, the top South American team in Brazil.
Certainly the most developed team in the Southern Hemisphere. Approximately 8 to 10 clubs. That's probably twice as many as most other countries in South America. Brazil spending a fair bit of investment in the last couple of years to get this team prepared. It's still a relatively new team, but because they're hosting the Paralympic Games in 2016, as that happens, Brazil gets an automatic qualifier for the tournament. So they don't want to embarrass themselves, and they want to make sure they have a good showing.
It's a very good point you make, because not only are Brazil automatic qualifiers for the 2016 Paralympic Games, as we see the referee Brian Ward from Great Britain, but the gold medalists at this tournament also get that automatic berth into Rio in 2016 for the Paralympic Games. So it's not just medals here, but there's also the future to look towards.
There's a lot more at stake than simply even the medals at this tournament. Exactly. Qualification for the Paralympic Games in 2016.
Brazil in those green and yellow jerseys get away to a fast start. The opening goal from Alexandra Taniguchi.
We very quickly saw two of the stars on each team, Taniguchi and Aoki, who was trying to stop him from scoring on that first goal by Brazil.
Josh Wheeler at the other end is quickly in with the tying goal for the United States, whereas number 10, the 4 starters, 4 from the 12-man roster, or 12-person roster, we should say, because this is a mixed-gender sport, although neither the United States nor Brazil have any female competitors on their particular rosters. Yamaguchi again. United States in those white jerseys. See a lot of hard hits throughout this game, but there is no question that...
nice pass by Taniguchi.
For Giretto.
Watch Taniguchi. You can either take it, or can dish it, chooses the pass.
Brazil back in front in short order. There's no question that over the period of wheelchair rugby, as we see Chuck Aoki going in for another goal, tied up again at 2s, that the United States have been one of the leading lights of wheelchair rugby almost since its inception. They call it quad rugby there as well, don't they?
Exactly. So while the Canadians invented it, certainly the United States took a hold of it quickly. They by far have the most developed club system in the world. Probably close to 30 teams playing across the country.
Alexandre Giretto, some running repairs for the Brazilian, 33 years of age. He is a 3.0 sport class, and perhaps it's worth just explaining that of the 4 players on the court at any one time, that sport classification data cannot exceed 8.0. Just briefly explain that for us.
So the player with the most physical function would be classified as a 3.5, and the player with the least physical function would be classified as a 0.5. And you're correct, of the 4 players on the floor, they cannot exceed a total of 8 points.
So you can't just throw any 4 out there. You have to do the math before you decide who are part of that quartet.
Exactly, and coaches will often put players into pairs that equal 4. So a 2 and a 2, 2.5 and a 1.5, etc. And they'll trade those players in and out together.
Loose ball, it'll go into touch. Brazil will get the put in. See on the far side there, the shot clock briefly. And each team from a restart. From their own goal line has 40 seconds to execute the move and score a goal.
The United States had 4 players defending the key, which is an infraction, and therefore there will be a 1-minute penalty. Penalty will be completed either once the minute expires or if a goal is scored.
So Josh Wheeler into the penalty box, and the penalty will expire with the goal. Scored by Davi Abreu. And the Americans find themselves behind again, but only briefly. Quickly through to tie it up is Josh Wheeler. And it's already evident, isn't it, David, that Josh Wheeler has quite a turn of speed.
Does he ever? Timeout called by Brazil before Taniguchi got pushed out of bounds, which he would have turned the ball over. Smart call.
So timeout for the Brazilians, called over to the bench by the coach, Luis Gustavo Peña. And the restart comes from behind the goal line. You are permitted 12 seconds to get it into opposition territory across half court. And 40 seconds in total to execute the move. Score the goal at the other end. So shot clocks are very much a part of wheelchair rugby. Brazil inbound. In for Giretto, finding Taniguchi. Away from Wheeler. Long ball from Taniguchi.
Great
Perfectly
pass.
played.
Great pass. Right on the money.
And Giurato in to score and restore the Brazilians' lead.
Watch this pass from Taniguchi. Pinpoint accuracy, hitting the player in full stride.
2 bounces into the path of Giurato. Quickly, the United States tie it up again. 6:21 remaining in the first quarter. 3 goals already for Josh Wheeler. In total, there are 4 8-minute quarters. 2-minute break between the first and second quarter and the third and fourth, and then we get a 5-minute break at half-time.
Another timeout called by Brazil in order to avoid the turnover from a 12-second time clock violation, getting it over half court. I'm not sure the United States expected it to be this tight so early.
You took the words right out of my mouth, because the Brazilians lost their opening game to Canada, 65-32. The Americans were all over Argentina, 70-25. But certainly the Brazilians have come to play, no question about that.
We've got a game on our hands.
Junqueira, inbound. Abreu. Abreu up the sideline. Stopped by Aoki. Shot clock down to 12. Now to 10.
I had to call another timeout. They've already burned 3 timeouts in the first half of this quarter.
Shrug of the shoulders from the coach. But so far, Brazil holding their own against the world number 3 Americans. And Taniguchi here on the ball is one of the reasons why. Could be in again here, forced wide, turning quickly, good ball
great
inside.
Pass.
Taniguchi quickly again inside to Abreu. And Brazil back in front.
Watch this. Quick, no look. Caught the U.S. sleeping.
Reminding you the whole of the chair doesn't have to be over the goal line. Just the front 2 wheels is good enough to be considered a goal.
Any 2 wheels, with the exception of those 2 smaller wheels, which are the tip wheels in the back.
You can and you will see goals backed in, literally, from time to time. Taniguchi, already influential for Brazil. Picked off by Aoki. Aoki the pass forward.
Perfect
for
pass
Wheeler.
by Aoki. Perfect pass.
And for the first time, I believe, the Americans in front by 6 goals to 5. Abreu looking for the exit strategy, finds it in the form of Giurato. 2 ahead of him, over half court. Giurato, the dribble. And the fumble. From Abreu. Trying to tie it up again. And Aoki will score and extend the Americans' lead to 2.
The U.S. has been aggressively pressing the Brazilians every time they score, but the Brazilians, so far anyways, have been able to break their press.
2 goals for Abreu, 2 for Giurato. And the other for Taniguchi.
I spoke too soon.
Forcing his way through. Seth McBride. His first goal.
Taniguchi finds himself in a bind.
So 3 the margin. Just around 4.5 minutes remaining in this first quarter.
Timeout called by the United States.
We will have the ball possession when we resume.
Substitutions for both teams coming in the game for Brazil.
Both teams taking the opportunity to make some substitutions during this timeout. Clayton Brackett, the 21 for American. Eric Newby is in as well now, number 9. Eric Newby helped himself to no less than 16 goals in that opening victory for the Americans. So watch out for number 9 for the US. He'll be hungry to add to that tally. Damasceno is a 7 for the Brazilians. Might need some help here.
Oh.
He'll back himself in.
That's an example right there what you were talking about earlier. That was great patience by the Brazilian. Knowing he was going to get hit, held on strong, was able to back in.
United States goal scorer number 9, Eric Newby. Still inbound with number 9,
Americans already trying to bottle up the Brazilians before they even throw the ball in. Taniguchi breaks free.
So
he's in tough.
Over half court with some speed from Taniguchi, gets hit by
This goal
Della.
all started with Taniguchi knowing he was going to get hit just as he crossed the center line. Laid himself out, though, to make the pass that then led to the second pass for the goal.
Abreu was in. Finish off the move effectively. Trying to collect it in was Damasceno.
Brazil's playing very well. They've come to play hard tonight.
Just 2 between them. Less than 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Newby turning.
U.S. setting up a play. All 3 of them will come in together. Full speed.
The screen, and Newby looking to get through. It's good defense.
Defender was out of bounds.
Managed to crowd out Newby.
Right there, number 6 playing out of bounds.
Brazil foul on number 6, Jose Medina. Foul on the floor,
U.S. with a man advantage. We'll wait till they find their opening.
This is Rob Della. And for Newby.
Easy
Around
ball.
the back. And the Americans into double figures.
As you'll notice, the U.S. players already positioning themselves prior to the ball even being.
I know often we see them either side to side or back to back in these situations when they're inbound from behind the goal line. What's the strategy there, David?
Well, what they're trying to do is block off potential passing lanes for when the ball's inbounded. And there's an example right there where the Brazilian player was, the reason the ball was turned over is because there was contact prior to the whistle. Because the Brazilian player was trying to get away from the American player who was trying to box him in prior to the ball being passed.
Here comes the 3-man again. The screen as Newby tries to find a way through.
The U.S. player just rammed the Brazilian out of bounds, causing another infraction that number 4 will now have to serve.
So Newby cross, but no goal. He will play short-handed for a moment or 2.
You can feel that hit up here in your bones.
I think the table rocked in front of us. Gunter is in the penalty box for the time being, so the Brazilian short-handed. So some desperate defending needed to go on. He can't come back until there's a goal scored. There may be one right here. And there is indeed. It's crossed by Rob Della.
last 2 minutes has been a bit of a lull for the Brazilian team. They need to return to that earlier spark that they had when the game started.
Well, they certainly came out all guns blazing, but they're expending a lot of energy in that just short period of the game. Taniguchi is going to get hit. Manages to get the pass away nonetheless.
Taniguchi's so strong with that ability to pass to the front court.
Locked
Great
off.
hustle.
Damasceno. Can they force it in? Taniguchi coming wide. Damasceno holding on.
Oh, trying to get the corner, not able to do so. He needs to come out, though, because he's going to be in the key for 10 seconds.
And there you go.
And he was.
Just couldn't force it. Find a passing lane.
So offensive players are only allowed to remain in that key for 10 seconds. Much like a 3 in the key violation in basketball.
Della with room on that left-hand side. Comes inside.
Oh.
Then there's pace.
What a block. What a
Damasceno
block.
is blocked off.
Like a pulling guard in a football game. Coming around.
Back of your picture there.
Laying the boom and letting the running back just run through the empty hole.
As Newby with the hit, which allowed Della in unobstructed.
Once again, Taniguchi with pinpoint accuracy. Impressive.
12-8 in favor of the Americans. Less than 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Day 2 of wheelchair rugby. Rock'em sock'em stuff. And here comes Della again. Round Newby. And coasts home for a 13th goal for the Americans.
Taniguchi has to call an equipment timeout. He was having wheel problems even coming back on defense, I noticed there.
As you can see, the mechanical wizards are on to assist Taniguchi.
We've mentioned this in earlier games, but it's worth repeating. As equipment managers are likely the most important people on the bench. They have to be able to get out on the court, make the equipment change within 1 minute. Otherwise, the player has to be substituted for. And once the game ends, games don't end for the equipment managers. They need to rebuild these chairs for the next day's game.
So it's a long haul for the equipment managers, the unsung heroes of all these 6 competing nations. Canada and the United States, and the 4 South Americans. Taniguchi would have to hurry. Gets across the end line to reduce the arrears to 5. Della will get us underway again. Long pass looking for Newby, finds him. Well, that's route 1 as they call it in other sports. Straight from Della to Newby. And a simple goal for the Americans. Big hit from Newby. Taniguchi picks up the loose ball. Trying to find a passing lane or a moving lane. Ball ahead, that's clever stuff.
No, look behind the back pass.
Higuino in to score. Ends up on his side.
It looked to me that was an inadvertent.
Let's have another look. Higuino got there.
Oh.
And then tipped himself over.
Yeah.
The goal, I assume, will
Watch
stand.
this pass.
That's brilliant. Well, it's entertainment. That's what it is. No shortage of entertainment, no shortage of goal scoring in this game.
He's got to watch the back of his head.
Jose Higuino is upright once again.
Yeah.
Oh. 14-10 with a minute remaining in the first quarter. Americans on top, but David, perhaps not by as many as they expected to be.
No, I would agree. I think Brazil has perhaps surprised them with how tough they've been.
Newby playing some defense. Della over halfway. Della with room and time. The Americans take a 5-goal advantage. 51 seconds remaining in the quarter. Clock shot still running. Tamaguchi out of defense. Will he try the long ball this time? Got to get over halfway first. Does now, but there's no one there.
No magic this time from Tamaguchi.
This time. Rugby infield.
Nice aggressive defense by Brazil. U.S. holding the ball, hopefully for a score just before the end of the quarter so that they can then retain possession of the ball to start the second.
Just a matter of seconds, 15 seconds and counting.
U.S. will try and score with 2 seconds left in the clock.
A lot of bodies to get through. We'll just hold it there, hold it, and over he goes with 4 seconds remaining. And Newby the scorer. So can the Brazilians respond before the end of the first period? And they cannot. So a well-contested first quarter between the Americans and the Brazilians, who certainly in the first 3 or 4 minutes gave as good as they've got, and they certainly haven't let the Americans run away with this in the first quarter. And at the end of the first period, it is the US over Brazil by 16-10. As we said, nothing wrong with the Brazilian approach in the early going. They certainly were not going to be intimidated by the Americans, were they, David?
Not at all. The Brazilians came to play tonight. I was very much impressed with their level of intensity, the aggression that they showed, and they did not back down.
Early success for Josh Wheeler, who ends the first period with 5 goals for his credit from the Americans' 16. But it is 16-10 in favor of the Americans after the first quarter. Day 2 at the Mississauga Sports Centre. It is wheelchair rugby, the Americans in white. The Brazilians in those green and yellow vests. 16-10 in favour of the Americans. New faces for the second quarter. Number 4, Adam Scaturo. 8 is Ernie Chun. 10, Josh Wheeler has 5 goals, and Seth McBride, number 11. Josh Wheeler in for another goal as the Americans extend their advantage to 7. Brazilians have Gilson Junior, Jose Hino, Bruno Damasceno, and Moises Batista on the court to start this second period.
Oh! U.S. player made a great defensive play, but then went out of bounds.
Damasceno was trying to force his way through. Here's Batista. Goal for the Brazilians, Bruno Damasceno. Quick break though by the Americans at the other end.
Yeah. Oh.
Ernie Chun.
Desperation defensive play.
Penalty goal awarded to the United States. Number 8, Ernie Chun. Foul on Brazil was for holding.
Well, you say, there's no questioning the determination there of Damisano.
No. That was
ended up
strong
on his
effort.
side, but he couldn't stop Ernie Chun from running in an 18th goal for the Americans. And the ever-busy equipment manager to make sure that Damisano and his chariot are fit for duty. Here comes Damisano, looking for the quick pass over halfway as well. Higuino. Did he go in alone, Higuino? Is there room? There is, and he's going to have to turn. But his teammates has gone down quite heavily on that right shoulder, I believe. It's Damisano again, who's kind of getting in the wars a little here.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I beg your pardon. It's Junior Gilson.
They're taking their lumps.
Junior upright once again, strapped in, ready to go. You're right, they do take their lumps, David, but it's remarkable to me how quickly they are, back at it and ready to roll again.
I agree. No pause at all.
There's no arguing, there's no protesting, they just get me up, let me roll.
Yep. U.S. player went out of bounds on the baseline.
Into the penalty box comes Josh Wheeler. So the Americans short-handed. 4 on 3.
Took his hit.
But the goal stands nonetheless from Batista. 6 goals the deficit. Seth McBride. He's going to get a big hit here. The 2 number 11s, McBride and Batista, come together.
And watch those American players pounce right away as soon as the goal is scored.
Have another look at the hit here.
Certainly no lack of effort there.
Once again,
the
Wheeler,
intensity
Batista.
has just been racked up.
It's going to be McBride in unchallenged, and that's becoming something of a rarity because we've seen some very, very big hits at the start of this second quarter. McBride takes his personal tally to 3.
Americans setting up their press, getting ready to challenge the Brazilians all the way down the court. No inches given.
Remember, from this restart, the Brazilians have 12 seconds to get the ball over half court and into American territory. That's the first objective. But in the meantime,
and then 40 seconds by which to score. Boom.
Here is that big hit that we saw a moment ago. Didn't stop McBride going over for the goal, but Batista did his damnedest. Batista again.
I've been impressed with the Brazilians passing tonight. Look at that, 2 in a row that have led to a goal.
Higuino in. 7 the deficit. 6:21 left in the quarter. Batista the ball ahead. Picked up on the fly by Higuino. Damisano has been on his side a couple of times, but he's catching the eye and he's getting to a ton of work for the Brazilians. Ball forward from Wheeler. Finds McBride. Stopped by Higuino. Reaching in. Not be any contact between arms.
Look at this hustle.
Kept in play, ball is loose. Picked up by McBride. Needs some help. It's a great pass. And in goes Wheeler again. 21-13. Wheeler takes his personal contribution to 7 goals. And he is clearly a man on a mission, David.
Yeah, he's playing a hard-fought game.
From this distance, I'm not sure if it's that easy to see on television, but just looking at some of the backs of those Brazilian shirts, Seguino in particular, there is sweat pouring down the back of his vest. This is hardcore, let's put it that way. Trying to think of a better description. Another one for Wheeler. 22-13 for the Americans. Ranked 3rd in the world, and it's maybe worth mentioning that I believe I'm right in saying the Brazilians are somewhere at about 19 in the world, around about the 20 mark. So,
agreed, that's exactly where they are.
So on paper, there is a big disparity between the quality between these squads.
No, I would say Brazil is punching way above their weight tonight. This is the strongest I've seen them.
Batista. Sport classification 3.0.
So again, there's a variety of types of disabilities that the different players will have. Game originated primarily for persons who had quadriplegia, but now you'll see athletes with amputations, cerebral palsy, muscular dystrophy. They just must have an impact on all 4 limbs.
Pass from Wheeler for McBride. Weaving his way, McBride.
Nice pass.
And the little pass over the top.
Lovely play.
Wheeler there to finish it off. And a 10-point lead. That might be the biggest of the Americans' advantage so far. So slowly but surely.
It seems like a closer game.
Slowly but surely, though, the Americans beginning to assert their authority, aren't
yes. Yeah, the United States clearly the stronger team.
Tamaguchi.
Brazil not giving them
Batista.
anything.
Well, he collected the ball, but couldn't keep his balance. And as he tipped over, lost the ball as well. Well, this is probably the most physical game we've seen, certainly tonight. The original contact came from Wheeler.
Yeah, this is by far the roughest game we've seen this tournament.
It's a game like this that makes one understand why it was originally nicknamed Murder Ball, doesn't it?
The name does seem appropriate.
It certainly does in this game. Here's Wheeler again for the Americans. Ripped from his grasp.
Substitution for Brazil. Coming in for number 11, Moises Batista.
Coming in is Alexandre Girato.
The Brazilian defense is
Batista.
It's constant, and it seems like it almost builds upon itself.
Turning is McBride. Again, a little weave from McBride. Then the pass, the dribble.
Oh, what a smooth play by McBride.
At pace, precise movement from McBride. Josh McBride has 4 goals now.
Oh, thought he had the corner. He got cut off. Big hit from the side, almost got knocked out of bounds.
Girato forced backwards by Wheeler.
Was able to keep the ball in bounds, smart play.
Tries the other side of the court. Girato forced wide again. Shot clock down to
Tamaguchi's got to see the man behind him. Tamaguchi's got to get out of the key. Yeah, 10 seconds.
Just remind us of that, the offensive player is allowed.
So they can only remain in the key for 10 seconds.
Key at what resembles a sort of a penalty box, if you think, I suppose, of soccer. Between the pylons, the offensive player has got to do his business quickly in there.
Correct.
Inbound from the Americans. Quickly picked up by Chuck Aoki.
Aoki hasn't been on the court for a while.
But he's back with a vengeance and
Well
scores
rested.
another. Quarter century for the Americans.
Yeah, the United States slowly showing their dominance, taking the game over.
Well, it's beginning to resemble a score more in keeping with what we expected before these two teams came on court, isn't it? But I think also the Brazilians will take encouragement from what they've managed to achieve thus far.
Oh, agreed. If Brazil isn't successful in this game, I still think their performance so far will position them well for a strong running for the semifinals.
Junqueira back on the court for the Brazilians, wearing 2. The bust his way through is Aoki. There's the dribble. And once again, found that lane to goal. No celebration, straight back into it. Aoki matches up with an opponent. We need to block Brazilian passing lanes. Aoki turns quickly, trying to find a little bit of space for himself. Disciplined defending from the Americans. Every time Aoki turns, there's another white jersey there. The idea was right. Chun. Probably the easiest goal he'll score all night.
As we've noticed over and over and over again, so indicative. Turnovers, they just kill you.
Very costly, 10 for the Brazilians, just 1 for the Americans. Taniguchi couldn't corral it. And out of bounds on that far side. Brazil inbound. Junqueira. Another turnover. This time for Joe Delagrave.
The U.S. player calls timeout. That was a smart call. Knew he was being tied up in a tight spot.
Delagrave James finds time to smile. And his team leading 27-13. The Americans can afford not exactly a leisurely timeout, but they know they're in a more commanding position now. They're building up that head of steam.
Yeah. That profile, just a Joe Delagrave showing the physical dominance that he can exhibit on the court. Long arms, tall player, strong. You're seeing it right now. His ability to pass over top of other players.
Aoki. It's noticeable now that the Americans stretching that lead. They're now more than double the Brazilians. As we approach the end of the second quarter, getting close to half time, less than 2 minutes remaining. But this is a sweet move from the Brazilians until the white shirts reappear. Taniguchi.
Nice move by Taniguchi. Oh, he wasn't able to get in though. Nice pass.
And the American chairs there to block.
Oh, he's gonna get, as I was just mentioning, Delagrave with that long wingspan, able to knock the ball away to Aoki.
And check Aoki on the counter-attack with absolutely no pressure on him. As the Americans inch towards the 30-goal mark. Scored 70 last night in their opening game against Argentina. I suppose if they continue to score at this rate, they'll be well on target for another 60-plus game. Hoffman for Brazil. Coming across to smash him is Aoki.
Oh, no goal. Brazilian player was out of bounds. What happened was the U.S. players pushed Taniguchi out of bounds. You could see there at the baseline, resulting in no goal for Brazil.
Aoki with the big hit on Hoffman.
And once again, Hoffman willing to just sit there and take the hit.
Saw it coming, waited till the last minute, and passed the ball.
And we've talked about how wheelchair rugby is similar to so many other sports, and a perfect example right there. That's the quarterback standing in the pocket, knowing they're going to get just pounded, but still making that throw. You can see the marks on his forehead from that hit.
Quick transition from the Americans. Here is Delagrave. Taking his sweet time to cross the end line, but
allowing his teammates to get set up for the press.
It's not just about scoring goals, it's about pressuring your opponents into their own half, but they found an exit here. They may well score here, did score as well. Alexandre Giuliato did well to keep his balance, keep his nerve, because the white jerseys were closing in fast.
It initially looked like it'd be an easy goal, but the Americans came back.
Delagrave almost tipped him over. At the other end, here is Joe Delagrave again. Last 30 seconds of the first half. And they'll take the time off the clock and run it down to 3 or 4 seconds to play. Closer to 0 if they can manage it.
Here they come with their set play, just pound it down. That's just a pure power play right there.
Stop there, still 10 seconds. Over they go. Shot stops at 7.
Try and pressure them tight.
All out of play, 4 seconds left in the half.
Still time for the US to get a quick score.
McBride over to inbound.
Quick throw into the key. Oh, he called a timeout.
Just 1 second remaining in the quarter and in the half.
Referee made a penalty call. The Brazilians had 4 players defending the key.
Into the penalty box is Hoffman. For all of 1 second.
You can still see the marks on Hoffman's forehead from that last.
And does score in the last second, literally in the last second of the half.
Delagrave uses that wingspan once again, just posts himself up, puts his arms up, nobody can come close.
And so the Americans add another goal to the tally. And Delagrave has 2 goals. And the Americans have shown consistency, 16 goals in the first period, 16 more in the second, and at half-time in this wheelchair rugby preliminary round, the US leading Brazil by 32-40. So halftime stats then from this third matchup of the day. United States leading Brazil 32-14. As we've seen often before, David Legg, those turnovers causing Brazil a whole host of problems.
And it's such a dramatic difference. 13 turnovers to only 1 from the United States.
And great discipline and great skill by the Americans that they've only got a single turnover. Let's have a look at some of the goals, some of the big hits in this first half. The Brazilians came out very strong, didn't they?
I agree. They impressed me. This is the best I've ever seen them play.
Slowly but surely, The white jerseys of the Americans began to assume the authority, some acrobatics, some very big hits in this first half. There is one of the big ones.
This is not a game for the faint of heart.
From Damisano, who ended up on his side on more than one occasion. So for that matter did Batista of Brazil. Listen to the hits. Tells you everything you need to know about this game. You've got to have courage amongst many other attributes. Gradually, as the half wore on, the Americans began to extend their lead and exert their authority over the Brazilians. And the white shirts will finally, I think, be well pleased with their first half's work. And they lead Brazil, probably the best of the South Americans. Their realistic goal, perhaps a bronze medal, but also, of course, to improve as much as they can, because they will take part in the 2016 Paralympics as the host nation. Half-time then at the Mississauga Sports Center. USA 32, Brazil 14. Back at the Mississauga Sports Center, period 3 after a brief respite for halftime. The white vests of the Americans leading Brazil by 32 goals to 14. Looking to pad that lead in this second half, and having shown their quality, I think, in the first half, David, would you now expect the Americans to kick on in this second half?
Yes, I think so. That score, to me, does not reflect how close the game has felt.
Well, certainly there was no question that first quarter in particular, the Brazilians matched the Americans almost goal for goal, blow for blow, hit for hit. The Americans have slowly and surely eased away from the South Americans.
There has been no shortage of big hits in this game, though.
Eric Newby has 4 goals. The American number 9, he has 5 goals now.
It sounds louder in this game.
Well, as you aptly put it earlier on, almost every hit reverberates around the building. So goodness knows what it's like down there, because we've got to be, what, 60, 70 feet away from the floor itself.
Oh.
Some very, very big hits going in. You know, a log jam just outside the American key. Tamaguchi, Girato, forced to turn.
Time running down on the shot clock.
Just 2 seconds, 1 second. They're blocked off inside the key.
Wasn't able to get it.
Well, that's good discipline defending again by the Americans.
Very much so, yeah. And they didn't, the US didn't panic and have a penalty. They stuck with their plan.
Hoffman with the inbound. Delagrave forward to Chun.
I have no idea how these chairs survive an entire tournament.
You just wonder somewhere in the bowels of the arena if there's a whole team of people just making new chairs for the next night.
Yeah.
But nobody ever knows about it. We've got a whole team of minions down there working on them. In again goes Eric Newby.
Or they're made of another type of metal that I'm not aware of.
The Americans extend their advantage to 20 points over Brazil. I don't believe we've scored a goal since half-time.
Agreed. Yeah, the United States has really put the clamps on them.
Girato.
12-second time violation.
Couldn't get it over half-court.
The defense has certainly amped up their defense.
Chun with the inbound. Newby turning, spinning, looking for a colleague. Finds it in the form of Seth McBride. McBride thought about the pace, offloaded to Delagrave. 36-15. Just around 5.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter.
The U.S. trying to again create a 12-second delay, getting to half. Looks like the Brazilians will be able to beat that one this time.
Got there this time.
Gets cut off though.
Pass wasn't accurate enough. It was meant for Higino. The fumble. The turnover again. Girato. Facing that wall of white vests, but manages to get in.
Play. Super balance.
Good burst of speed from Girato. Has 5 goals on the night.
Good aggressive defense by Brazil.
Newby.
Oh, strong play by Newby.
Just too high. Penalty against the Brazilians. Girato just scored that spectacular goal. Finds himself in the penalty box. So 4-on-3 in favor of the Americans. Turning away from Abreu.
Uses his pick well. Easy goal.
Well, when you say easy goal, David, let's say that they make it look easy. I'm not sure there's anything. I'm not sure there's anything easy about this game.
Point taken. Point taken.
McBride picks up the loose ball. And runs it home.
Making it look easy. And again, as I said earlier, the game seems tighter than the score indicates it. Perhaps that's because the U.S. makes their goals seem so easy.
Rayo twisting and turning, finds Girato, who's out of the penalty box again. Motoring away, Girato.
Nice pass.
And picks out Abreu. Brazil still around half the total. Just less than half the total of the Americans. No sooner we come back live than the Americans are scoring another. This one from Joe Delagrave, whose personal tally is now up to 4 goals.
U.S. having good spread of their goal scoring.
Yeah, Josh Wheeler, we haven't seen him for a little while, has 9. 7 apiece for Aoki and for Newby.
Full-scale substitutions coming on. As I mentioned earlier, they typically get substituted on in groups of 2. So we'll either see 2 come on or 4.
And that goes back to the sport classification, the maths, to make sure that you've got 8 or less.
That's right. So you've got those matching pairs.
On the court. Slowly but surely, it's all beginning to make sense, David.
Oh, if only my students said that.
Clayton Brackett. To Rob Della. And Della's goal takes the Americans into the 40s. Just a little over 4 minutes remaining in the 3rd quarter.
Great pass.
And Taniguchi, who has been perhaps the most impressive of the Brazilians.
Yeah, he's had a good game. The Brazilians make an impressive score, but just as quickly the U.S. comes back.
Be the first goal for Brackett. It is. The bearded Clayton Brackett. Maybe he's growing his playoff beard early in anticipation of a medal game, perhaps with the Canadians later in the week.
Taniguchi really is a clever passer.
Scaturo inbound. The aforementioned Brackett gets the hit, but gets the pass away. The Deller uses his speed to extend the American lead.
Yeah, and the U.S. is starting to pull away, it seems. Brazilians are perhaps tired.
6 goals for Deller on the night. The ball forward. Taniguchi has the pace to outrun his opponents and get the Brazilians into the 20s. Brazil scored 32 in their opening game against Canada last evening.
Oh, nice steal by Taniguchi.
They give it away to Deller in the end.
Oh, not able to capitalize on that.
And away they come again. Brackett adding to his own personal tally quickly. But the Americans continuing to keep their lead at roughly 2-1 over the Brazilians. Damasceno. Inbound from Taniguchi. white vests back in defending positions. Now they come for the big hits. Taniguchi blocked off. And they find the pass wide. And Taniguchi.
Well played, well played.
Lob pass coming from Higino. And the 1-2 with Taniguchi.
Watch this clever quick pass. Oh, suddenly Brazil, a bit of energy, hard press.
Bracket the long ball
throws
forward.
it over top of Taniguchi. Perfectly placed.
Backing in there was Adam Scaturo. Well, again, anticipation, weight of pass, and a knowledge of where your teammate's going to be. Picked off by Brackett.
The U.S. is so strong, so
Scaturo in again.
disciplined. They just don't make mistakes.
45-21 for the Americans. Third-ranked team in the world after the Australians and the Canadians.
It's been a long time since the United States has not been the reigning world or Paralympic champions. They definitely want to get back to that pattern.
And if you had to give one reason for that, is that because the rest of the world was caught up with the Americans? Or maybe the Americans are not the vintage they were, say, 5 or 10 years ago?
Let's watch this throw first.
Higino, so Taniguchi.
And again, they make it look easy, but that is so hard to do. Nigel, coming back to your question about the U.S., it's probably a bit of both. As we've alluded to earlier, that murder ball team that was profiled in the film in 2004, this is a completely new group of athletes. At the same time, Canada has also gone through its ebbs and flows of players retiring and new players coming into the fold. And Australia has just gotten better and better and better. One player in particular, Riley Batt, who's come on in the last couple of years.
Anderson Kais in for the Brazilians and straight into the action with a couple of big hits, but Brackett will bring it away over half court. And with no one to bother him, Peyton Brackett runs it alone. 46-22. Could be said that the Brazilians were short-handed on that particular play.
They were indeed.
Back to 4-on-4 now.
Taniguchi showing speed, but just as equally the U.S. player coming back.
Managed to get the pass away as well. Can they back it in? No, they'll go that way. Well, if at first you don't succeed, Damasceno
Watch this spin. Nice play.
Tried to back it in. Wasn't going that way, so he altered the course of attack.
Oh, got him on the arm that time.
So 46-23, so the Americans exactly 2-1 in favor of goals over their Brazilian rivals. Just over a minute remaining in the third quarter. And back into the sin bin, or the penalty box goes Damasceno. Brackett showing everybody a clean pair of heels.
As they would say in Slapshot, he goes in there, he feels shame.
Inbounding from Brazil, number 3, Anderson Kais. Last minute of play, third quarter.
Inbound from Kais. Lob pass for Damasceno. Needs to get out of his own half. Does so successfully.
Didn't bounce the ball. That's a mental error that a player on a team like Brazil just cannot make.
Looks to the skies, realizes his error. Realizes too late, Damasceno. You could just see he was head down charging.
Yeah.
And
saw the goal line.
Yep, saw the whites of the, I was going to say the whites of the goalpost, but the yellows of the cones, perhaps. Yeah. Meanwhile, Brackett content to run down the clock here.
Holding the ball again for that last goal to then retain possession for the subsequent quarter.
Over 20 seconds remaining. The Brazilians try to block his path. He's going to have to run it in eventually. There's still going to be 10 or 11 seconds left on the clock. Bracket scores, but leaves 12 seconds left in the period. Damasceno finds Tamaguchi. Taguchi.
Time running down, just makes the pass knowing where his teammate's going. Just not able to corral it in.
Time beats Damasceno and the Brazilians. And at the end of the third period, the United States have shown great consistency. 16 goals in each of the first 3 quarters. That adds up to 48. And they are in a dominant position, leading Brazil at the 3-quarter mark by 48 goals to 23. Well, no shortage of excitement, no shortage of goals, no shortage of entertainment, no shortage of clever little long passes. It's something that we've seen as a feature from both teams in this game.
And they're not easy to do, to make that pass over top of the other player. But they're making it look simple.
Irrepressible Alexandre Taniguchi. Does a lot more than just score goals, Taniguchi.
Yeah.
Seen plenty from Damasceno as well throughout this game. A bead of perspiration running down his back the entire game. And the Brazilians know that they're unlikely to close the gap significantly in the fourth quarter. But they're certainly not mailing it in. They're still making the hits. They're still making the runs. They're still scoring goals, David.
And I think what Brazil is doing is sending a very clear message to the other 4 countries from South America. They're the front runners right now, in my mind, for the bronze medal.
So 8 minutes remaining in the final game of day 2 of wheelchair rugby. Brazilians in the green and yellow vests against the Americans, the world number 3s, the whites. Ernie Chung in with an early score right at the start of the fourth quarter.
The U.S. so quick getting back on defense.
Managed to block out Girato. Fall quickly by Wheeler. Over all his opponents, and it's just a walk in the park for Rob Della.
Watch this, quick bat, grabs his own fumble,
And
quick toss out.
See ya.
Gone.
Della is away. Just cruising. Big hit this time from the goal scorer, Della. Coming on Batista. They're still in and around the key area.
Great team defense by the United States there, backing up each other, filling in the gaps when one player comes out. It's like good help defense in a basketball game.
Inbound from Ernie Chun. Backing away, Josh Wheeler. Waiting for the pass over the top was Della, but Wheeler will go in alone.
96 goals, scored by number 10, Josh Wheeler.
Wheeler into double figures. Got 10 goals to match his jersey number.
Oh. Caused a fumble. Player was out of bounds on the baseline. Turnover.
Once again, potentially a costly turnover for the Brazilians. As the equipment manager is needed to attend to Batista's mode of transport. Just briefly. Wheeler. The big hits, Wheeler in the back door.
That's got to be intimidating when you're sitting there on defense and you see those three big, strong Americans come back, spin around, and just come at you full force.
Batista on the charge for Brazil. Big charge.
Strong play by the Brazilian.
Girato.
Watch this. Takes the hit.
Hit comes in from Della, but Girato just got enough room between the pylon and his opponents to squeeze in. And not surprisingly, after that hit, Girato wants to be strapped back in again, I think. Took one for the team, I guess you could say that.
And again, as a result of the spinal injuries that many of these players have, they typically don't have the trunk musculature to maintain their balance, hence the need for those straps.
Temporarily unhinged, but Girato will be back in the fight momentarily. Della turning away. Touch inside. Over halfway. The dribble. It's nicely done.
Yeah.
All the way from one end of the court to the other by Rob Della. Out of bounds.
Just got pushed out of bounds. That was too easy. Another equipment timeout being called on the court.
This time the Americans needing some attention.
Equipment timeout for the United States.
The one thing that I find interesting about this sport is you don't often see the players taunting one another or beaking off at one another, and you certainly rarely see them speaking negatively towards an official. It's a very respectful group of athletes.
Well, maybe that's why they call it wheelchair rugby.
The gentry.
Well,
the gentry of parasport.
There's a lot of people that I talk to who marvel when they watch rugby and the fact that there is no mouthing off of the officials and they are in charge. And it's a fair point that you make. It's a very fair point that you make. The players just want to get on with it.
Yeah.
It's almost as though they don't have time to argue or debate the calls. They accept what's going on. They get on with the game. That's what they're there to do. That's their job. Batista, but out of bounds.
I think the American player got away with a hold there.
And more attention for Giuliato and that strap which has come loose again.
Let's watch this pass again. Great. Just relentless pressure.
Batista with always a white vest breathing down his neck. Nice cut inside this time from Ernie Chun. Chun using his speed and his strength to go in alone. 31 points, the difference.
Well, thought a contact before the whistle call was about to be made there. That was incorrect.
Batista just barging his way through. He won't be stopped.
Oh,
well, he was stopped in the end.
Super pass.
But he managed to offload to Girato.
Watch this. Switches the ball from his one hand to the other. Makes the clean pass.
Batista got the hit, but managed to get his pass away. And Brazil reduced the arrears to a mere 30 on the mighty Americans. And here come the new recruits, or the fresh recruits. Among them Seth McBride, wearing 11 there. McBride among the leading scorers, but well behind Wheeler. So the Americans now have McBride, Chad Cohn wearing 12, Joe Delagray 14, and the bearded wonder Clayton Brackett on court. The Brazilians, Gunter, Cavalli, Batista and Girato.
Oh, he got it over just in time.
Catch for Batista. Turns one way, weaving, turns again.
Oh, got cut off by his own player.
Will he get there? He does. Sheer persistence. Terrific stuff by Moises Batista. Well, he's nothing if not determined, Batista.
No, exactly. His teammate initially cuts him off from hitting the corner, and then he backs up.
Get out of the way.
He's able to sneak in.
It really is a feature of this game, the determination, the persistence factor. Even when it's at the expense of your own teammate. Great stuff by Moises Batista. There he is wearing 11. With Brackett alongside.
The U.S. certainly not conceding anything in this final quarter.
Just to keep in bounds. Away he goes. And Girato will do it all himself. The big hit. Oh, and then the turnover. Finds its way to McBride. Offloads to Brackett. Over halfway. Stays in bounds. Brackett takes the hit from Gunter.
Such patience Brackett was showing right there.
Delagrave. And hands off to McBride. Crosses over. As the Americans approach the 60 mark. 8 goals on the night for McBride. Just back on as a substitute, but is wasting no time getting back amongst the scorers. And the brief timeout. What can a coach do in these precious seconds? I mean, is there much knowledge, advice that can be imparted? What are the coaches saying in these few seconds?
Well, I think for both teams, they are treating these as not opportunities necessarily to have an outcome on this game, but instead, let's practice a play. Let's practice a specific skill. Let's work on constantly getting better. It's that old Japanese value of Kaizen, always getting better, constant improvement, always wanting to make sure that we're moving in the direction of getting better as opposed to staying stagnant.
Back underway again.
All that all that effort simply just to get position on the court.
I was going to say that the ball wasn't even in the court at that moment in time. It is now. It'll be picked up quickly by Girato. Round is opposite number 12, Cone. Oh, the big hits, and down goes.
There is certainly no lack of commitment and effort being shown in this fourth quarter. They know they're going to take the hit.
Handed off to Abreu. Look at the hit coming in there from McBride.
Both players know they're going to sustain a big impact.
Whatever it takes sometimes. And Davy Abreu maybe getting a little bit of medical attention there as well. That was one big, big hit. And he was traveling at that stage when McBride hit him. It's really the first time we've seen what I would describe as medical staff on the court rather than equipment staff, David.
Agreed, agreed. Which surprises me, quite honestly.
It is Davy Abreu who is receiving attention. So clearly a stoppage in the game. Have another look here. Abreu takes it in and then gets blindsided by McBride.
So it looks like the impact to the neck of the head is just, first of all, to the other player's head, and then just the whiplash motion from the hit.
It's always good to see athletes, players back on there.
Agreed.
The right way up. And Davy Abreu, well, there you go, no harm done. Just a moment of concern for the Brazilians. Inbound quickly to McBride. Was in that collision, and they're back at it again.
Brazil forces the U.S. to call a timeout in order to avoid the 12-second violation.
Just remind us one more time of that 12-second rule.
Yeah, so a team, when they inbound the ball, have 12 seconds by which to pass the center court line. Whether that's from the sideline or after a goal.
Leighton Brackett over halfway. Ball forwards, gathered in. And across goes Seth McBride. Brazilians wasting no time. Girato. Thought about the long pass. Decided to go short to Abreu. Abreu over halfway. A lot of bodies in the way, though. And Girato trying to find the long way round. No way that way. Now, will we see a back in? Loose ball, turnover. Forward they come with Delagrave. And quickly forwards with that issue to McBride again. Waving his teammates back. Girato for Brazil. Looking to reach that 30-point plateau. Weaving one way. It's a crowded key area. Girato forced backwards. Plenty of time on the shot clock.
Oh, big
batted
play
away by Delagrave. Girato again.
The U.S. players so versatile. They can have any of the four defenders right now able to come up and play up top.
It's like a big impenetrable and away again by
Delagrave's
Delagrave.
big wingspan there, protecting the key. It's like a shot blocker on a basketball team, protecting the rim.
That's exactly what it is.
Allows the other defenders perhaps to take some more chances up top, knowing that they've got the big man back there protecting the rim.
Girato into the penalty box. 1:16 left in the fourth quarter. So Brazil short-handed. 4-on-3 in favor of the Americans. And here comes Delagrave over half court.
Delagrave calling out the ticks as he's coming up the court to his teammate.
Last minute of play in the fourth quarter.
Allowing his teammates to get into position to press the Brazilians on the resumption. Girato out of the penalty box and straight back into the action. Between two Americans, the big hit releases the ball forward. Force wide is Hoffman. Hoffman still in possession despite two big hits.
Sporting what looks like a couple of bandages on his forehead.
It's a log jam in there. Can they find a way through Girato? Shot clock is running short. Finds a way through in the end, Girato. 61-27. Well, again, when it comes to Alexander Girato, I think his middle name is probably Persistence. That's what struck me about the Brazilian number 12. He just never, ever gives up. He's always looking for a lane, whether it's a battering ram technique or a way around the side. He's full of mobility and creativity as well.
Brazil didn't score as many goals tonight as they did yesterday against Canada, but I think they played a much stronger game.
And the fourth quarter is up. And not unexpectedly, David, it's a win for the Americans. But I think the Brazilians, as you hint there, have acquitted themselves pretty well.
Agreed. Agreed. I think this sets it up for a Canada-US final, but Brazil, strong contender for the bronze.
US consistent throughout, 3 periods of 16 points, 14 in the 4. And they have beaten Brazilian by a comfortable margin in the end. US are 2 for 2. Brazil still looking for that first win, but they've played the 2 big round-robin games. On this night, the United States beats Brazil 62-27.
ceremonia de premiación.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the women's 100 meters backstroke S13 final.
The women are coming on deck for the victory ceremony in the 100-meter backstroke S11 through 13. Two swimmers from Argentina and a Brazilian about to collect their medals and their miniature patchy, the mascot.
Médaille de bronze.
Pan Am, Parapan American Games here in
Bronze medal
Toronto.
winner representing Argentina,
There's Annabelle Moro, a 36-year-old from Argentina, who will pick up the bronze medal.
A three-time Paralympian. This is her fourth Parapans, and this is her 9th medal. She had 8 medals coming into this competition. Now she picks up her 9th piece of hardware. Was just beaten to the wall by her young teammate, who will now be getting the silver medal.
Anna Pelotero is the 18-year-old.
Moro, satisfied or happy getting a bronze medal. In S12 in this S13 race, 12-13 race. And there's the women's half her age. Her teammate, 18 years of age, Ann Pelotero, was on the youth Parapans in 2013, and now is on her senior national competition, and she's got a medal, silver medal, in the women's 100-meter backstroke.
I'm sure Moro not happy having to settle for the bronze, but the fact that the silver goes to her teammate, a younger teammate, augurs well for Argentina's future in para swimming.
Médaille d'or et championne Parapan American.
Medalla de oro y campeona para Panamericana.
Gold medal winner and Parapan American champion, representing Brazil, Raquel Viel.
Raquel Viel, the 32-year-old from Brazil, is the Parapan Am champion in the women's 100-meter backstroke. Worthy of a gold medal. And it was a gold medal swim. Solid gold medal swim.
Raquel did swim in the Paralympics, and she won a silver medal 4 years ago at the Parapans, actually in a different event, in the breaststroke. When she's not swimming, she's a physiotherapist. After a race like this, I wonder if she can give herself a massage.
Damas y caballeros,
Might need it.
el
Sore
himno
muscles.
nacional.
Ladies and
And now the
gentlemen,
national anthem of Brazil for
Brazil.
Raquel Viel.
A la competencia final, 100 metros, pecho masculino.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes
The swimmers are coming on deck for the men's 100-meter breaststroke, S9. And there's the start list. 3 Canadians in this, in lanes 3, 4, and 5, Elliott, LaRue, and Buckley. Canadian coaches thinking sweep, perhaps, in this event.
Lane number 1, Sergio Liberati from Venezuela. His seat time in the morning was 1:27. Then you got Lucas Mazzella from Brazil. Lane number 2. 7 people in this 8-lane field. Lane number 3, Isaac Buckley from Canada, 21 years of age. Originally out of Oshawa, training in Montreal. Final in 2 events at the 2012 Paralympics. There he is. Started swimming at age 13. James LaRue, 17 years of age, from Canada. Specializes in the breaststroke. One of his first year early on in the national team. Elliott, 19 years of age. 2013 was his breakout year. Was on the national team in 2014. He was in the Can-Ams. He said, I won 3 gold medals. I beat legend Benoit Huo. And on the national team. Matthews da Silva from Brazil, 21 years of age, won the silver medal in this event 4 years ago at the Parapans in Guadalajara, Mexico. And the final swimmer in lane number 7, Gonzalo Dutra from Argentina. As we said, there are 7 swimmers in the field. Lane 8 will be vacant.
The men's 100-meter breaststroke, S9. Canadians in 3, 4, and 5. Buckley, LaRue, and Elliott, flanked by 2 Brazilians, da Silva in 6 and Mozella in 2. Two lengths of the boom. The final of the men's 100-meter breaststroke, S9.
And the S9 category is the one that have athletes with joint restrictions in one leg, double below the knee amputations, or an amputation of one leg.
And LaRue got off to a very good start in lane 4.
And he's got the best time by far of all the swimmers in this field. He is favored to win. He is a newcomer on the national team, so certainly he's putting himself in a good position to challenge. Way up at the top in lane number 7. Dutra's going out very, very fast, putting him in a position as well.
They'll touch the wall. Turnover, less than 50 meters to go. LaRue in front, Dutra second, and Buckley of Canada sitting in 3rd place.
And the advantage in breaststroke is that you can pick up the pace, pick up the cadence. If you timed it right going down, pick up your cadence a bit and drive to the wall. LaRue with a very nice technique at this point. Driving forward, excellent control of the race.
And right now the Canadians are sitting 1, 2, 3. It is James LaRue with just over 10 meters to go. Buckley sitting in 2nd spot. Elliott's in 3rd. A possible Canadian sweep of the men's 100 breast. Here comes LaRue driving to the wall. It's gold for LaRue. Buckley is silver and Elliott is bronze. A 1, 2, 3 Canadian finish in the men's 100 breaststroke S9.
Well, that was what the coaches wanted. That was what the swimmers wanted. That's what the fans cheered for, and that's exactly what happened. The sweep of the medals, very, very special. We saw that on the opening night. Mexico swept the women's race in the 400 freestyle. Now we got the Canadians sweeping the men's S9 100-meter breaststroke. 3 Canadians, 3 medals. Watch LaRue in the middle. Very well. Now watch underwater. The big pull-out, surge forward, and LaRue comes out right at the top. Half a body length, a 1/3 of a body length in front. Now, look at that, way out in front. He's got a full body length on the field. Real good speed for Alec Elliott. Again, he's a breaststroke specialist. Doesn't swim a lot of other events like a lot of the other athletes. But if he can win, why not specialize? Now he's starting to shorten up just a little bit at the finish. And here comes in lane 3, Isaac Buckley. Closing. But he runs out of space. Gold, silver, and bronze to Elliott. So you got LaRue, Buckley, and Elliott, both silver, bronze. Well executed race.
A sweep for the Canadians in the men's 100 breaststroke, led by James LaRue, followed by his teammate Isaac Buckley and Alec Elliott.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the women's 400 meters freestyle S9 final.
The athletes and dignitaries are coming on deck for the victory ceremony in the women's 400-meter freestyle S9. And leading the way, Dr. Robert Stedwick, a lifetime member of the International Paralympic Committee. And he'll be assisted by Mr. Chris Waddell, the Paralympic ambassador. There are your medalists.
Les médailles seront présentées par
Rodriguez of Brazil.
Las medallas serán entregadas por
The medals will be presented by lifetime member of the International Paralympic Committee, Dr. Robert Stedwick.
Chris Waddell and Robert Stedwick.
acompañado por
Accompanied by Paralympic ambassador Mr. Chris Waddell.
médaille de bronze.
medalla de bronce.
She came in as the defending champion, but Anna Johans of the United States could not defend her title in the women's 400-meter freestyle S9, and this time around has to settle for bronze medal. She won 5 golds 4 years ago in Guadalajara.
She went out quick, but she couldn't quite hold that pace and had to settle for 3rd place. Born in Kyrgyzstan, she was actually adopted, moved to the States at age 2. Now lives in Chicago and is at DeVry University. 3rd spot, women's 400-meter freestyle, 21 years of age.
And she gets Apache from Chris Waddell. Apache, the porcupine, the 41 quills on his back, representing the 41 nations taking part in the Pan Am Games and Parapan Games in Toronto.
Silver medal winner representing Canada, Katarina Roxon.
Katarina Roxon, the pride of St. John's, Newfoundland, gets a silver for her swim in the women's 400-meter freestyle.
Very interesting. She's coached by her dad, Leonard, in St. John's, student at Memorial University, 2-time Paralympian, was closing like a freight train in this race, just ran out of room to get that gold medal, to get the leader that ended up with the gold medal, Rodriguez from Brazil. But a very, very well-paced swim. Good job for Katrina Roxon. Well-earned silver medal.
Médaille d'or, championne Parapan-Américaine.
Medalla de oro y campeona para Panamericana.
Gold medal winner and Parapan American champion, representing Brazil, Camille Rodriguez.
4 years ago, she managed a silver in this event in Guadalajara. Now it's solid gold for Camille Rodriguez of Brazil.
Great tactical race. She stayed back in the first 100 meters and then made a nice move in the second 100 meters, extended her lead in the third 100 meters, and then started to run out of gas a little bit at the end, and the Canadian Roxon almost caught her, but not quite, because she had such a good lead. She developed in the middle part of the race. Great tactics. Camille Rodriguez moves up from silver to gold in 4 years.
And for Camille, the Brazilian national anthem.
Damas y caballeros, el himno nacional.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Brazil.
Rodriguez, Roxon, and Johans, the medalists in the women's 400-meter freestyle.
So again, don't forget, when you do eventually make your way out, you can go to the sitting volleyball, which is in the same venue, absolutely free of charge. Just use your swimming ticket at the entrance, and you can watch Mexico versus the United States of America. But do stick around. We've got, well, a couple of renditions of the Canadian national anthem still to come, and we've also got the relay medals to give out as well. Lots of people with their Canada shirts on, and they ain't going nowhere. Couple of contenders for beard of the evening. Nice. Is that a thing? We'll make it a thing tomorrow.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the men's 50 meters freestyle S8 final.
The victory ceremony for the men's 50-meter freestyle S8. And what a race this was. Expected showdown between the Mexican and the Canadian, and they did not disappoint.
Médaille de bronze.
Luis Andrade of Mexico on the left, and front and center Zach McAllister, flanked by his Canadian teammate Chris Sargent. And 4 years ago in Guadalajara, Chris was bronze in this event, and he stays bronze. But I'm sure this one's a little bit more special because it's at home.
Well, and he's improving and getting better. Just the problem is so is gold and silver. It's getting harder to get to the top of the podium. So Chris Sargent out of Kingston, Ontario, trains with Vicky Keys, has cerebral palsy. He's in the S8 category. Bronze 4 years ago. He attended the World Championships in 2010 and 2013. He was 5th in the 100 backstroke a bit earlier in the competition, but now he's on the podium.
Chris Waddell, Paralympic ambassador, presenting the miniature souvenir. Patchy, presenting the medals, Dr. Robert Stedward, lifetime member of the International Paralympic Games. Bronze to Chris Sargent from Kingston, Ontario. He came to Toronto as the defending champion in the men's 53 S8. And this time, Luis Andrade of Mexico, the 20-year-old, has to settle for a silver medal.
He had 3 gold medals 4 years ago, so we're going to see him in a couple more events, actually. Luis Armando Andrade, excellent swim. He was just couldn't quite get to the wall as quick as his rival, Zach McAllister. Broke the games record in the preliminaries. And basically was right on that time again, but the problem was this man was a little bit quick.
Medalla de oro y campeón para Panamericano.
Gold medal winner and Parapan American champion in America's record time, representing Canada, Zach McAllister.
The Parapan Am champion in the men's 53 S8 and gold medalist from Lethbridge, Alberta, Zach McAllister. He did it with America's record time, 27.69, breaking his old record of 27.75.
He only won by a little over a tenth of a second, so it was the little things that counted. Good start, solid in the middle, nice touch, and that was got him to the wall. He is a Paralympian. He was at the Paralympics. He was actually the first ever student at the University of Lethbridge to ever participate in the Paralympics or an Olympic Games. In Lethbridge, Alberta, Zach McAllister.
And O Canada.
Damas y caballeros, el himno nacional.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Canada.
Zach McAllister, gold medalist in the men's 50-meter freestyle S8. His teammate Chris Sargent picks up the bronze, and the silver goes to the defending champion Luis Andrade of Mexico.
So a few more medal ceremonies to come and another chance to hear that Canadian anthem straight away, Madison. Back-to-back
one last
Canadian
time.
anthems, eh? Still got plenty of very happy locals here in the stands. They've got their flags, they've got their tees, and they've got their banners. Look at this homemade one. Another bit of glitter being used. The stationary stores of Canada are being depleted day by day. Lots of people making homemade banners.
I'm appreciating the amount of glitter we've seen today at the
Love
wall.
a nice bit of glitter, that's always good. The brightly coloured Team USA t-shirts are still in the building.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia. Bienvenidos a la gran final. 100 metros, espaldas, masculino.
The America's record in the men's 100-meter backstroke S13 is held by Nicholas Turbide of Quebec City, and he is in the field tonight at the Parapan American Games in Toronto. He will occupy lane 4. The Canadians perhaps again thinking of a potential sweep of the medals because Turbide is in 4, and on one side is Brack, and on the other side is his teammate Devin Gautel.
7 swimmers in the field. Yorberth Jimenez from Venezuela will have lane number 1. He's 20 years of age. Lane number 2, Jonas Simon from Argentina, 26 years of age. He is actually an S12. This is an S13 race, but those with lower category numbers are allowed to compete. Lane number 3, there's Tyler Marack of Canada, 17 years of age. Wants to be an engineer when he finishes university. Just missed a medal yesterday in the 200-meter individual medley. Trains outside Vancouver. There's the favorite, Nicholas Turbide from Canada, only 18 years of age, from Quebec City. First medal was last summer at the Can-Ams, and he just does not look beatable. He was a gold medalist yesterday in the 200 IM. And a games record. A veteran, 24-year-old Devin Gautel, originally out of Antigonish, now in Montreal, graduated from Concordia University, 2-time Paralympian. Diego Cuesta from Colombia, also an S12, competing here in this S13 race. He's 29 years of age. He was 5th yesterday in the 200-meter individual medley. And then a real youngster, in lane number 7, only 15 years of age, from Argentina, Franco Medina. This is his first senior tour.
7 swimmers as we get set for the men's 100-meter backstroke, S13. There's Nicholas Turbide of Canada. He'll have lane 4, flanked by his Canadian teammates Devin Gautel and Tyler Brack. Gautel in 5, Brack in 3. 2 lengths of the pool.
Waiting for the official's whistle to tell them to go into the water. The official is looking back at the timing booth to make sure everything is hooked up properly. There seems to be a little extra on delay for some reason. They're looking into the booth again, the referee, trying to figure out what the delay is. The swimmers here are trying to figure it out as well. the official's going to walk out and check out the rules.
And while we've got this delay, we can perhaps talk about this special starting device that is new for the backstrokers, just been allowed by FINA.
The referee is actually looking at it right now. It's a pair of straps that are anchored to the block. You see the gentleman is trying, you can move it a little bit up or down, depends what the athlete wants. And then you see those straps go down, and there's a small wedge that is right at the surface level. It has to be below the surface level, or you have to be able to put your part of your foot in the water, so it can't be too high, or obviously you'll be totally out. There it is, right there. Good shot. All right. Now it's a little too low. So you want to have it right at the surface level. You just can't be way above the water, because some part of your foot must touch the water on the start. But that little wedge allows you to then get clean purchase, as opposed to the touch pads with all the people pushing on them. Sometimes can be a little slippery, and you might slip. So now this wedge allows you to get real good purchase, and you'll be able to push off and have a clean start. We're certainly having a little difficulty with this one at this particular moment. I'm not sure what the headache is. I guess they're going to replace it and bring in a spare, because there is nobody in lane 8 in this race, so he's going to switch it with the one over in lane 8.
And I would think this would be a little disruptive if you're ready to go and you're ready to race, and all of a sudden you've got to wait now. There's a technical malfunction at the junction.
It certainly is, and you know, the more you compete in the issue, the more you're going to run into these types of things. So for the veterans, it's not going to be an issue at all. The young 15-year-old over in lane number 7, he might have a little bit of worry, like, I'm ready to go and I'm scared and I'm a little intimidated anyway against these veterans. So that's about where you want it. I would say arguably a little bit higher than that. These are brand new. It's only this year that they've been approved by the World Governing Body of Swimming. They were experimented with 20 years ago and then went out of vogue. They never got approved officially, but now they're approved.
The swimmers entering the water for the men's 100-meter backstroke S13. Rack of Canada is in 3. Nicholas Turbine is in 4. Is 5. 2 lengths of the pool. The men's 100 back.
Great start by Turbine. He really used that new wedge to its utmost and cleared the water on the start. And boy, he's already used that to gain a body length on the rest of the field. This guy has really become a power swimmer in these last 12 months.
Turbine was 5th at the World Championships a couple of weeks ago in Glasgow, Scotland, and set America's record time of 1:02.31. And the way he's going right now, his record could be in jeopardy. It is Turbine touching, turning over, less than 50 to go in the men's 100 back.
And he's on record pace. 30.5 will give him a very close run at that record. He might be just over it, but he'll still have a great world-class time at this particular point. In second spot, you've got the other Canadian, Devin Gattel, and battling for third right now up in lane number 6. On the left is Cuesta against the other Canadian, Marak.
But it is Nicholas Turbine of Canada all alone. Less than 10 meters to go. Turbine will get his second gold of the Parapan American Games in Toronto. Gold in the men's 100 back. Gattel coming up to pick up his silver medal. Great battle for the bronze. Can Marak get by Cuesta? And it is Marak. 1, 2, 3 for the Canadians in the men's 100 backstroke. A second sweep for the Canadians. The first game on the 100 breast, and now another sweep in the 100 back. And a games record, and America's record again for Nicholas Turbine with that gold medal swim and a time of 1:01.64.
Sweep of the medals. That doesn't happen very often. To see it twice in one evening is pretty historic, actually, for any country, and certainly in your home pool would be very special. Look at that start by Turbine. Unbelievable stretch off the blocks. Great extension. Cleared the water, so less resistance. Those swimmers that can't clear the water have more resistance. He cleared the water. Body length lead right off the bat. Look at the technique. Perfect technique. Good shoulder roll. Head steady position. Powerful leg kick right to the wall. Beating his best time by almost a full second. Breaking that America's record. There's Gattel for second. Now watch this battle for third. And actually behind is Marak, but he picks it up the last 3 strokes. And he's able to actually just out-touch the swimmer from Colombia, Cuesta, to get that bronze medal and allow that sweep. There's Turbine on the left, Gattel, the silver medalist, on the right. And a sweep for Canada in the men's 100-meter back, S13.
Break out the brooms. Another sweep for Canada here at the Parapan Am swimming. This in the men's 100 backstroke. Turbai, Gottel, and Rack. 1, 2, 3.
It's 50 meters freestyle S8 final.
This is the victory ceremony for the women's 50-meter freestyle S8. One of the closest finishes we've seen so far at the Parapan Am swimming here in Toronto. Morgan Bird wins it with a time of 32 seconds flat. The silver medalist was 32:04, and the bronze medalist was 32:05. It just doesn't get closer than that. Jarvis, deputy board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
Communications to the International Paralympic Committee, Mr. Craig Spence.
The medal presenters being introduced here at the CIBC Pan Am Aquatic Center Fieldhouse. Getting set to receive the bronze from Brazil, the 16-year-old Cecilia Geronimo, a women's 53 SA.
Young 16-year-old Cecilia had a great swim, really went out after it, but made just a small little mistake at the end. She really could have won the gold medal. She was ahead of both the other two swimmers, but she came around with another arm stroke when she got real close to the wall. And when you've got three women touching within 5/100ths of a second, unfortunately, if you make a little mistake like she did, you're going to end up with the bronze medal. But you still get the bronze medal. Nothing wrong with that. You're only 16. You're only to be. You have a lot more experience. Watch for this woman 4 years from now in the next Parapans in Peru. I bet she'll be challenging to the top of the podium.
There's Mallory Wegman of the United States, the 26-year-old, 13 gold medals at the World Championships, the Olympic champion in the 50-meter freestyle. Here she has to settle for silver. 4/100ths of a second behind the winner. Mallory Wegman of the U.S.
One of the most outstanding para swimmers in the world. She was paralyzed in 2008 from the waist down because she was having back problems, had an epidural, and it didn't work properly and left her paralyzed from the waist down. University of Minnesota graduate.
The Parapan Pan Am champion in the women's 53, the gold medalist from Calgary, Morgan Bird.
Well, she's at both ends of the spectrum, a gold medal in the 50-meter free and starting the evening out with a gold medal in the 400-meter freestyle. That's a real tough double to find that kind of speed and yet that kind of endurance. And yet Morgan Bird can do that. She trains in Calgary. She's a veteran of Paralympics. And the World Championships recently, only 21 years of age. Great performance by Morgan here for the Canadian team.
Ladies and gentlemen,
a performance that
of Canada
deserves okay. Oh, Canada, played in honor of Morgan Bird, the gold medalist in the women's 53 S8.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The silver to Mallory Wegman of the United States, the Olympic champion, and the bronze to Cecilia Geronimo of Brazil.
So another reminder that you can always join us again tomorrow. Get yourself here for day number 3. And if you've not done all the sporting action here on Super Sunday, nip next door to the sitting volleyball. I say nip, go next door. Nip is a very English expression, I'm sure. Go next door to the sitting volleyball. You can get in with your swimming ticket for free. There's one more medal ceremony to come. You wouldn't mind sticking around for that. Show your appreciation. And there's a few more home nation medals to come out of that event as well. So one more medal ceremony to come. And if you're not done for the evening, why not go next door and see the sitting volleyball? Currently, United States of America playing Mexico. We've been enjoying your tweets all the way through the course of the day as well. Thank you very much.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the mixed 4x50 meters freestyle relay.
This is the victory ceremony for the mixed 4x50 freestyle relay, 20 points. And the reason they tack 20 points at the end of that
is that the total number of the categories of the athletes in your relay cannot exceed 20. So for simple math, if you have 4 swimmers that are S5, 4 times 5 is 20, you're fine. But if you happen to have 4 swimmers that are S6, obviously that's 24 points and you would be disqualified. So Canada had a couple of S5s, an S6 and an S4. The Americans had an S2 and 3 S6s. So the lead changed hands a couple of different times because of the different categories.
Adam Purdy, Dan Murphy, Val Drapeau, and Tammy Cunnington, the bronze medalists for Canada in this mixed 4x50 meter freestyle relay 20 points.
That's Adam Purdy right there, the 34-year-old. He mentioned that he's come out of retirement so he could swim in the Pan Ams. Wanted to have his children watch him swim. He's got 2 young children. 2-times Olympian. That's Dan Murphy, 26 years of age, out of Halifax, Sackville. Valerie Drapeau, 29-year-old out of Montreal, with 1600-meter freestyle. She's now got a bronze medal. And the anchor woman, Tammy Cunnington, 39 years of age, Red Deer, Alberta. The bronze in the 100-meter freestyle yesterday at the Parapans.
Bronze medalists in the mixed 4x50 meter freestyle relay, Canada. And the silver medal goes to the United States. Curtis Lovejoy, Sophie Herzog, Zach Shattuck, and Riley Bolt. And we question the American strategy of leading off with Curtis Lovejoy, who is an S2. That put them in a bit of a hole. Not to take anything away from Curtis's effort, but he's just not in the same category as the 3 remaining U.S. swimmers who were all S6, but they've really picked it up.
Certainly, at one point they were 45 seconds behind the Canadians, and then made it up to the back end of it. But you know, winning medals obviously doesn't get old. Curtis Lovejoy is enjoying it. 58 years of age. On the far left, he was the first lead-off man. Sophie Herzog was second, the 18-year-old, and the 16-year-old Zach Shettrat, and the anchor woman Riley Boyd, 19 years of age. She's out of Colorado. Two Colorado, and Zach Shettrat, the other guy, is from Maryland.
Curtis Lovejoy can't stop smiling. Silver medal for the Americans in the mixed 4x50-meter freestyle relay 20 points. The powerhouse Brazilians take the gold in the mixed relay. They were the world and America's record holders coming in, and they did not disappoint. They had a loaded team, all S5s. Estefany de Oliveira, the great Daniel Diaz, Joana da Silva, and Clodoaldo da Silva.
And the first one to get the medals was the leadoff man, Clodoaldo da Silva. He has 12 Olympic medals to his credit. Follow that up with Joana da Silva. She won the 100-meter freestyle here at these Parapans. She's the world champ in the 50 free, so there's great power for you. Then you got Estefany de Oliveira. She won the silver medal here in the 100-meter freestyle. So there was no chance anybody was touching the Brazilians. And there, you have the most decorated ever para swimmer from Brazil. 11 gold medals at the Parapans 4 years ago. 27-year-old Daniel Diaz. He was their anchor, but they were so far out in front that he could have cruised home and they would have still won. They're just over their world record. Excellent performance here at the Parapans for the Brazilian powerhouse sprinters.
They are great sprinters in able-bodied swimming, and they have certainly shown us they do the same at para swimming. The gold medalists in the mixed 4x50-meter freestyle relay, Brazil. Now, the Brazilian national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Brazil.
Brazil, the United States, and Canada. 1, 2, 3 in the mixed 4x50 freestyle relay, 20 points.
Brazil came busting out of the gate on opening day of the Parapan Am Games with a roar that can be heard all the way to Rio. But as table tennis is welcome to the medal table, let's find out who did the heavy lifting on day 2 of Toronto 2015.
It is day 2 of competition in wheelchair rugby. 3 games on the docket today. Coming up, the host Canada playing Colombia very shortly. To inbound the ball. Finds Orozco.
Oh, great pressure by Canada.
Medal picks up the loose ball.
Sure-handed Medal.
Here's another one on Orozco, who's been doing sterling duty for the Colombians.
That was a great pass by Orozco.
Orozco just about over halfway.
Oh.
And a wayward pass.
Great aggressive defense.
Lavoie with the hard yards. Great turn from Lavoie. Inside, then outside. The dribble again. Can Orozco stop him? He's half stopped him.
And then
And it's clear when you see moves like that that there is, as you were describing a moment or two ago, that understanding, that unspoken understanding
exactly.
of where players are going to be. Another great move there by Medal.
Nice pass. That's a good goal.
Narvaez.
So 33 seconds left. Just picking off Orozco up top there, not allowing him to come back and get the ball.
Give and go from the Colombians. Boom! Huge smash from Medal and Amaya.
Good, strong, tough hit.
That's murder ball for you. That's why they call it that.
And again, that's what makes Medal such a special player.
Whitehead.
Doesn't make any passes.
No.
It's safe, guaranteed score.
And the buzzer goes. It's all over. Final score, Canada 76, Colombia 32. These two South American rivals, Argentina in the blue and white stripes, and Chile in those red vests. Now the ball forward, but it's loose again. It's picked up by Herrera. They're using that burst of speed, the punch ball forward. It's going to find Cardozo.
Great effort, great hustle coming back on defense.
Cardozo inside, and now a clear run in for another Argentine goal. Turnover inside the key.
Herrera's just having a fun time out there on the top of the key.
Herrera again. Had to make up some yards to catch up with the ball, but as Argentina extend their leads to 21-1 early in the second quarter. Cardozo again. And, Lucas Camusi. Let's see if they can get out of their own half this time. It's a different technique, and maybe they will. And they're over halfway with Novoa, and then the big hit comes in from Cardozo, but it's going to be a score for Madriaga. And Novoa ends up on his side, but he won't care about that.
What a courageous play by Novoa. He knew he was going to take the hit.
Right
He knew
there.
he was going to take the pop. It's like a quarterback standing in the pocket, but still making the pass.
Less than 3.5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. No look pass again for Aranset. This time he finds Novoa blocking his path. Forced away the dribble. But he needs a little bit of help because there's a lot of traffic in his way. Good burst of speed from Aranset. Well done.
Great power.
It's over as Argentina win this all South American rivalry over Chile by 53 goals to 14.
The Mississauga Sports Center once again awarded gold medals in 3 different weight classifications of powerlifting, and all were won in record-breaking fashion. First on the platform was the men's up to 59 kilogram class. We begin working our way up the podium with Cuba's Yoander Arias. He gets things pumped up with 137 kilos. It's a bronze medal performance that produces smiles all through his camp. Brazil's Bruno Cara duplicated what he did at the 2011 Parapan Am Games in Guadalajara, Mexico. That is, earned the silver medal. He secured that second place finish with this lift of 162K. And he'll take it. But they kept loading on the iron for Chile's Juan Acevedo as he attempted and set a new Parapan Am Games standard. Thanks to the reverse angle replay, you can truly appreciate the power behind that record lift of 175 kilos. Acevedo bounces up after an effort that was indeed all heart. He wins the competition by 13 kilos over his nearest rival to earn a spot in the middle of the podium between the Brazilian Cara and the Cuban Arias. There was all kinds of drama in the men's up to 65 kilogram class. Brazil's Alexander Whitaker, who won gold in his home country back in 2007, equaled the second highest lift with a 152, but had to settle for the bronze because he was the heavier of the 2 lifters in question at 64.75 kilos. The 152 by Colombia's Andreas Herrera was good for silver, as he won the tiebreaker by all of 1.3 kilograms. Herrera was deemed to be doing more with less by weighing in at 63.45 kilograms. Cuba's Danilo Garcia turned the gold medal into an all-or-nothing scenario. After failing on his first 2 lifts, he was either going to break a Parapan Am Games record or finish last. It was go big or go home, and he's going home with a big emotional win. Officially, Garcia finishes a sizable 14 kilos ahead of both Herrera and Whitaker, but give or take a lift and a kilo, and this podium might have had a dramatically different look. Our last stop, the men's up to 72 kilogram class. This weight division provided Nicaragua with its first medal of these games. Fernando Gonzalez had only 1 successful lift, but he made it count. This lift of 142 kilos allowed his country to make a rare podium appearance with a bronze. Colombia's Javier Cantillo was the most consistent lifter as he made good on all 3 of his attempts, but his best effort, this 157K, was only good enough for a silver medal. His fellow countrymen left little suspense about the gold medal. It didn't matter that Heiner Guet missed on his final 2 attempts because he made the first one here stand up, setting another Parapan Games record of 190 kilos. The Colombian ended up beating his teammate by a huge 42 kilos, and that completed a near perfect day in powerlifting. 3 podiums featuring 3 Parapan record holders.
Welcome to night 2 of our coverage from the Parapan Am swimming competition at the CIBC Aquatic Center and Field House. And the women are coming on deck for the women's 100-meter breaststroke S9 category. Rivard is in 4, Girard in 3, and Samantha Ryan is in lane 6. Caro of Chile is in 2. Sarah Girard of Canada in 3. Arlie Rivard of Canada in 4. Daniela Jimenez of Argentina is in 5. And Samantha Ryan of Canada is in 6.
The seed times are all within about a second and a half of one another, so this should be a very close race. Jimenez has a little bit more speed. She's in lane number 5. Lane 4 and 5 are the ones that are surrounded by those yellow buoys. Lane 3 at the bottom is Girard.
And Jimenez is leading the field to the wall. She'll touch, turn over, and have less than 50 meters to go in this, the final of the women's 100-meter breaststroke. And at the wall, it is Jimenez, followed by Rivard and Girard.
But it is 2 lengths of the pool. We saw in the previous race, the men's race, that there was a rocket on the outside that went out very quick and wasn't in the medals at the end. So the question is, did Jimenez go out too fast? Or is that pedigree of having been the defending champion going to get her to the wall quickly? Rivard's going to have to pick up the cadence if she's going to catch this woman.
Jimenez was 6th at the World Championships a couple of weeks ago in Glasgow with a time of 1:22.45. And right now, she's got a slight lead on Arlie Rivard of Canada. Just over 10 meters to go. They're driving to the wall. Jimenez of Argentina still in front of the Canadian Rivard. It is Jimenez of Argentina with the gold. Rivard with the silver. And touching for 3rd place and the bronze medal, Sarah Girard of Canada. So Canada taking 2 of the 3 medals, but they couldn't get to Jimenez of Argentina, who wins the race and sets a games record with a time of 1:21.36.
That was pure speed. Jimenez went out quick. Probably intimidated the field a little bit, everybody knowing that she's the defending champion, 2-time defending champion.
Perfect swim from the 22-year-old from Argentina, Daniela Jimenez, taking gold in the women's 100-meter breaststroke with a clocking of 1:21.36, and that's a games record. The silver goes to Rivard of Canada, the bronze to Girard of Canada. Clearly, she's enjoying the moment, and well, she should. This is Daniela Jimenez of Argentina, the 22-year-old who was 6th at the World Championships, but here in Toronto at the Parapan Ams, she is solid gold.
Wonderful, wonderful night. It's been here. Super Sunday.
3 Canadians in this. Zach Zona will have 6. Zach McAllister will have 4. Chris Sargent will be in 3. And Andrade, the defending champion, will be in 4. It's the final of the men's 50-meter freestyle.
Zach McAllister tied that games record in his preliminary swim, 21 years of age, from the University of Lethbridge. Excellent start in lane number 4 for McAllister. The Canadian and also Andrade had a better start coming up off the start. So both of them, the 2 leaders, are the 2 right out in front, right off the start.
They co-hold the record at 27.75, and it is Andrade and McAllister battling it out for gold in the men's 50 free. Less than 10 meters to go. It looks like McAllister's going to get the gold. McAllister pours it on. McAllister at the wall. He takes the gold. Andrade the silver, and Sargent picks up the bronze. But Zach McAllister, who tied the America's record in the prelims, takes home the gold when it counts in the final in the men's 50 free S8.
Well, the shootout at the OK Corral, he said his favorite movie's The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly with Clint Eastwood, so he showed some character getting up there, winning when it counts, not panicking, right to the end.
He did 27.75 in the morning. 27.69 is a new America's record for Zach McAllister in winning gold in the men's 53. The defending champion has to settle for silver this time around. Chris Sargent picks up the bronze. The Parapan Am champion in the men's 53 S8 and gold medalist from Lethbridge, Alberta, Zach McAllister. And he did it with an America's record time of 27.69, breaking his old record of 27.75. The athletes are coming on deck for the women's 50-meter freestyle, the S8 category. 3 Canadians in this one. Trupp will be in 6, Morgan Bird in 4, and Sabrina Duchesne will have lane 2. Mallory Wegman of the United States will be in 5. She's the Olympic champion in the 50 free. Start is critical.
Well, let's see who got the best one. It looks right at this point, lane number 3 got an excellent start. Cecilia Geronimo, but right now in the middle, you got Morgan Bird already right back and even with her, as is lane number 5, Mallory Wegman.
Geronimo, Bird, and Wegman at the halfway mark of the women's 50 free S8. Just over 10 meters to go. This is going to be a great finish. Is it Morgan Bird who has a slight lead, challenged by Geronimo? They come to the wall, and it is Bird for gold. Wegman the silver, and Geronimo picks up the bronze in the women's 50 free S8.
That was all in the touch. The start, Geronimo had a great touch. There's Wegman there. She'll have to settle for 3rd. But it was a great start by Geronimo. Bird was able to catch up to her, and then it was all the touch. At the bottom, watch Geronimo. She's ahead at this point. Look at her head, look at her shoulders. Morgan Bird's gonna come around now with her left arm, and Geronimo is gonna go left, and now another short little stroke. Instead of leaning on her left, she takes another arm pull with her right. That cost Geronimo the gold medal. That got Bird to the wall first and got her the gold medal.
And how close was it? Morgan Bird, 32 seconds flat. Wegman gets the silver, 32.04, and Geronimo gets the bronze at 32.05. A gold medal swim for Canada's Morgan Bird in the women's 50 free. Wegman gets the silver, and Geronimo of Brazil picks up the bronze. The Parapan Pan Am champion in the women's 50 free, the gold medalist from Calgary, Morgan Bird.
The Atos Markham Parapan Am Center is the site of this year's table tennis competition. We'll begin our recap with the women's singles class 1 and 2. 4 competitors in this pool. That means only gold and silver will be awarded. Mexico's Alma Padilla took on Argentina's Constanza Garone. Padilla needing a victory to remain in medal contention thanks to her 1-1 record. And despite an excellent effort from her opponent, Padilla closes it out on match point. It took 5 games, but Padilla wins it to improve her overall record to 2-1, and that keeps her medal hopes alive. The next match features Brazil's Katia Oliveira on the right and Tara Profit of the United States. This one would determine the medalists for the women's singles competition, and it's Oliveira taking it in 3 straight games. That improves her record to a perfect 3-0. Good for gold for the Brazilian table tennis champ. Alma Padilla is the silver medalist thanks to her 2 victories, the U.S. 3rd, Argentina 4th. Up next, the women's singles 9-10 class featuring another field of 4. Brazil's Jennifer Parinhos versus Chile's Francisca Morales Araya. both going into this one with a 1-1 record. It turned into a one-sided affair with the Brazilian taking charge throughout. 11-7 is the final in the third game. Parinhos wins it in straight sets. Daniela Howen of Brazil was a perfect 2-0 going into her match against Anali Longhi of Argentina, who was 0-2. This is a straight sets victory and a gold medal victory for Daniela Howen of Brazil. Silver is awarded to teammate Jennifer Marquez Parinhos. Chile and Argentina finished 3 and 4, respectively. Up next, it's the men's singles class 11 with table tennis players from the U.S., Canada, Venezuela, and Brazil. Now, this is Venezuela's Deniso Martinez taking on Canadian Mike Drozdowski. Martinez needing a win to stay in the medal hunt. And he smashes his way to a straight sets victory. He is in medal contention. Now we turn our attention to American Benjamin Hayden taking on Lucas Martins Maciel of Brazil. Hayden was the favorite in this one thanks to an unblemished 2-0 record. Maciel trying to figure out how to improve on his 1-1 record. This matchup produced some of the most intense and entertaining rallies of the day. Despite the outstanding effort of Maciel, this one belonged to the American from start to finish. 11-8, 11-4, 11-5 is the way it goes into the history books in favor of the U.S. Now, while he was celebrating, the Brazilian was having a tough time with today's defeat. Hayden showing some fantastic sportsmanship by going over and doing his best to console Maciel. These matchups and these games mean a great deal to these athletes, and this one might sting for a while for the talented Brazilian table tennis player. Again, it's Ben Hayden first in Toronto, Deniso Martinez of Venezuela silver, Brazil finishes third, Canada is fourth.
The reigning Parapan Am champions from the U.S. against the up-and-comers from Peru. And Peru, first possession. And Peru really does have first possession. Well done, Norma Garcia. And rebounded by Rebecca Murray. Becca Murray can hit them from everywhere, particularly three-point land, and the U.S. quickly breaks down, and that was Desi Miller. Underneath for Gail Gang, off the glass and in on the pass from Rebecca Murray. Next stage is to get under the basket. They'll try the long one, and it's in! Oh, Merlini Tonke!
With the hook shot from NBA three-point territory.
Alregi had it taken away. And back comes Megan Blanc. And it goes. And another three-pointer from Peru. Some teams will have as many as 3.
Sure, depending on, wow. Pilar Horegi is just on fire from the three-point line.
Desi Miller back in the game for the U.S. Protects the ball very well and just knocks it in off the glass. Beautiful pass from Schwab to Miller.
Desi Miller is playing fantastic. She's really focused. Her shot looks really good.
Jennifer Chu from Antioch, California. Quick side to side, cuts into the paint, off the glass and in. And the shot clock went to 24, then quickly dropped down to 14 because of an offensive rebound. That's all you get. And Kimmy Champion just continues to sink them. A little off the mark. Soldan with a shoulder-high dribble. And then who else? Timmy Champion with 2 more. And the U.S. team, it jumped out to an early advantage, and it used its bench and used its strength to a dominating win, 88-13 over Peru here at the Ryerson Athletic Center. First game of the tournament for the U.S., first win of the tournament for the U.S. here in Pool B action. Getting set for the final game of day 2 of the wheelchair basketball tournament. It is Mexico against Canada. And we are underway. Janet McLaughlin wins the tip for Cindy Ouellette. She's a great ball handler and has great chair skills. Feisty too. Donkin, Nova Scotia misses. Ferguson does too, gets her own rebound, and finally Canada gets its first basket. Tracy Ferguson steals it. Feeds it ahead for Jamie Jules, all alone. Off the glass and in, 6-0 Canada. Estrada. Baseline, back up top for Houghton. Young, yep. Harnick buys some time, gives to Ouellette. She slashes in, off the glass, and a beautiful play by Cindy Ouellette. Wow, great pass, and then an even better shot by Katie Harnick, who makes it look like it's simple. Estrada's gonna get a break. Gets in front of Sales and sinks one. Mojak, Hélène Allard, and another team basket for Canada finished off by Allard. Lalonde takes the outlet from Young. Melanie Houghton just blazing in there. Lalonde, a couple attempts, and there she goes. Puts it in. 6-5 on the shot clock underneath. Ramirez. Lopez finally finishes on a good play. Good second effort by Mexico on a broken play. Estrada, again using her height mismatch underneath. Allard for Canada. 66-31 is the lead. Harnick slings it ahead for Jacques. Does well to come up with it. Quick ahead for Ouellette. All day long, Cindy Ouellette. And Team Canada powers away to an 80-39 win over Mexico. They're now 2-0 to start the wheelchair basketball tournament here at the Parapan American Games in Toronto.
After 2 full days of competition, Brazil continues to lead the medal count with 16 gold and 34 medals overall. The host country, Canada, is keeping pace in terms of total medals with 33. Then it's Mexico, Colombia, and the United States all bunched up in the battle for 3rd place. So as the fun and games of the opening weekend come to an end, it's time to turn our attention to Monday, the traditional start of a new work week. A week in Toronto where incredible athletes hope all their hard work pays off with a medal. So get ready to punch that clock again tomorrow, day 3 of the Parapan Am Games.